Chapter 76. Earth, East Central Snake Nest. Today, inside the snake nest, there is a post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. All the guards' nerves are highly tense. Because, for the first time, all the smugglers stationed around the world were present in person to hold a special meeting. Click click click. With a soft sound, the underground apron outside the snake nest slowly rose. Not long after, in the endless wind and sand, a helicopter slowly landed on the apron of the snake nest. Pierce dusted himself off and told Deputy Sitwell, "I really hate coming to East Central." Sitwell could only smile helplessly. When the smugglers walked into the snake nest base, all the soldiers shouted loudly, "Hail Hydra, Hydra hail!" Kendon Me, who was in charge of the reception, looked respectful. "Everyone, Baron Strucker has been waiting for a long time." Alexander Pierce smiled. "The Baron may be anxious because of the wait. It doesn't matter. He won't be anxious when he sees the gift I brought." In the huge conference room, a group of smugglers slowly took their seats. They were chatting and laughing, as if this was just a gathering of old friends. "Okay, everyone is here. Pierce, let's start from you. Today's topic is the elimination of the Zerg and its leader." "Well, Lord Baron, we have completely mastered S.H.I.E.L.D.S aerospace carrier technology. I think we can build 10 more ships beyond their plan and use aerospace carriers to destroy all enemies who threaten us." Alexander Pierce said solemnly, "The Zerg are too powerful, and we will use nuclear weapons to carry out targeted strikes feasible." Everyone nodded and the resolution was passed. "Then what do you think of the Zerg Queen's beheading plan?" Baron Strucker, who was sitting at the front, said softly. "He has a handsome face and a kind smile, and looks like a gentle intellectual. It would be difficult to kill her with weapons of mass destruction, she's so fast." Pierce said calmly. He waved his hand, and a man standing next to him walked up to the crowd holding a scepter and placed the scepter on the table. "Nick Fury got Loki's scepter from the Guardian Magician Ancient One, and I brought it over again. I think that to deal with the Zerg Queen, we need more powerful supernatural power. She is very fast. We can develop a superhuman being faster than her as a warrior." A smile flashed in Pierce's eyes. "As far as I know, there is an old guy who plays with magnets, and his son and daughter are wandering in Europe. I think we can train these two as our secret weapons against Kerrigan. Lord Baron, are you satisfied with this gift?" Baron Strucker touched his chin and smiled. "I'm very satisfied. I'll handle this matter." He turned back and said, "Commander Kendon Me, go and capture those 2 people." "Yes." Kendon Me stood up immediately. He would not ask who the person he wanted to arrest was, because the snake would always find a way to find them. Then, the next topic is to eliminate SHIELD. In the insect nest underground in New York, Kerrigan looked at the giant Sharpei in front of him with a strange look in his eyes. "Queen, according to our information, this dog has the ability to teleport, and it cooperated very well and surrendered when we attacked Adelan, so we brought it back to you." Gullikrond whispered. "There is also Crystal, one of the royal members of the Inhumans, who was brought back by us. She sealed herself in ice." Kerrigan nodded. "Thank you for your hard work, let's go down and rest first." As commanded. After Gullikrond left, Abathur came over again. Queen, I heard that the expeditionary force brought back an alien dog. Can you let me draw a tube of blood for experiments?" He looked at the Sharpei dog with eyes full of enthusiasm. The Sharpei was trembling with fear. Kerrigan chuckled and said, "Don't be afraid, he won't take more, but you are very sensible." The Sharpei lay on the ground and kowtowed frantically. "You are not wise enough. At that time, the monster's sickle blade was only 1 centimeter away from your neck. If you don't surrender, your life will be lost. Speak clearly about your ability, and then pledge your allegiance to me." Kerrigan's voice rang in the Sharpei's heart. Sharpei was shocked and informed Kerrigan of his ability. As a dog, Loken has a super strong bite. It also has the ability to teleport, and can teleport itself or anyone or anything to all the places it wants to go, including from the moon to the earth, and even open pathways between different dimensions, even energy barriers. The obstacles that trouble most people seem to be no obstacles to it. However, teleportation is very laborious. Loken will be exhausted after each teleportation, and the distance becomes farther and farther. Its amazing sense of smell even allows it to track targets that exist in other dimensions. Kerrigan was pleased with the Sharpei. "Abathur, provide it with the best food and the best living environment. She touched the Sharpei's head. Believe me, the Zerg can give you more than you imagine. The Sharpei nodded hurriedly. Kerrigan came to the frozen crystal again. She tapped the ice on the surface of the crystal with her fingers, and the ice cubes began to spread along her hand. Then he was shaken off by Kerrigan in an instant. Interesting, Abathur, this inhuman is also handed over to you, and I want her to be loyal to me. Kerrigan smiled. Going to the moon was indeed a good idea. As you command, Queen. Abathur left with Sharpei and Crystal. Kerrigan began to touch the inhuman blood samples recovered by Gulakron to increase the degree of integration. Sarah Louise Kerrigan occupation, Blade Queen, integration 57.5%, unlocked professional skills, parasitism, kinetic blast, chain reaction, host improvement, healing. You currently have 2 additional skill points. Speed. Strength. Wisdom. Psychic power level, 6, more levels will be unlocked with the number of dependents. Psychic abilities unlocked, psychic communication, psychic flight, psychic storm, psychic shield, psychic blade, psychic transformation. Current familia, Zerg, number 321421, ability, dominate charm, gene analysis, gene sublimation. Unlocked buildings, hatchery, lair, split pool, evolution room, hydralisk cave, cockroach pool, tunnel network, flying dragon tower, thunder beast lair. Special units unlocked, Leviathan, original Zerg Dhaka, Zerg engineer Abathur. The Zerg researched and developed plasma worms on their own and were rewarded with an unknown gene body X1. Kerrigan frowned slightly. The number of Zerg increased by almost 100,000, but the psychic level did not increase. It seems that more insect swarms are still needed. However, the heart of the swarm actually gave her a new genome, which surprised her. In Kerrigan's view, this gold finger is actually his shackles. Unexpectedly, now, this shackles actually gave me something new. She summoned the genetic body and began to analyze it. An unknown gene has been detected and is being analyzed. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a special gene body, the Corruptor, and unlocked a new Zerg unit, the Corruptor. Corruptor? Kerrigan arranged for Abathur to take the gene and start analyzing and manufacturing it. She was still wondering if there would be some special gains. But the Corruptor is good too. The Corruptor is a very mysterious force among the Zerg. In the StarCraft world, both Protoss and human forces are afraid of the Corruptor because the Corruptor has wiped out a large number of their air troops. Fortunately, these creatures with huge amounts of heads, ferocious beaks, and dangling tentacles only appear in small numbers near the most evolved nest colonies. Corruptors can be said to be miracles of genetic evolution. They can cover their targets with strong acid, increasing the damage they can withstand, and assisting the mutant dragons in causing greater damage. But in this world, Kerrigan can create as many Corruptors as she wants. Within SHIELD, Alexander Pierce looked at Nick Fury with a bitter look on his face. Sorry Fury, the scepter was attacked during the transfer. We lost the scepter. Fury's order to him was to send scepter to a secret research institute for research, but the convoy was attacked on the way, everyone died, and scepter was missing. Nick Fury's head was as big as a bucket 613. He originally wanted to reprimand Pierce, but since Pierce was his friend and this was indeed a sudden attack, he couldn't lose his temper. After Pierce left, Fury cursed Ms. Falk fiercely. S.H.I.E.L.D is haunted. There must be a ghost. All the whereabouts of the transport troops are highly confidential. Why did Scepter say he was robbed when he was robbed? But now he doesn't know who this ghost is and where he is. Fury thought for a moment and called Phil Coulson. Phil, my captain is here. At the moment, Captain America is taking a morning jog in a park near his home. After the New York-Vietnam War ended, he settled in Washington, D.C. and accepted a new life. I have to say that as a person who lived 70 years ago, Captain America always feels uncomfortable with modern life. Too new. He also made a new friend here. Sam Wilson. Sam is a black man who served in the 58th Division Airborne Rescue Force. After retiring, he worked at the Washington Shield Veterans Service Office. The two met while jogging in the morning. The same military career made the two of them quite a topic. Captain America is so famous that Sam naturally admires him very much. However, Captain America, under Tony's influence, has to have some words. When Agent Phil Coulson came to the park, what he saw was Captain America running around and around, surpassing Sam time and time again. He also said, "On your left." Sam was helpless and furious. "UBD, I'm going to vomit." "Stop talking." Phil Coulson couldn't laugh or cry. "It's really shameful for you, a Superman, to bully a veteran." "Captain, we are in trouble." Phil Coulson stopped in front of Captain America and said. Sam arrived late, panting heavily. "Later, I'm on your left, Sam." Captain America chuckled and ran forward with rapid strides. "Far key, UBD." Sam gritted his teeth and continued to follow. Phil Coulson looked helpless, the two of them were like problem children. Chapter 77. "Captain, I'm sorry to interrupt your vacation," Nick Fury said with a smile. Captain America shrugged, "It is my duty to serve my country. I have a mission to bring you back this time." Nick Fury poured a cup of tea for Captain America. "A passenger ship was hijacked in the Indian Ocean, and there are our people on it. Your mission this time is to rescue them." Captain America nodded. "No problem, I'll set off. Phil Coulson will be with you." Captain America didn't care and went out to put on his equipment. Phil Coulson walked in from the side door. "Sir, we can actually arrange for Hill agent to go to this operation." Fury shook his head and said, "Hill is not experienced enough. Remember, you must get the information back." "Yes, sir." After Phil Coulson also left, Fury frowned and sat back in the chair. Originally, he wanted to send Natasha Romanoff out, but now that Natasha Romanoff is the maid of the Zerg Queen, Fury has removed Natasha Romanoff from the list of trustworthy people in Fury's heart. Now, we can only hope that the Insight plan will go smoothly. Captain America knocked the robber in front of him to the ground with 3 punches and 2 kicks. "This kind of task is very easy. I don't need to take action at all," Captain America muttered. Phil Coulson laughed, "That's because you are too strong." "Hey, that's right, Phil Coulson, I heard from Natasha Romanoff that the Zerg recently developed a new serum that can make me stronger. Can I purchase S.H.I.E.L.D gold?" Captain America is a little eager to try. This feeling of strength is really great. Phil Coulson's mouth twitched. "Captain, our budget is a bit tight." "No way." Captain America was stunned. S.H.I.E.L.D, which has a big business, would have no money. Phil Coulson was a little embarrassed. "We have been busy with a big project recently and we really don't have much money." "Big project? Why didn't I know about it?" Captain America is confused. Phil Coulson suddenly realized that he had said too much. "Well, you can ask Director Nick Fury for details. Our mission is not completed yet." "Makes sense." Captain America didn't think so much for the time being, grabbing the shield and running rampant. He quickly eliminated most of the robbers on the ship. According to their confessions, their leader was hiding in the captain's cabin. Captain America, the Winter Soldier, rushed to the captain's cabin without saying a word. He kicked away the robbers guarding the door, jumped into the captain's cabin and shouted, "Everyone surrender immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." However, the robber leader opposite had no intention of surrendering. He raised a rocket launcher and fired at Captain America. "Holy shit, you want to die together." Captain America used his shield to fly the rocket out of the cabin, jumped directly behind the robber leader, and punched him hard on the waist. A trace of hatred flashed in the robber leader's eyes. He bit his teeth, and fell down softly before Captain America's fist could reach his body. Captain America was startled, but when he saw the black blood on the corner of the robber leader's mouth, he immediately became serious. This is no ordinary robber. Which robber would commit suicide directly? He looked squarely at Phil Coulson, who had just rushed through the door. "Phil Coulson, what happened to this operation? Is this the robber you called?" Phil Coulson was slightly shocked when he saw the blood at the corner of the robber's mouth. "Captain, I can only say that I don't know much, but I didn't expect that he would commit suicide directly." After that, he ignored Captain America, but took out a USB flash drive, inserted it into the computer in the captain's room, and started downloading data. Captain America wanted to say something else, but he didn't say anything after thinking about it. He's going back to Nick Fury to ask questions. Kerrigan is now in an uninhabited land in the west of America. The Zerg also built a disposal base here, mainly for national troops. Most of the thunder beasts and alien dragons live here. It's not a problem to stay underground all the time. Thousands of miles around here are covered by Kerrigan's signal shielding device developed by Tony, and satellites can't see anything here. Don't ask, it's a place that no one wants. Anyway, since Kerrigan opened this sub-base, no one has come forward to say that she has usurped America's lead pressure. Is this the corruptor? Kerrigan looked at the squid-like Zerg in the sky, quite surprised. These corruptors are born with psychic powers close to level 4, which is much higher than the starting point of other arms in the Zerg. Yes, Queen, the production of corruptors is very successful. I believe they can bring more victories to the Zerg and you. Abathur said respectfully, and then called the first corrupted person who successfully mutated to come down and prepare to receive the Queen's gift. From the birth of the Mutalosaurus, when new Zerg troops appeared, Kerrigan would give a gift to the first lucky one who successfully mutated. Abathur tried to analyze the genes of Menlita and Gulacrond after receiving the gift, but he could not figure out how this genetic sublimation was achieved. It can only be attributed to Queen Kerrigan's personal ability. This also made Abathur more respectful to Kerrigan. As a ray of light flashed, the corruptor in front of him became even larger, with a length of nearly 40 meters, comparable to that of human ships. I give you the name of Osiris. You will lead the corruptors and protect the sky of the Zerg. I also look forward to your evolution and becoming the Brood Lord. Kerrigan looked at the giant beast in front of him and said. As soon as the corruptor appeared, she ordered Abathur to genetically upgrade the corruptor to see if she could directly produce the Brood Lord in one step. The Brood Lord is the real killer. Unfortunately, Abathur spent a long time and came to the conclusion that the corruptors could not be directly promoted to Brood Lords. It seemed that their genes were locked by something. Kerrigan could only hope that the corruptor Lord Osiris could evolve himself. Osiris shouted excitedly, Queen, the corruptor will serve you wholeheartedly. I will never let you down. Captain America came to Nick Fury's office angrily. He asked Fury why he was always secretive. We're a team, sir. You always do things without telling us, which is not conducive to the development of our team. Can we still be called a team now? Fury pondered for a moment and said, You misjudged me, Captain. In fact, I am still willing to share some things with you. After that, he stood up and walked towards the door. Follow me. Captain America didn't know what was going on and immediately followed him. The two came to an elevator in the S.H.I.E.L.D. office building. Fury lifted the button cover of the elevator to reveal a hidden operating panel. He pressed the -5 button of the elevator and remained silent. Do we still have buildings underground? Captain America asked in surprise. It was there a long time ago. Fury said calmly. As the elevator descended, Captain America's eyes grew wider and wider. God, what is this? Through the transparent elevator glass, he saw everything underground in SHIELD. This place is completely a super military base, and densely packed scientific researchers are busy inside the base. The base is brightly lit, and vehicles large and small are going in and out, transporting various equipment. In the center of the base, there are 4 behemoths. Space carrier. Captain America recognized these behemoths at a glance. Fury looked calm. Captain, what I'm going to tell you next is top secret. Last time, our space carrier almost crashed. In order to deal with the increasingly severe situation on the Earth, we launched the Insight Project. Project Insight. Captain America followed Fury out of the elevator. Yes, the content of the Insight Project is to link the 4 space carriers we have now with positioning satellites. They can conduct suborbital flights and will never fall down. Fury smiled. Our satellite will analyze the past of all intelligent creatures in the world, predict threatening enemies, and then use precise positioning weapons on the mothership to eliminate them. Upon hearing this, Captain America frowned. Sir, with all due respect, your plan is not to protect, but to control this planet with fear. Have you ever thought about what the Zerg will do to us if this plan succeeds? Fury said calmly, I have definitely thought that its main function is to force the Zerg to leave the Earth immediately. Although we have no intention of starting a full-scale war with the Zerg, their activities on the Earth have threatened human security, and it is the best idea to let them leave the Earth. His Majesty said that the Zerg will leave the Earth. Captain America said sharply, well done. But she didn't say when she was leaving. Fury's tone also became serious, this planet is ours. Captain America took a step back. He couldn't believe Fury would say such a thing. He has always watched the performance of the Zerg, which is very disciplined and has a good reputation in human society. But S.H.I.E.L.D actually wants to expel them from the planet. In the past, Captain America always thought that Fury was a warrior who fought wholeheartedly to protect the planet, but now it seems that he was wrong. This warrior ignored the great assistance of the Zerg and forgot all the help given by the Zerg. Captain America is a very open-minded person. He has no racial concepts. He just feels that as long as both parties have a friendly attitude, even aliens can become friends. As long as you are on the path of upholding justice, you are a comrade in arms. But Fury's behavior now is a betrayal of China, a race that has always sent friendly signals to humans. This is something Captain America cannot understand and cannot believe. He turned and left the underground base. Fury looked at Captain America's back and sighed slightly. Even Captain America, whom he considers to be the most loyal to the country, regards the Zerg as a friend, let alone others. The current Avengers can almost be said to be a friendly alliance of Zerg. This cannot continue, the Zerg must be forced to leave the Earth. Chapter 78. Kerrigan, who was far away in the no-man's land of America, suddenly chuckled. Abathur was stunned. Why is the Queen laughing? Kerrigan was about to say, I laughed at the black braised egg and Shayazai. But she thought something was wrong and held it back. It's nothing, I just saw a lonely brave man who didn't know his own abilities. Although Nick Fury is hostile to the Zerg, Kerrigan actually doesn't dislike him. Hide all your thoughts in the darkness and do your best to protect this planet in the darkness. Even if you are not understood by others and questioned by your subordinates, you will still lose your ambition. Lonely Warrior is the best name for this SHIELD director, the King of Agents. Kerrigan looked back at the soaring form of Osiris. I'm so sorry, Black Braised Egg, your plan is going to fail again. There was a thought in her heart, as if she could strike hard again. In Alexander Pierce's office, Pierce was pointing at his deputy Sitwell's nose and cursing. How did you do this? I clearly asked you to inspect the mobile satellite launch platform under our control, how did it become a hijacking? Sitwell touched his bald head, Sir, I don't know. I just arrived on the passenger ship for a day, and Captain America rushed in with his people and shouted to rescue the hostages. In order to protect the data, I had to arrange for his subordinates to act. Pierce looked gloomy. I feel like that black braised egg found something, otherwise he wouldn't have sent Captain America on a fake mission. The information was not taken away, right? Sitwell was a little helpless. I was rescued by them as a hostage. I couldn't see the situation in the captain's cabin. It shouldn't be taken away, right? Humph, then you have to underestimate Nick Fury, he is the veritable king of agents. Pierce slammed the table hard. No, we have to strike first. You immediately notify Lord Baron 333 and second the Winter Soldier here. Sitwell nodded in agreement. This time there was something wrong with his actions. Pierce just scolded him and did not kill him, which was already very magnanimous. Pierce looked at the slightly dim sky outside the window and sneered, even if you find out, you've already decided. The Avengers have been very famous recently. Jane and Natasha Romanoff have been busy maintaining world peace all day long, and they are as tired as their third grandchildren. Tony is busy taking care of family affairs, Banner is developing the Rubik's Cube, Thor, who is considered a non-staff member of the Avengers, has taken Loki back to Asgard, and Captain America is on vacation. The most powerful Avengers are not here, so Natasha Romanoff and Jane have to suffer. As for Hawkeye, he will only be deployed occasionally, after all, he is not a S.H.I.E.L.D agent. There was nothing going on today, so the only two superheroes from Avengers held a party in the office to relax. It was said to be a party, but it was actually just two people watching TV series and eating snacks together. Jane also shared her favorites with Natasha Romanoff. Durian. The two chatted while eating. I really don't know when I can go back to the Queen. I'm so tired. Jane stretched and said, being a superhero is really exhausting. I don't even dare to go home. Those annoying reporters are living in front of my house. Natasha Romanoff took a bite of durian and said, who wouldn't be? When I was dispatched, some criminals left their hostages and wanted to take a photo with me. You also have. Jane chuckled, the same goes for the guy I met yesterday. He actually said that he committed the crime so that he could meet him in person. While the two were chatting and laughing, the door of the office slowly opened. Seeing that you two are doing well, I feel relieved, Day. Kerrigan approached the office and said with a smile. Jane and Natasha Romanoff hurriedly put down their gas bombs and saluted Kerrigan. His Majesty. Get up, I just stopped by to take a look. Kerrigan chuckled. The two stood up, and Natasha Romanoff showed a bright smile. I'm afraid His Majesty can't simply look at us. If you just want to see our current situation, you must communicate with us directly using psychic energy. Jane said respectfully. Yes, you two are very smart. Kerrigan uses her psychic powers to communicate with the two. S.H.I.E.L.D is about to change drastically. You two will follow me back to the insect nest first. Jane looked shocked, while Natasha Romanoff frowned. Your Majesty, won't we help? Help, but it's the same old rules. Kerrigan smiled. The two of them understood instantly. Natasha Romanoff turned on the voice control system and announced that the Avengers were temporarily on strike. They were tired and were going home to rest for 2 days. The Avengers' headquarters was built by the military in SHIELD. Soon, the officials who received the news hurried in to handle the matter. The leader of S.H.I.E.L.D is Hill Agent. As soon as she led someone into the office, she was stunned for a moment, and then immediately bowed and saluted. Nice to see you, Your Majesty. Others saluted one after another, and many officials had obsessed eyes flashing in their eyes. Hill waved his hand and asked other officials to retreat. Kerrigan took a bite of durian. Although it was smelly, it tasted really good. She waved her hand. No need to be polite, I came to take my people back to rest for 2 days. Hill looked embarrassed. Your Majesty, Avengers cannot stop working, there are still many threats in this world. That's your business. Kerrigan said calmly, it's as if this planet will not rotate without the Avengers. Look at their attendance records. Bank robberies are going to be carried out, and large-scale car accidents are going to be carried out. What do you think my people are? Do you need them to take action in person for such a trivial matter? Kerrigan sneered, don't think that I don't know what that black braised egg is thinking. I am holding my people back with all these miscellaneous things and are exhausted. They are my maids, not your S.H.I.E.L.D's cattle and horses. Hill frowned and said, Your Majesty, we don't have this idea. Please respect Director Nick Fury. Haha, I already gave him a lot of face by not killing the S.H.I.E.L.D building. Kerrigan stood up and approached Hill Agent. The Zerg people have to pay to go out. This is the bill. She casually dropped an electronic receipt. Definitely, I don't know how much you report to the authorities. Don't think I don't know that. Hey Lu Dan asked your congressman for a large sum of money in my name funds. Hill Agent's pretty face is half red and half white. It was extremely embarrassing and angry. How should I put it, there is no shame in issuing false invoices to superiors, after all, everyone does it. But Kerrigan said it to her face, which made her want to find a place to burrow into a doctor. Hill Agent lowered his head and didn't dare to talk. His right foot unconsciously wanted to build a new white building on the alloy floor. Kerrigan suddenly smiled, but you can do it without paying. I think you are good. Do you want to come to me and be my maid? Hill Agent is tall and has a somewhat androgynous face. Natasha Romanoff's beauty is charming and moving, Jane's is innocent and charming, Foster's is elegant and graceful, and Hill's Agent is the kind of beauty that can arouse people's desire to conquer at a glance. Especially her pair of light blue eyes are very charming, and Kerrigan actually likes her. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please respect me. Hill Agent was so frightened that he backed away. It's a pity. Kerrigan felt a little regretful. Sometimes she really wanted to catch all the beauties in the Marvel world. Jane and Natasha Romanoff hid behind her and whispered. That's it, Natasha Romanoff, Jane, let's go home. After that, Kerrigan led the two of them away. Hill Agent could only sigh helplessly, and then contacted Nick Fury. The three of them got into the limousine. Not long after they drove out of the Avengers office building, an explosion sounded in the sky on the right. Kerrigan glanced at it but didn't care. Natasha Romanoff was about to speak when she heard Kerrigan say. It's okay, Iron Man is dealing with some personal matters, don't worry about him. Jane was a little curious. Queen, what private matter is the Tin Woodman dealing with? The sins he committed during his previous dissipation. The corners of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly. In fact, she had also thought about going to the theatre, but it was unnecessary. Rubbish extremists, what is there to be so arrogant about? Now that Kerrigan's integration level has reached over 50, she has discovered that the more general mutated genes can no longer increase the integration level. The nearly 100,000 special genes of the Inhumans only brought her an increase of more than 10%. The side effects are extremely extreme and even worse. After returning home, he and his maid slept together, trying to figure out how to kill Shen's Huju in a serious way. Captain America disguised himself and came to the Smithsonian Museum. This is a special museum commemorating his Howling Commando members during World War II. Definitely, and himself. Looking at the portrait of Bucky Barnes, I feel inexplicably beautiful. He sat down on the chair in the exhibition hall, thinking a lot. Captain America originally thought that even though he arrived 70 years later, as long as he returned to the army, obeyed orders, and served the country, everything would be the same as before. But looking at it now, it's all my own delusions. He took out an old pocket watch and opened the cover. On the inner wall of the pocket watch, there is a yellowed old photo. The photo ages, but the beauty in the photo is still young and bright. Rogers took a deep breath and decided to see an old friend. In other words, former lovers. Rogers always knew Agent Carter was still alive, but he never dared to face it. Now that Carter is dying, he is still the same as before. This situation is very cruel to both of them. But with this thought in mind, Rogers still mustered up the courage and drove to Carter's nursing home. Peggy Carter, co-founder of SHIELD. But now, the founder is no longer the wise and courageous person he once was. She curled up on the bed, waiting for her death. The curtains blocked the sunlight outside the window, making the room a little dark. Carter felt the same as the dim room. Suddenly, the door opened. A hand opened the curtain. The voice laughed and said, "The Peggy Carter I know doesn't like to be in a house without sunlight." Chapter 79. Carter looked at the energetic Rogers in front of him. For some reason, tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. "You came. Well, I'm here," Rogers said softly. "Sorry, I'm late, I promised to dance with you." "Steve, you're nearly 70 years too late," Carter said shakily. Rogers was silent. He held Carter's withered hand, feeling extremely sad in his heart. But he forced his tears back and went back. "Not too late, not too late." He turned around and saw various posters about himself posted in the room. There was also a cabinet not far away filled with Captain America figurines. Rogers forced a smile and said, "I didn't expect you to be my fan." "Ha, I'm not as fashionable as those young people nowadays. My little niece did all this." Carter smiled and said, "She admires you." The two started chatting and reminiscing about the past. As he spoke, Rogers' face became heavy. "I work at S.H.I.E.L.D. now, but I find that what people think now is completely different from what we thought in that era." Carter smiled and said, "I didn't expect that your emotional experience is still so rich." Before she finished speaking, she could no longer hold back the tears that welled up. "It's been too long, Steve. I've been waiting for you for too long." Rogers gritted his teeth to hold back his tears. "I will not leave my most beloved girl, she still owes me a dance." Walking out of the sanatorium, Rogers took a deep breath. "I don't know about the Zerg. There is no way to recover Carter." He secretly made up his mind to find a way to restore Carter's youth. The other side. Nick Fury inserted the USB flash drive Phil Coulson brought back into the computer. "Please verify permission before querying." The system responded. "Inquiry by Nick Fury, current SHIELD director. Insufficient permissions." Fury's expression changed instantly. "How can this be? I am the one with the highest authority in S.H.I.E.L.D. He was confused and was going to let go of the Insight plan first. Fury took back the USB flash drive, went to the World Security Council office in Washington SHIELD, and found the office of Minister Alexander Pierce. After losing his scepter before, Pierce thought he still had to give an explanation, so he simply took the blame and resigned, and returned to Washington to become a minister with peace of mind. "Hey, Director Nick Fury, why are you free to come see me today?" Pierce smiled and shook Fury's hand. "After all, you have nothing to do without going to the Three Treasures Hall." Fury smiled and said, "You are right, I really have something to do. Alexander Pierce is a very good friend of his and deserves to be trusted." "Oh? Tell me." Pierce poured Fury a cup of coffee. "I would like to ask you to postpone the Insight project for now." Pierce was stunned. "What's going on?" "I suspect there is something wrong with the plan. I need some time to verify my speculation." Fury put his hands in his trouser pockets and frowned. "Okay, I'll arrange it as you say. We're on the same team. Pierce agreed with a smile. Fury is very satisfied with Pierce as a friend, he is quite interesting. After saying goodbye to Pierce with a smile, he drove away to return to SHIELD. Fury was driving while talking to Phil Coulson on the phone. Phil Coulson, there is an emergency and I need you to return to Washington now. Boom. A car suddenly rushed from the side, interrupting Fury's words. The airbag hit Fury's face. Quick, surround him. The people in the car come out, or we will shoot. Several police cars rushed out of the surrounding area instantly, and many people wearing police uniforms armed with firearms surrounded Fury's garage. Fury raised his head and glanced, anger rising in his heart. If I really go out, I will definitely be beaten into a sieve. These people are not police at all. Although America does not ban guns, the use of automatic firearms is prohibited, and even the police are only equipped with pistols. The firepower of this group of people is enough to fight a small war. Seeing that the car was motionless, all the police officers opened fire. Bullets ricocheted across Fury's car, leaving his window full of cracks. Seeing that the bulletproof glass could no longer hold up, Fury took out a machine gun from under the seat, knocked several people in front of him to the ground, then drove into the car and rushed out of the encirclement with all his strength. Farky! Farky! Fury cursed while driving, and ordered Phil Coulson to hurry back to Washington Shield. Suddenly, in the middle of the road ahead, a figure slowly walked onto the path of Fury's car. Fury was shocked, maybe he met a madman, right? He was about to change direction when he saw the man raising a gun. Shit! Fury immediately bent down to avoid it. The man pressed the weapon in his hand, and a disc weapon flew to the bottom of Fury's car, instantly overturning his car. Oh, my waist, damn it! Fury cursed, and then saw the man walking towards him with a weapon raised. Fury quickly took note of the man's characteristics and threw a smoke bomb. Taking advantage of the smoke, he picked up his emergency laser weapon, opened the car, cut the manhole cover under the car, and escaped along the sewer. Umbrella welcomes a special guest. Kerrigan received him personally. Captain, why are you free to visit me today? Rogers showed a smile. Your Majesty, just call me Steve or Rogers. The captain is my job, not me. It seems you know the difference quite clearly. Kerrigan waved her hand, and Natasha Romanoff served hot tea to the two of them. Rogers looked around. This was his first time coming to the Umbrella, and he even saw Kerrigan's office here. The layout is very elegant, and there is a birdcage hanging in the corner of the room. Inside is a white parrot dozing with its eyes closed. Your Majesty still likes to raise such things? Rogers chuckled to himself. Tell me, what do you want from me? The serum cannot be sold privately, so there is no need to discuss this. Kerrigan picked up the teacup and took a sip. Rogers shook his head. I'm not here this time for the serum. He suddenly fell silent. After a long time, he slowly raised his head. Your Majesty, do you have a way to restore human youth? Hearing this question, Kerrigan was slightly startled. Then I thought of Rogers' lover, Peggy Carter. The lifespan of living things is limited. Any means can only delay the death of living things. It is difficult to restore youth. Kerrigan took a sip of hot tea. Rogers thought for a moment. His Majesty only said it was difficult, but he didn't say it was impossible. Your Majesty, do you really have a solution? Rogers, I know what you want to do, Peggy Carter agent, right? Kerrigan raised the corners of her mouth slightly and said, I heard your story from Tony. Rogers sighed, yes. Peggy has waited for me for 70 years, and now she is dying, but I am still like this. I am really heartbroken. It hurts so much. This feeling of watching his lover part ways made Rogers really want to collapse. He burst into tears. Your Majesty, I beg you to let Peggy recover. I am willing to do anything. Natasha Romanoff and Jane, who were standing behind Kerrigan, sighed slightly, and Foster also had red eyes. In fact, everyone knows very little about Captain America. They only know that he was a superhero active during World War II. However, they did not expect that this hero also had a lover, and his lover had been waiting for him for 70 years. You are still an infatuated person. Kerrigan put away her smile. I can only tell you that the Zerg do have a way to restore Peggy Carter's youthful vitality, but the cost is very high, and there is a possibility that it will not succeed. Kerrigan said softly, Jane brings folder number Z97 to my office. Jane was a little surprised. Z.0 In order to organize more and more various genetic information, Kerrigan numbered all the information she collected. The Z number is a highly confidential document that only Kerrigan can access. Anyone who dares to view the Z number file will be considered a traitor to the Zerg. No one dares to think about the consequences of betraying the Zerg. She walked up to Kerrigan holding the Z97 folder. Your Majesty. Well, Rogers, take a look. Kerrigan said calmly. Rogers took the document and looked at it for the first time, with a look of surprise on his face. Soul consciousness transfer technology. That's right. Kerrigan raised her eyebrows. Don't look at me like that. If you hadn't asked me to come, I wouldn't have brought out this technology. It's very dangerous, very unstable, and it can't even be called a semi-finished product. There has always been research on the soul in the human world, and the same is true for the Zerg. We believe that Chinic energy is the continuation of a creature's soul. Psychic energy can control the movement of objects. Similarly, if Chinic energy is powerful enough, it is also possible to manipulate the soul. Theoretically, if we can use Chinic energy to move a person's consciousness and the soul is transferred into another body, possibly allowing him to be reborn. Peggy Carter's body has almost completely lost its vitality now. Even if I teach her psychic powers now, it won't be able to delay her death because she can no longer condense her power. Kerrigan looked at Rogers, who was flipping through the documents with a serious expression, and said, the way I give you is that the Zerg will cultivate a new body for Peggy Carter, and then I will personally take action to stabilize her body with psychic energy. Soul, then warm and nourish her, and use spiritual energy to combine her with the new body. If nothing unexpected happens, this project will only take 30 days to complete. Definitely, you have to be prepared to fail. Rogers was very embarrassed. Queen Kerrigan did give away, but it was such a very dangerous and risky way. What should I do? He raised his head. Your Majesty, are there any successful cases of this Zerg technology? Yes, but I didn't put that guy's soul into a new body. He didn't obey, so I put him into a parrot. Kerrigan pointed to the white parrot in a cage in the corner of the room. You should have heard of him, the former military lieutenant colonel, the famous abomination, Emil Blonsky knife. Chapter 80. Roger's eyes widened. He pointed at the birdcage, his face twitching slightly. Your Majesty! Your Majesty, how could you do this? That's a human. You turned him into a bird. Perhaps after hearing Roger's cry, the parrot in the cage woke up. It turned its head to look at Rogers, took a bite of bird food, and enjoyed itself. Seeing this scene, Rogers couldn't believe it even more. It seems that Blonsky no longer has human consciousness. Blonsky is my trophy, what I want to do with it is my business. Kerrigan said calmly, if he doesn't obey, I will make him obey. Rogers' Adam's apple moved, but Your Majesty, what you are doing is too much. Shocking. Kerrigan approached the birdcage and teased the parrot. Actually, that guy has gone completely crazy since he recovered. His will cannot suppress his hatred, and he is no different from death. I extracted his consciousness to do experiments, so that I can make the best use of it. Rogers stammered. Now, he has completely turned into a parrot. Absolutely. There are too many mysteries of the soul. After I got him into this bird, he didn't show any abnormality. He was no different from an ordinary parrot. Kerrigan sighed slightly. I am still reluctant to lose the capable Kuli Zero Sankai. You have also seen the materials and finished products. How you think about it is up to you. Don't be in a hurry to answer me. Just think about it and answer me later. Rogers was thinking a lot, but he nodded slowly. After Rogers left, Natasha Romanoff came over. Your Majesty, is this bird really Blanche? These maids didn't know anything about this confidential matter, and they thought it was His Majesty's interest in playing with birds. Yes and no. Kerrigan said calmly, now he is completely no different from an ordinary parrot. Natasha Romanoff is a little scared, turning people into birds, what a terrifying thing. Although they have changed their bodies, their consciousness will also change due to the influence of the body, which is really creepy for them. Kerrigan glanced at the trembling people and said with a smile, don't worry, Blonsky is out of control. As soon as he wakes up, he will turn into a hateful guy with murderous intentions. I will definitely deal with it. You are clear-minded and loyal, and I am not willing to turn you into this. The three women breathed a sigh of relief. Kerrigan smiled to herself, startled. In fact, this technology does exist, and Blonsky did become a bird. But the risks are high. There were a total of 30 people who conducted experiments with Blonsky, all of whom were humans controlled by the Zerg at the former Umbrella base. But this is the only case that is truly successful. This is why Kerrigan says this technology is so dangerous. Individuals with a strong will also have stronger souls. Only such beings can withstand the pain of having their souls ripped out by spiritual energy. 90% of the experimental subjects died instantly as soon as Kerrigan pulled out their souls. As for the deal with Captain America, Kerrigan did not propose payment. Let him think about it first. Rogers returned to his home in Washington, worried. However, as soon as I went upstairs, the female neighbor next door came over. "Sir, can the music in your house be turned down a little?" Rogers raised his eyebrows and smiled, "Okay, I understand." After bidding farewell to his female neighbor, Rogers rolled up his sleeves and prepared to face the enemy. He knows that someone has entered the house. Who is it? Rogers walked to the door and prepared to unscrew the door. His whole body was tense and ready for all battles. Although the shield is not on him, his individual ability is now enough to deal with ordinary bullets. Squeak! The door opened. The expected hail of bullets did not come, the lights in the room were on, and a figure was sitting on Rogers' sofa. His forehead was bleeding slightly and there was a bandage around his waist. Rogers' pupil shrank. Director Nick Fury. The man slowly raised his head and smiled, "Captain." None other than Nick Fury. Rogers quickly closed the door and sealed the doors and windows. "Sir, what's going on?" Fury smiled miserably and said, "Captain, now the entire SHIELD is occupied by the enemy, the only ones I can trust now are you and Phil Coulson." Suddenly, there was gunfire outside the door and window. Rogers hurriedly protected Fury, but a bullet still hit Fury. Fury, who was already bruised, couldn't hold it anymore. He took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to Rogers. "Trust no one but Phil Coulson." After saying that, Fury fainted. Two figures rushed to Rogers' side. It's neighbor girl and Phil Coulson. When Phil Coulson saw Fury lying on the ground, he was furious. He said to the female neighbor, "Protect the officer, Captain, we want to avenge the officer." Rogers shook his head, "I'll just go." Phil Coulson was stunned, but he agreed. Rogers grabbed his shield and chased out the window. Two figures were jumping on the tall building. The more Rogers chases, the more frightened he becomes. The murderer's physical fitness is not much worse than his. But now Rogers is stronger than before, so he still manages to catch up with the murderer. Rogers threw the shield, trying to knock the murderer to the ground. However, the man suddenly stretched out his hand and pinched the dandruff remover. However, the power on the shield still made him take a few steps back. Rogers looked gloomy. The man in front of him held the shield with a mechanical arm. He was wearing a mask so his face could not be seen clearly, and he had long hair. The man threw the shield back towards Rogers, and Rogers reached out and caught it easily. There was a hint of surprise in the man's eyes, and then 10 bottled objects fell beside him. Rogers immediately shielded his eyes. Flash bang! When the light dissipated, the man in front of him had disappeared. Rogers could only go back to check on Fury angrily. Noon the next day. In the hospital, Phil Coulson frowned as he looked at Fury being rescued. "Captain, who attacked Sir?" Rogers shook his head slowly, "I didn't catch him. I only know that he is extremely fast, very powerful, and has a metal arm." Phil Coulson nodded slightly. "Hill agent came over, we found out that the weapon used for the attack was made by the former Soviet Union." Phil Coulson and the captain looked at each other but said nothing. Suddenly, the doctors who were rescuing him panicked. Because Fury's rescue effort went awry, his electrocardiogram stopped. Rogers and Phil Coulson hated it, but they couldn't help it. Suddenly, AS.H.I.E.L.D agent came over. Rogers recognized him, an action team leader nicknamed Crossbones. "Captain, you are ordered to return to the bureau immediately." Rogers suppressed the grief in his heart and nodded slowly, "Okay, I'll go back right away." Crossbones nodded and left. Rogers looked at Crossbones's back, his eyes wavered slightly, and he squeezed his forehead tighter and tighter. Phil Coulson said calmly, "Captain, don't worry." Rogers nodded and held Phil Coulson's hand, no one can believe it. Feeling something in his palm, Phil Coulson's eyelids blinked slightly. After the captain left, Phil Coulson hid the things in his pocket without leaving any trace, preparing to take care of Nick Fury's funeral. Rogers, who returned to S.H.I.E.L.D., immediately found Pierce. Now that something happened to Fury, Pierce, the former minister, can only take up the responsibility again and shoulder the burden of SHIELD. Pierce handed Rogers a document and whispered, "We suspect that Fury was behind the gangsters who hijacked the passenger ship. I want to know why Fury was at your house last night." Rogers glanced at Pierce indifferently. Pierce is now smiling and looking calm, not looking like his friend has died. "You know, in the entire SHIELD, who doesn't know that he and Fury are good friends?" Rogers' heart sank, and he said slowly, "Sir Pierce, if you really knew Director Nick Fury, you would know that he would not do this." Pierce looked deeply at Rogers. He stood up and walked to the window, looking at the beautiful scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling window and said, "Like Fury, I want to build a better world. If anyone dares to block my way, I will make them pay." Rogers' pupils narrowed slightly. He glanced at Pierce slightly, stood up, and left. Pierce looked at Rogers retreating back and smiled coldly. Rogers packed his equipment and prepared to take the elevator to the operations headquarters. As soon as we got off the next floor, many people got on the elevator. Many of these people were known to Rogers, but he didn't care. They also greeted Rogers in a friendly way. But as more and more people came in, Rogers felt something in his heart. The position of these people is to surround themselves. The atmosphere in the elevator 3.7 became solemn. Rogers glanced at the agent in front of him who kept pointing his finger at his trouser pocket, and said calmly, "Is there anyone else who wants to go out before the fight starts?" As soon as he finished speaking, the agent whose fingers had been moving took out a dagger from his trouser pocket and stabbed Rogers. At the same time, other agents around Rogers also hugged him crazily, trying to kill him. Rogers didn't panic and knocked the three people away with a wave of his arm. They smashed through the elevator glass and fell down screaming. "Sorry, I didn't mean it." Rogers shrugged. Everyone looked shocked, but Rogers struck faster. He knocked over the person in front of him with one punch, and kicked the dagger-wielding agent in front of him out of the elevator with another sweep. What Fury said is indeed correct. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been occupied by the enemy. Rogers showed no mercy, knocking everyone unconscious or throwing them out of the elevator. "Whether you die or not is none of my business." Rogers is not a murderous person, but in this situation, he has to kill all these people to satisfy his hatred. "The elevator will stop again, what is waiting for you?" Rogers sneered and jumped out of the elevator with the shield in hand. He didn't think that flowers and applause were waiting for him. The hail of bullets is real. Chapter 81. Boom. Holding the shield, Rogers fell heavily to the ground. A strong man fell from the sky, shocking the crowd around him. Rogers didn't care so much, he grabbed the shield and ran away. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., the Citwell agent in charge of monitoring immediately ordered the blockade of the bridge in front of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, and dispatched fighter planes to intercept Rogers. When the fighter jets roared towards Rogers, Rogers was even more furious. This fighter plane was once his comrade in arms, but now, his comrades in arms are coming to deal with him. He was furious and threw his shield out with hatred. After strengthening Rogers, his strength is 30% stronger than before. With his hateful blow, the shield directly hit the fighter plane in the sky. Only a roar was heard, and the fighter plane began to spin and fall. Withdrawing the shield, Rogers took a sharp look at the S.H.I.E.L.D. building and then disappeared. At the moment, within SHIELD, those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had not joined Hydra questioned the higher UPS as to why they were pursuing Rogers. The leader is Hill Agent. She is famous and has great achievements. Many agents have followed her. Phil Coulson was busy dealing with Fury's funeral at the moment, so only Hill could stand up and say a few words. She shouted, "Sir, Captain America is one of ours, how could you send fighter planes to hunt him down at all costs?" Others also shouted, "Yes, you have to give us a reason." In the lobby, there was a lot of noise. Some people asked for an explanation, some remained calm, and some shouted for revenge. While everyone was talking about it, 13 Pierce walked into the lobby. When he walked in, everyone's shouts became quieter. As the former S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Pierce is very powerful and has made many achievements during his tenure. Many agents are aware of him. Looking at the quiet crowd, Pierce said slowly, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Former Captain America, Steve Rogers, hid the true cause of death of director Nick Fury and is now a fugitive from our S.H.I.E.L.D. I order you to arrest him with all your strength immediately. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Start the Insight project immediately. I will eliminate all those who pose a threat to mankind. Hill agent looked shocked. Start the Insight plan now. That will piss off the Zerg. She was about to speak, but found that others had already agreed to start the plan. In desperation, the Hill agent could only think secretly about how to solve this problem. When Rogers arrived at the hospital in disguise, Phil Coulson, dressed as a nurse, suddenly approached. Captain, follow me. Rogers didn't pay attention to Phil Coulson's dress, and the two came to a secluded place. Hill agent informed me that you are now wanted by SHIELD, and I am also on the wanted list. The person who attacked the commander should be the Winter Soldier. There are previous records in the bureau. Phil Coulson showed a wry smile. He originally thought that he had done nothing and could sneak into the current S.H.I.E.L.D. to spread some news, but he did not expect that the enemy would be so ruthless and put himself on the blacklist. Rogers sighed. Did you find anything in that USB flash drive? Phil Coulson said to each other, one thing, there is something hidden in New Jersey, maybe we can get some clues by going there. Rogers nodded slightly. What's your plan? I'm considering asking for reinforcements. Phil Coulson pondered for a moment and said. Zerg. It's possible, but not now. Rogers frowned. At least we need to find out what's going on in the bureau. Phil Coulson agreed. Reinforcement is easy to say, but if a war breaks out between humans and Zerg, then the two of them will really become sinners of mankind. Before the matter is cleared up, the Zerg cannot invite the support troops. The two immediately found a car and headed to Zin's prefecture. At the moment, Kerrigan was greeting a guest. Tony's face still had some scars, but he was in good spirits. Thank you, Your Majesty. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have lost Potts. Oh. Kerrigan smiled and said, tell me, what's going on? Tony was a little embarrassed. Speaking of which, it was all my fault when I was young. He recounted what happened during this period of time. As he spoke, he took out a petri dish. This is the extremis sample I got. I thought it would be useful to His Majesty, so I sent it here myself. Kerrigan glanced at the sample and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. I'm very satisfied with your intention, but you'd better appease Miss Potts first. Well, that's definitely. Tony rubbed his waist. It seemed that it was a bit difficult to comfort him. You came to me not just to send samples, right? Kerrigan asked. Well, Your Majesty, didn't you say that psychic energy can strengthen the body? But I don't know how to do it. Tony's face turned slightly red. Something went wrong in practice. Kerrigan glanced at Tony's body. Psychic energy is functioning normally, is there no problem? Shit, I just want to, improve my physical fitness. Now that Potts has also practiced psychic powers, I have a little bit and I can't bear it. Tony was a little embarrassed. Kerrigan understood. After learning psychic powers for the first time, the psychic powers will strengthen the body once, but the extent of that strengthening is limited. Only by moving in the direction of body strengthening can we further strengthen our body. In the world of StarCraft, the $25 brothers are as strong as bulls, which is inseparable from the strengthening of psychic energy. Kerrigan called to Jane, bring me the L6 folder. Jane handed over the document. Here is how to use psychic energy to strengthen the body. Take it back and study it carefully. Kerrigan looked at the document and said, you are on the right track in your cultivation now, but you can't relax. Spirituality is the same as learning. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Thank you, Your Majesty. Tony was overjoyed holding the file. It's been hard on him these days. By the way, Tony, for the past 2 days, practice at home with peace of mind. If you want to study the Rubik's Cube, do it without showing your head. Kerrigan said suddenly. Tony was stunned. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Some people are restless, but it has nothing to do with you, and your current power will not play much role in this incident. Kerrigan said softly, at home, wait for the news, do you understand? Tony nodded hesitantly. Phil Coulson and Rogers drove together to an abandoned military base in New Jersey. Rogers looked at the layout in the base and felt a little nostalgic. Once upon a time, it was here that he enlisted in the army and became an American soldier. Looking at the somewhat decayed flagpole, Rogers seemed to see the emaciated version of himself. Phil Coulson walked out of a warehouse. Nothing was found here, it seems to have been completely abandoned. Rogers suddenly remembered something. Follow me. He took Phil Coulson around and came to a basement. Captain, how did you know there was a basement here? Phil Coulson was puzzled. Rogers smiled, this is where it all started. He took Phil Coulson into the basement, where several photos were posted. Dr. Howard Stark. Secretary Peggy Carter. Looking at these photos, Phil Coulson's eyes grew wider and wider. He saw the sign on the wall again. It turns out that this is where S.H.I.E.L.D. originated. Phil Coulson muttered. The two of them wandered around the place where S.H.I.E.L.D. originated. Suddenly, Phil Coulson found a darkroom. He called Rogers to explore together. In the darkroom, there are dozens of old computers. The power supply is still connected and there is a USB port. I really didn't expect that there is still electricity here after all these years. Rogers was a little curious. It's probably the work of the commander. Phil Coulson thought for a moment and inserted the USB flash drive he brought into the interface. Then, a figure appeared on the computer next to him. Rogers' pupil shrank. Dr. Zola. Captain, you know him? Dr. Zola is also one of the founders of our SHIELD. Phil Coulson spoke. Not only do I know him, I also know which organization he belongs to. Back then, King Yun Labo was the leader of scientists who assisted the leader of the Little Snake organization. Rogers clenched his fists tightly. Unexpectedly, one of the hydras he thought had been eliminated actually became the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. Phil Coulson's eyes widened. Shit. He, who was always gentle, couldn't help but cursed when he heard the news. The information on the computer continues to play. It turns out that when S.H.I.E.L.D. was first established, it recruited many talented people. Dr. Zola also infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. and secretly established a new hydra. At the same time, he was also the one who planned the assassinations of Howard Stark and director Nick Fury. Rogers was extremely angry that the enemy could be so cunning and cruel. Howard Stark, his best friend, also died in Hydra's hand. Phil Coulson was also extremely angry, and then he found his explorer barking. Damn it! We've been discovered and there's a missile flying towards us. Rogers was startled and immediately looked for safety. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the entire darkroom was instantly blown up. Fortunately, Rogers was not injured due to his strong physique, but Phil Coulson fainted due to concussion. Rogers gritted his teeth and pulled Phil Coulson out of the rubble, preparing to take a rest first. Alexander Pierce is in a good mood. The black braised eggs are down, but the plan is running normally. In 24 hours, the InSight project will be launched. 14 space carriers are enough to cover the entire world. By then, Hydra will be the ruler of this world. Even the Zerg will die in their hands. However, there are still a few bugs to deal with. He took out a can of drink from the refrigerator, looked at the man sitting on the sofa and said, "Within 10 hours, I want you to kill Steve Rogers and Phil Coulson, do you understand?" The man didn't reply, and his eyes didn't waver. Chapter 82. At the moment, Kerrigan had just finished training. Natasha Romanoff came over and said, "Your Majesty, it's time to take a shower." Kerrigan stood up, let Natasha Romanoff and Jane help her take off her clothes, and then walked to the hot springs prepared in advance. Kerrigan liked the feeling of soaking in hot springs since she last soaked in them. She also installed a hot spring in the building where she lived, and took a dip every day after practicing. Natasha Romanoff gently rubbed Kerrigan's shoulders to relieve her fatigue. Kerrigan slowly opened her eyes. "You idiot!" Natasha Romanoff was stunned, thinking she had done something wrong. She was about to ask when she saw Kerrigan wave her hand, "It's none of your business." Kerrigan secretly used the psychic network to communicate with the Zerg and ordered Osiris to lead the corruptor troops to set off from the no man's land and move towards the Hwazhong Shield. At the same time, the alien dragon troops are preparing to dispatch and cooperate with Wang Yu to rush to the discovered Hydra base. So brave! Actually targeting the Zerg? Kerrigan's eyes flashed. "Then I will twist off all 9 of your heads." Rogers and Phil Coulson recovered and figured out how to act. "Shall we call for reinforcements now?" "Not yet, we need to know what Hydra wants to do. If the Zerg doesn't move, it will be done. If it moves, it will shake the world. Rogers raised an eyebrow, speaking of which, I think there should be someone who can help us now. Who? I received news that Tony is coaxing his wife at home. He probably won't take action, and he probably doesn't want to get involved in this matter. Phil Coulson wondered. As for Natasha Romanoff and Jane, come on, is there any difference between asking them to take action and asking the Zerg? Tony is not suitable to get involved. Hydra is so powerful that if he gets involved, he might be gone. Well, a veteran. Rogers raised an eyebrow. I know, he should be able to help. Phil Coulson laughed. For Sam Wilson, Phil Coulson definitely looked him up. The two of them had no time to change their clothes, so they came to Washington Shield in disgrace and found Wilson. Whoa, man, you just came out of a fire. Wilson saw the dark-faced Phil Coulson and was a little confused. Hey, Sam, we need your help. Seeing that Phil Coulson's face was getting darker, Rogers quickly stepped in to smooth things over. After some conversation, Wilson finally knew the whole story. So you are going to investigate clearly what Hydra is going to do first, and then ask for help? Why not ask the military? Phil Coulson shook his head. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated by Hydra, and the military. Wilson immediately understood that if they went to the military for help, they might just fall into a trap themselves. Super-secret organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. have become the back garden of Hydra, so the military, nicknamed the Sieve. Wilson didn't dare to think about it anymore. Okay, what are we going to do? Phil Coulson pondered for a moment. I remember, among the people we rescued last time, there was Agent Sitwell. Yes, and the data in the USB flash drive was copied from the ship. Rogers stood up. Let's go and talk to him. Natasha Romanoff, how much do you know about the Winter Soldier? Natasha Romanoff, who was helping Kerrigan get dressed, trembled slightly when she heard this. She was silent for a moment. I was attacked by them, a long time ago. Kerrigan raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Are you interested in revenge? Natasha Romanoff was startled and then reacted. You mean, the headless snake appears again? They never disappeared. Kerrigan chuckled and said, now S.H.I.E.L.D. has become Serpentine and Shield. Natasha Romanoff's pupil shrank. How is this possible? Go and change your clothes. Jane will tell you the answer, just in time to get rid of this knot in your mind. Kerrigan spoke. Natasha Romanoff was stunned for a moment, then nodded silently and left. Looking at Natasha Romanoff's back, Kerrigan smiled slightly. I am really a kind king. Although Natasha Romanoff is loyal to Kerrigan, she has also said that she does not want revenge. But Kerrigan knew there was always a thorn in her side. The Winter Soldier attacked her and her teacher, a grudge that Natasha Romanoff has never forgotten. It just so happens that I take this opportunity to settle this matter completely. Kerrigan also wanted to know if Natasha Romanoff had ever been saved by that wolf cub. If there is, then you can be sure. Natasha Romanoff came to Jane. Jane had changed her clothes and was checking the equipment. Jane, what are you doing? The Queen said that I will be your assistant. Jane chuckled. Let's take a look at the information. She turned on the TV next to her, and it turned out to be the video material that Rogers and the two had just watched. The more Natasha Romanoff watched, the more horrified she became. S.H.I.E.L.D. had actually been devoured by the enemy. No wonder, His Majesty calls it Snake Shield Bureau. How many secret agents does Your Majesty have? Natasha Romanoff didn't know, but she knew what to do now. She quickly put on her combat uniform and put on her weapons and equipment. What do we do now? The Queen said that Snake and Shield will definitely attack those who play Shield. We have to find them and kill the Winter Soldier. Jane clenched her little fist. To be honest, I really don't know why he called him the Winter Soldier. You'll know if you knock him over. Natasha Romanoff chuckled and walked towards the door. Sitwell was unlucky. When he went out to buy a bottle of drink, Rogers caught him. On the rooftop, Rogers grabbed his collar and shouted angrily, "Tell me, what is your plan?" Sitwell took his time. Reinforcements would arrive soon. "Captain, I advise you to surrender immediately, otherwise you will die without a burial place as soon as my reinforcements arrive." Rogers and Phil Coulson looked at each other. Rogers let go of Sitwell. Sitwell thought Rogers was afraid, so he straightened his clothes confidently. Then Phil Coulson kicked him in the stomach. Under this huge force, Sitwell fell directly from the rooftop screaming. Ah! Rogers chatted with Phil Coulson. Captain, why don't I see you develop a new relationship? Many women in the bureau are very attracted to you. Rogers shrugged. No sleep. Oh, how about Laura from the accounting department? Lillian, is that the one with the lip piercing? Yes, she is very cute. Rogers sighed. I'm not ready yet. He. The screams came from the ground to the top again. Agent Sitwell was taken up by a figure by the collar. Behind that man, there were actually a bunch of steel wings. The man dropped Sitwell on the ground and slowly turned around and landed in the air. The steel wings slowly retracted and were hidden in the metal backpack behind him. The man was wearing goggles and looked majestic. Well done, Sam. Rogers complimented casually. You are welcome. Wilson chuckled. I'm entertaining, I'm telling you, don't kill me. The frightened Sitwell gave up without saying a word. He was really frightened just now. His crotch was a little wet. The peculiar smell drifted into the noses of the other three people. Rogers used his fingers to stop the smell. Say it. Pierce, Minister Pierce is going to use the Insight Project to predict those who threaten Hydra, and then rely on the space carrier to eliminate them all. The Insight Project will be launched in 16 hours. Sitwell said clearly. His bald head was covered in sweat. What about the Zerg? Rogers asked confused. Can 4 space carriers defeat the Zerg? Are you dreaming? Sitwell said hesitantly, actually, we have built 10 additional motherships outside of the plan. A total of 14 motherships will act together. The primary target is the Zerg. The 3 of them frowned. 14 motherships. That's really 2 things to say. Although the Zerg are indeed powerful, 14 motherships will definitely pose huge amounts of threat to them. At that time, the entire Earth will be destroyed by war. The Zerg are not the type to sit still and wait for death. We must rush to headquarters immediately. Phil Coulson said immediately. Well, take this guy with you. Everyone got a car, put Sitwell in the car, and drove towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Washington. As soon as the car entered the overpass and everyone was discussing countermeasures, Sitwell, who was sitting at the car window, suddenly screamed and was grabbed out of the window by a hand. Damn it! Rogers immediately recognized who the man who had just shot was. It was the guy who attacked Fury that day. It's the Winter Soldier. Just at this moment, the car from behind suddenly rushed over. Boom! Their car was pushed forward by the car behind them. Quick, we must escape. Rogers punched the car door open, protected Phil Coulson and jumped out. Wilson also grabbed the car door and jumped out. As soon as the 3 of them stood up, they saw the man opposite the door raising the weapon in his hand. Rogers immediately blocked the howitzer with his shield and took advantage of the chaos to jump off the overpass. Wilson and Phil Coulson took the opportunity to hide. The powerful firepower used by everyone in Hydra made it difficult for Rogers to resist, especially the BD holding the minigun, which made him unable to breathe. Steve, push forward! Wilson shouted 7. Rogers immediately understood and used the shield to block the bullets and push forward. The enemy fired wildly at the shield, but there was nothing he could do with the vibranium shield. Wilson took the opportunity to jump up and knock the man to the ground. Rogers and Wilson worked together to hit all the enemies with guns. On the other side, Phil Coulson fought against the Winter Soldier. Phil Coulson is an old agent. He received the Super Soldier Serum not long ago, and his strength is comparable to that of the Winter Soldier. But he is an agent after all, not a soldier. The Winter Soldier quickly seized the opportunity and gave him a hard blow. Phil Coulson was knocked to the ground, and the Winter Soldier was about to shoot him with a gun when he was hit in the face with a shield. Chapter 83. The shield was thrown back by the Winter Soldier again. Then, he jumped up and punched Rogers with his robotic left arm. Rogers didn't panic at all, using his shield to block the punch, and took advantage of the situation to hit the Winter Soldier's waist with a right hook. The two go back and forth, but Rogers is now more powerful than the Winter Soldier. But we can only say suppression, not defeat. Dang dang dang! The sounds of the mechanical arm and shield clashing continued. Rogers saw the opportunity and took off the Winter Soldier's mask. Then, he froze. The face under the mask was extremely familiar to him. B. Put your hands up. Suddenly, a loud shout woke Rogers up. Looking around, a group of soldiers with live ammunition had already surrounded everyone. Wilson was held up by dozens of guns and looked helpless. Phil Coulson is a bit depressed. Seeing this, Rogers had no choice but to surrender first. There are too many guns. Although my physique is strong, my body is still mortal. With so many weapons, I will directly turn into a sieve. On the car ride back, Rogers lowered his head and thought. Bucky's reappearance surprised him beyond measure. Because Bucky fell into an abyss from a train before and was basically dead. But now, not only is he alive, he's become the Winter Soldier. I guess it was Dr. Zola again who injected drugs to control Bucky. Rogers felt secretly resentful. He murmured to himself that he wanted Hydra to look good, but suddenly he heard a soft sound. One of the soldiers who was watching over everyone in the car punched the other soldier unconscious. He took off his helmet. Director Nick Fury will be very disappointed to see you like this. Phil Coulson's eyes widened. Hill Agent. Hill Agent smiled slightly. Nice to see me. Rogers also smiled. I'm happy, because I'm happy to be 41. Everyone was taken to a remote area by Hill Agent. Come on, this is one of our safe houses. Agent Hill opened the door and motioned for everyone to enter. As soon as everyone entered the base, they were slightly stunned. There was a hospital bed in the center of the base, and Fury was lying on it. He is in pretty good condition and can still smile. Haven't seen you for a long time. Sir, you are not. Phil Coulson said in surprise. My heart stopped. Rogers frowned. For a professional agent, controlling the heartbeat to zero is a small problem. Fury smiled and said, in order to investigate all the Hydra members, I chose to fake my death. You see, they all showed their snake tails. Suddenly, a red light rang out in the base. Everyone was stunned. Is it an enemy? They were about to move when they saw the alloy door being punched open. Why are you closed in broad daylight? Jane walked in with a smile, and Natasha Romanoff glanced at Fury. I knew you wouldn't die, Director Nick Fury. I didn't expect you to find this place. Fury was slightly startled. The tracking ability of the Zerg is much better than that of humans. Natasha Romanoff shrugged. Director Nick Fury, His Majesty said that she is very dissatisfied with S.H.I.E.L.'s mess this time, so you should prepare to pay a huge bill. Fury showed a wry smile. It's easy to talk about, can you give me a discount? Then you have to tell His Majesty. Natasha Romanoff took a chair and said, now, the two of us are under your command. Rogers was a little anxious. Hydra is going to use 14 space carriers to attack the Zerg. Jane said with a smile, don't worry about playing shield, the Queen is ready. Everyone understands. At the same time, they are also a little afraid of Kerrigan's control. Fury sighed and asked Hill Agent to bring the computer. He reluctantly sat up and began to discuss with everyone how to deal with this crisis. Jane and Natasha Romanoff are here. There must be Zerg around here, so there is no need to worry about safety. Once the space carrier rises to 3,000 feet, it will form a weapon with the InSight satellite, which will destroy all enemies of Hydra in an instant. I want you to go to the aircraft carriers, replace their control chips, protect S.H.I.E.L.'s property, and protect everyone. Rogers shook his head, stood up and shouted angrily, Fury, don't you understand yet? As long as S.H.I.E.L.D is around, the snakes will never disappear. Fury opened his mouth to speak, and glanced at Jane and Natasha Romanoff. The two of them didn't care about the content of the meeting, they were both busy trimming their nails. He realized, okay, Captain, now it's your turn to give the order. After the meeting, Rogers walked alone to the overpass outside the base. He looked at the scenery, but his mind was full of thoughts. Once upon a time, before he joined the army. His parents died young and the family was devastated. It was his good friend Bucky who helped him and encouraged him to get out of the predicament. Wilson came slowly. Steve, are you worried? Rogers was silent for a moment. That Winter Soldier was my former friend. Really? I used to be a good friend, but now we meet each other at war, and I don't seem to recognize you anymore. Wilson sighed slightly. No matter what he was like in the past, he can't remember you now. You have to stop him. Rogers said calmly, no, he will remember me. That's right. Natasha Romanoff also came over. The Zerg has a way to restore his memory. This is not what Natasha Romanoff is saying. Kerrigan really has a way. This is also a goal of Natasha Romanoff's operation. Kerrigan is really interested in the Winter Soldier's genes. Rogers was overjoyed. That's good. As he said that, he suddenly turned around and ran away. Wilson shouted in confusion, "Captain, what are you doing? Get a uniform." Rogers ran away quickly. "What's the situation?" Wilson looked confused. "Who knows?" Natasha Romanoff shrugs, "Men's friendship." Smithsonian Museum of America. The decrepit old security guard was wandering around checking whether the exhibits in the exhibition hall were safe. Although they were all old objects, it was inevitable that someone would want to steal them back. Although some things are not valuable, they are of great collection value. He just raised the flashlight and then stammered, "God, I'm going to get fired." Not far away, at the exhibition hall where the clothing of the Howling Commandos were displayed, Captain America's uniform was missing. On the other side, in a secret laboratory, Winter Soldier is sitting on the experimental table, and various instruments are monitoring him. There is also a soldier holding a gun, ready to kill him at any time. Ever since Rogers met the Winter Soldier, his consciousness has become extremely unstable. Pierce looked at Bucky, who was sitting on the experimental table blankly, and whispered, "Brainwash again." The scientists on standby immediately followed suit. Bucky kept screaming, but his whole body was tightly controlled. Gradually, the clarity in his eyes disappeared, and he returned to the original emotionless look. "The Winter Soldier is at your command." The Winter Soldier knelt before Pierce, waiting for his orders. Pierce smiled with satisfaction. He turned and left the laboratory. The Insight plan was about to start, and he had to devote himself wholeheartedly to the plan. However, how could this grand ceremony be without an audience? Pierce thought for a while and ordered his subordinates to invite several important senators to SHIELD so that they could witness the beginning of the Insight project in person. "Queen, our troops are already in position, just waiting for your orders." Gulakron sent word that preparations were complete. The Zerg have discovered the locations of Hydra's other 10 space carriers and have deployed their forces. They will completely destroy them as long as Kerrigan gives the order. Kerrigan stood up and said, "Foster, bring me the dress I prepared and put it on for me to watch such a grand firework performance. I must wear something grand." After Natasha Romanoff and Jane contacted Fury, Kerrigan also communicated with Fury. Fury is going to disband SHIELD. He will simply let the Avengers take care of any special matters in the future. He hopes that the Zerg will allow Rogers to destroy the 4 space carriers of S.H.I.E.L.D. himself, while the 10 Hydra ships will be destroyed by the Zerg themselves. As for the reward, Fury said bluntly, "I'm going to run out of money, you can do whatever you want, Hydra's ships can be used as payment." Kerrigan didn't care either. Money was a trivial matter. What Fury meant was that Hydra let her handle it and all the loot had nothing to do with America. This is what Kerrigan is most satisfied with. Although the Zerg are powerful, Kerrigan does not want to push America into a hurry, otherwise it will be detrimental to both parties. And now that the Ancient One and Odin are still there, they will not allow Kerrigan to engage in a full-scale war with humans. Just maintain a balance. Kerrigan changed into costume and came to S.H.I.E.L.D. with Foster. To see firework, you definitely have to see it with your own eyes. There were many people walking around in front of SHIELD. There were passers-by and reporters. Today is the start of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Insight project, and many media have received the news. Suddenly, thousands of luxury cars slowly stopped at the entrance of SHIELD. Dozens of burly men rolled out a red carpet, extending from the car door to the S.H.I.E.L.D. gate. Then, Foster got out of the car respectfully and opened the door for Kerrigan. When Kerrigan appeared, the reporters and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents present screamed. The insiders of S.H.I.E.L.D. knew that they were about to attack the Zerg, but it was incredible that the Queen of the Zerg dared to come to S.H.I.E.L.D. in person. Passers-by sighed, deeply impressed by Kerrigan's power and beauty. Pierce was surprised to receive the news of Kerrigan's arrival. "What is she here for?" "I don't know, but Director, we must at least stabilize her," the deputy whispered. Pierce nodded. Although Kerrigan came uninvited, he couldn't let the Zerg Queen lose face. Even if he wanted to take action, he had to show off his skills first. He put on a happy face and came to Kerrigan. "We are really honored to have His Majesty come here. I wonder what the purpose of your Majesty's visit is. I heard that S.H.I.E.L.D is about to launch the Insight project. Although I don't know the content of the plan, as an ally of mankind, the Zerg must come and find out about it. Director Pierce, you won't blame me for coming uninvited, right? Chapter 84. Wherever, I'm not happy that Her Majesty the Queen can come. It's not too late. With a smile on his face, Pierce didn't even bother to entertain the senators who had just arrived, and rode around Kerrigan to keep him company. The female senator who was left alone by him was not angry either. Kerrigan glanced at the female senator and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. The female senator saluted Kerrigan respectfully. Nice to meet you, Her Majesty the Queen. Kerrigan didn't talk to the senator much either. Just a word popped into the senator's mind. I can wear this next time I go to bed. I like it very much. The female senator's face turned slightly red, and His Majesty was teasing me again. Kerrigan, led by Pierce, went all the way to the roof of SHIELD. Here, you can witness the departure of 4 space carriers. Director Pierce, can you explain to me the contents of the Insight project? Kerrigan took the red wine from Foster and asked with a smile. Now she is a real boss. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D has become snake and shield, they don't dare to fall out with her now. If they want to take action, they will only take action after the Insight plan is completed. So Pierce enthusiastically prepared red wine and delicious food for Kerrigan. Pierce smiled and said to Kerrigan, Your Majesty, in fact, the Insight project is a special plan set by us humans to protect ourselves. We will launch 4 space carriers to eliminate threats to humans in a targeted manner. Oh? So, are the Zergs a threat? The corners of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly. She had noticed the movement in the broadcast room. Pierce's mouth twitched. I say no, do you believe it? He forced a smile and said, Your Majesty is joking. Humans and Zerg are allies. Humans and Zerg are friendly. How can we attack our allies? That's very nice. You can say a few more words. I like to hear it. Kerrigan chuckled. Pierce was stunned. What does this Zerg Queen mean? Your Majesty, what you said is. Your Majesty is saying that what you say sounds nice, but what you do is ugly. Foster sneered. Pierce was furious, but now was not the time to get angry. He had seen Kerrigan's strength, and he would definitely be the one who got into trouble if he got angry. He forced a smile. The maid was joking, but what I said was true. The female senator on the side looked on coldly and saw nothing. She seemed to be very curious about the scenery on the rooftop of SHIELD. She strolled around casually. Vaguely, she and Foster formed a line, surrounding Pierce. Pierce didn't realize it, but he was still drinking with Kerrigan and Xiao Xiao. I have to say that Pierce's ability to flatter is much better than Jerry's, and Kerrigan feels quite comfortable listening to it. Suddenly, the radio rang. The voice coming from inside was none other than Steve Rogers. Alexander Pierce, you want to launch the Insight project to kill all enemies who threaten Hydra, but I tell you, don't even think about it. Pierce's expression changed drastically, and he immediately looked at Kerrigan. Kerrigan seemed to have not heard the broadcast and was still quietly enjoying the scenery. Director Pierce, it seems you are a little restless in SHIELD, and the corners of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly. Your Majesty, this is just a small incident. Pierce was still thinking about covering up, but when he heard the news on the radio that he was going to attack the Zerg first, his face became a little gloomy. Kerrigan didn't even frown. Oh? Director Pierce wants to attack us Zerg? I always thought we were good friends. Pierce's eyes became dangerous. Humph, so what if you know, now, both you and the Zerg will become our first target for Hydra. Hey, someone actually dares to threaten me. Kerrigan couldn't help but laugh. Pierce, didn't anyone tell you what happened to the person who threatened me? That's them, not Hydra. Pierce sneered. Activate the space carrier in advance. I want this Zerg Queen to watch her army be wiped out with her own eyes. Yes, your unexpected success made me laugh. Kerrigan smiled slightly. I would like to see if your so-called plan can destroy my Zerg. Snort. To be so arrogant makes you feel like your entire race is being exterminated. Pierce was secretly resentful, and his men quickly started to start the operating procedures of the space carrier. In the river of Hwazhong Shield, there are 4 space carriers of S.H.I.E.L.D hidden, while other motherships are hidden not far away from the river of Shenmei. Wipe out your tribe and see if you are still arrogant. As the operator's command was given, a rumble echoed throughout the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Not far away, on the Hwazheng Shield Ring River, 4 pieces of alloy ground slowly grew out. The ground opened, and 4 majestic giant space carriers appeared in front of everyone. The aerospace carriers were all unmanned, and they immediately fired up and flew into the sky. At the same time, 10 aerospace aircraft carriers also appeared in the sky on the other side. They were extremely huge, covering the entire sky. They are boundless, as if they want to cover the entire Earth. Sir, all our motherships have successfully taken off and are about to reach the predetermined altitude and complete the link with the positioning satellites. The deputy's words made Pierce's smile even bigger. This is our confidence, the new world of Hydra is coming. Pierce opened his arms excitedly and looked back at Kerrigan. Your Majesty, it's a pity that if it were the 4 motherships of S.H.I.E.L.D, we might not be able to do anything to the Zerg. However, what we have now is 14. He was extremely proud, 14 space carriers. No matter how powerful the Zerg are, under the threat of 14 space carriers, they will have to lose their skin even if they don't die. Kerrigan didn't say anything after hearing this, but just pointed her finger. A curtain of light appeared in front of everyone. Pierce was stunned. What was shown above was Hydra's 10 space carriers. Are you talking about these things again? Kerrigan chuckled, it's very beautiful. Thank you Hydra for the gift. These things belong to the Zerg. As he spoke, the scene in the light curtain changed. At some point, the sky near the 10 aerospace aircraft carriers became a little gloomy. Then, they saw hundreds of extremely large fish-like creatures emerging from the clouds. What the hell is that? Why is it so big? Why don't our satellites detect these things? Everyone who saw the scene in the light curtain felt their scalps numb. How could there be such a big flying creature? Although the Zerg had previously exposed a giant heavy armored unit that was 30 or 40 meters high, it was still a terrestrial creature and was still within everyone's acceptance range. But why have you Zerg created a new unit? Can it still fly? Pierce's eyes widened, secretly panicking. On the other side, Rogers, led by Wilson, flew to the mothership. 4 carriers, 2 people are ready to take 2 of them, quickly replace the chips and destroy the carriers. Wilson could fly. He quickly replaced the chip on one of the aircraft carriers and was preparing to head to the other aircraft carrier. Suddenly, a sharp blade came out of nowhere and almost hit Wilson. He looked back and saw Winter Soldier appearing behind him. What bad luck! Wilson muttered, then spread his wings and prepared to escape. However, as soon as he took off, a jet rope pulled him back. At the moment, Winter Soldier completely became a killing machine. He ruthlessly tore off one of Wilson's wings, and then kicked Wilson off the aircraft carrier. Wilson fell from a high altitude and was so anxious that he immediately wanted to open his parachute, but his body was slightly light. Dozens of spider webs slowed his descent and protected him to the ground. Jane came over with snacks and said while eating, "Iron Wings, your wings are so crispy. Do you want to ask the Tin Man to help you upgrade?" Wilson couldn't laugh or cry, "Thank you, Miss Jane, but Mr. Stark is afraid that he is not willing to upgrade for me. He is very expensive. You can ask the Queen, and the Tin Woodman will definitely agree if she comes forward." Wilson's face froze. It was much more difficult to woo the Queen of the Zerg than to woo a rich man like Tony Stark. On the other side, Pierce's eyes widened as he looked at the scene in the light curtain. Because he clearly saw the strange creatures approaching the mothership, as if they were predators, surrounded by the mothership. "Quick, fire immediately," he shouted in horror. In fact, he didn't need to say anything, the mothership had already opened fire. Hydra's motherships are not like SHIELD. They are loaded with combatants, while S.H.I.E.L.D is completely a drone. Fighter planes immediately took off from the deck, forming a formation and flying towards the monsters in the air. However, when the attacks of these fighter planes were about to reach the monsters' front line, they exploded out of control. The Hydra flight crew members were confused and had no idea what was happening. What a pity! If this is what you rely on, you are looking down on us. Kerrigan raised her head and glanced at the 4 motherships not far away. Bucky and Rogers were having a good time going back and forth. However, Rogers obviously held back, and now he should have no problem suppressing Winter Soldier with his strength. Kerrigan didn't pay much attention to the bromance between 2 good friends, she was too lazy to watch. But according to Rogers' temperament, this guy is probably going to overturn. Arrangements are made for Jane to arrest people. At this time, the scene of the divination changed again. The fighter planes formed various formations, hoping to engage in close combat with the monsters. I have to say that the military quality of these people in Hydra is quite good. Fighter planes fly up and down, trying to find gaps in the monsters and hunt them. However, as soon as their fighter plane approached the monsters' line, it exploded in the air. Each fighter plane turned into a firework in the sky before firing a single shot. No, this is impossible. Pierce looked horrified. What kind of monster is this? It's like there is an invisible wall beside those monsters, and all the fighter planes and missiles hit the wall and broke their heads. Just then, one of Pierce's men shouted, "The mothership has reached the predetermined altitude." Pierce was overjoyed. "Quick, activate the positioning weapon." As long as the positioning weapons are activated, they can still make a comeback, and the Zerg will die without a place to die. Chapter 85. On the 4 space carriers above S.H.I.E.L.D, Rogers suddenly realized that there were still a few chips that had not been replaced. He could only grit his teeth and kick Winter Soldier away, and then tried his best to completely replace several chips. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D, the Hill agent, who had already taken control of the control center, ordered the mothership's self-destruction program without hesitation. The self-destruct program has been started, 10.9.8. Hearing the countdown on the mothership, Rogers breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his head and saw the extremely angry Zhong Bing. Rogers took a deep breath and threw his shield off the aircraft carrier. He said solemnly, "Bucky, I won't lose you again." As he spoke, he raised his fist and attacked Winter Soldier. He wants to wake up Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier is not to be outdone. Although he is slightly outmatched, as a killing machine, he will never admit defeat. Boom! The two fists collided and separated instantly. Winter Soldier retreated several steps in a row, but Rogers became more courageous as he fought. "Bucky, wake up!" Another punch came, and Tu Bing immediately retaliated. Boom! The moment the fists of the two people came into contact again, it was like two huge boulders colliding, and there was a sound of gold and stone clashing. Rogers seized the momentum and was unyielding, punching 1, 2, and 4, 7 3 times. Each of his punches brought up a powerful whirlwind, and the scary thing was that the first whirlwind had not completely dissipated, and the second whirlwind had already followed. Rogers' eyes were red, and heat flowed from his punches. His punches were faster than the others, and each punch was stronger than the other. Winter Soldier could not even breathe. Winter Soldier's expression suddenly changed. Facing this powerful momentum, he suddenly felt that there was no way to avoid it. A sense of exertion gradually appeared on Gujing Muobo's face. Winter Soldier raised his palms high again, shouted loudly, and his left robotic arm collided with Rogers again. Boom! 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 The fists of both sides collided fiercely in an instant, making a series of sounds of metal and stone clashing. When the wind of the fist hit, the surrounding metal brackets were broken into several pieces. Boom! At this moment, the mothership's self-destruction system was activated. A deck directly buried Winter Soldier. Rogers' heart tightened and he immediately reached out to save him. "Bucky! Give me your hand, Bucky!" He extended his right hand as always, just like he extended his right hand to Bucky on that train 70 years ago. Winter Soldier's expression fluctuated slightly. But he still grabbed Rogers' hand. Rogers was overjoyed, roared with all his might, and pulled the Winter Soldier out of the huge amounts of ruins. "Bucky!" Rogers excitedly wanted to see Winter Soldier's condition, but he never thought that Winter Soldier would react very quickly and strangle him by the neck. Winter Soldier strangled Rogers' neck tightly, making his vision get darker and darker. Before Rogers finished speaking, he lost consciousness. Seeing that Rogers had lost consciousness, Winter Soldier suddenly let go of his hand. He was silent for a moment, then grabbed Rogers and jumped off the crashing mothership. All 4 motherships above S.H.I.E.L.D self-destructed. Huge amounts of debris were flying everywhere, and there were screams. Pierce gritted his teeth and watched this scene. But he felt he could still make a comeback. Another 10 space carriers have already linked to the satellite. As long as those monsters are eliminated, the Zerg will be unable to resist. "Foster, does firework look good?" Kerrigan glanced at Foster. "It's indeed beautiful. Thank you, Director Pierce, for giving us such a wonderful scene." Foster said with a smile. Pierce sneered, Kerrigan, do you think you've got me? Kerrigan smiled and gently stroked her smooth face. She gently bit her red lips with her white teeth, looking indescribably charming. After a while, she slowly said, Are you trying to say that those positioning weapons can do nothing to my troops? She covered her lips and yawned. Whether it was drunkenness or tiredness, her bright eyes became hazy, and she rubbed her brows like a lazy elf. Kerrigan muttered in a dream, Sure enough, Hydra are all ignorant guys, it's a shame that I thought so much and sent so many troops to encircle your snake nest. Pierce was startled, then sneered, Humph, are you planning to uproot us? Otherwise, even though you are weak, you keep annoying me, and I don't have the patience to play with you. Kerrigan stood up slowly, Do you want to see the destruction of Hydra with your own eyes? Pierce crossed his arms, Kerrigan, your biggest problem is that you are too arrogant. Hydra is not something you can resist. Ha 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 ha. Kerrigan laughed loudly. Pierce, you really made me laugh. She slowly put away her smile, and her eyes became cold and solemn. My arrogance is because you are too weak. After saying that, Kerrigan waved. Dozens of rays of light appeared in front of Pierce. Witness with your own eyes how I unscrewed all 9 of your heads. Pierce was about to say something when Foster touched his back and shook his right hand, and he immediately screamed. A huge force from nowhere lifted Pierce up from the air, and then slammed him to the ground. The boys around Pierce were startled and immediately wanted to shoot, but they found that the female senator just pulled her face suddenly, showing a bright smile. They were horrified to find that they could not make any movement at all. Do not move. Natasha Romanoff took out the weapon from her handbag. When you are an audience, you have to have the attitude of being an audience. Hill Agent and others quickly kicked open the rooftop door. Kerrigan was not surprised by their arrival. When she saw Agent Hill, she smiled slightly, Agent Hill, don't rush to suppress Director Pierce. He is my audience now. Agent Hill was startled and immediately saw the contents of dozens of light screens in front of him. These are. Isn't Hydra's slogan to take off a head and grow it back again? Kerrigan glanced at Pierce. This look was cold, ruthless, and murderous. Then I will twist off all their heads. Panting, Winter Soldier grabbed Roger's collar and walked towards the shore. As soon as he landed, he couldn't hold on and fell down. 2 men in different uniforms lay together again. Now Winter Soldier has endless questions in his heart. He reluctantly got up and looked deeply at Rogers. Then, Winter Soldier prepared to leave here. Just after taking a few steps, he saw 2 people in front of him, with their backs to him, watching the explosion in the sky. Among them was a girl with long hair and a slim figure. She looked like she was in her youth. Winter Soldier was slightly dazed. He seemed to have seen such a girl before. The other person looked familiar. He was a black man carrying a metal backpack. The 2 of them shared snacks while watching the explosion in the sky. Winter Soldier didn't think much and was ready to leave. At this time, the girl slowly turned around, with a strange light flashing in her big bright eyes. Winter Soldier made contact with that gaze, and suddenly there was a strong fluctuation in his heart, as if he suddenly touched an electric current. His mind was trembling, and he couldn't control himself. The girl opened her lips slightly and spoke with a clear voice from the bottom of her tongue, You have a mechanical arm? How about I call you Iron Hand Man? Her mouth was filled with laughter, but the man came over gracefully. Winter Soldier felt like he had a splitting headache under the girl's gaze. He couldn't help but cover his forehead and scream. The other person also turned his head, looking at the screaming Winter Soldier with some fear. What did this maid of the Zerg Queen do? She just looked at this guy, and he seemed to be on the verge of death. Jane stretched out her snow-white hahang. She chuckled and said, It's okay. It'll just hurt for a while. You won't be in pain soon. Winter Soldier felt that all his strength disappeared in the girl's gaze, and his eyelids became heavier and heavier. The girl's right hand touched the electric current, and a soft and boneless palm gently clasped on the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm. Winter Soldier, the always fierce and fierce-killing machine, is now helpless and at the mercy of others. The light in the girl's eyes suddenly brightened. Winter Soldier felt a loud bang in his head, his whole body trembled, and he immediately fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Miss Jiang, have you subdued him? Wilson asked, stammering. Well, he won't wake up for the time being. Iron Wings, please carry the shield player over there to the hospital. I'm young and weak, so I can't carry these 2 strong men. Jane's big eyes flashed. Wilson's mouth twitched. Are you still young and weak? Then I am a newly swaddled baby. However, he still yelled and started working, carried Rogers and Winter Soldier into a car, and ran towards the hospital. 5.8 Jane took out a piece of chewing gum and put it in her mouth. The Queen's show is about to start. I have to go there quickly. With that said, Jane waved her arms, and 2 spider webs shot out instantly, taking her flying towards Gao Chen. At the moment, in the sky not far from the Huashandun River, the battle has begun. The positioning weapon immediately regarded the corruptors as enemies, and they began to fire wildly. However, neither missiles nor guns have any effect in front of the corruptor. The corruptor is a rare high-level Chinook unit among the Zerg. When they gather together, they are a nightmare for swarming artillery fire. These natural air combat fortresses can use psychic energy to construct invisible psychic magnetic fields to intercept any incoming long-range attacks. Especially valuable items like fighter jets, which are all electronic components, will die if they enter the magnetic field. Unless the psychic magnetic field of the corruptors is destroyed, there is no ability to confront them head-on. But with these positioning weapons, it's simply not possible. Osiris roared. The corruptors spit out a ball of pus one after another, covering the Hydra fighter planes that continued to rush towards the Zerg front line desperately. Then, a horrifying scene appeared. Those Hydra fighters that were covered in pus suddenly spun around and launched an attack on the space carrier and their team members. Chapter 86. The Corruptor is a rare mind control unit among the Zerg. They do not directly destroy the target, but make the target unit lose its mind and turn against its surrounding companions. This is why the Corruptor is considered the best unit to deal with large-scale enemies in the StarCraft world. You were a teammate 1 second, and your teammates opened fire on you the next. Who can I talk to explain this horrible ability? The space carriers are indeed very powerful. The positioning weapons they launch cover the sky and block the path of the corruptors. Although it can't hurt the corruptor, it is very annoying. It's like a swarm of ants chasing each other for bites. But the space carrier cannot withstand friendly fire. One after another, Hydra fighter planes turned against each other and bombed the space carrier indiscriminately. On the rooftop of S.H.I.E.L.D, you looked at Ely and couldn't believe your eyes. How is this going? How so? He roared like crazy. Hill Agent looked at the defecting Hydra fighters and was slightly frightened. What kind of strange ability is this? Can you actually make enemies kill each other? She looked at the scenes in other light curtains. On the light screen, a hidden military base is being attacked from underground. In order to hide from others, Hydra has many bases underground. But for the Zerg, there is no difference between the underground and home. The tunnel worms opened their way and broke through the well-defended Hydra bases one after another, while the Zerg army followed closely behind, killing all living creatures. Looking at the tragedy in the light curtain, Pierce's eyes widened. How so? He didn't know how the Zerg found those Hydra bases. They obviously hide it very well. Suddenly, in a light curtain, before the Zerg troops arrived at Hydra's base, the base suddenly rose from the ground. Kerrigan frowned and glanced at the location of the base. Dong Zhong. It seems that the snake nests of Hydra snakeheads have some unique skills. Dong Zhong Hydra base rises from the ground. Along with the rumbling sound, the base rose higher and higher. When the base rose to the ground, large numbers of soldiers carried firearms and escorted several people out of the base. A gentle and elegant man wearing half-glasses frowned. Just now, Snake Nest found signals of a large number of creatures moving underground. He quickly ordered all the soldiers to come out and prepare to meet the enemy. Kerrigan saw the man's figure and her head jumped. Oh! Baron struck her. Pierce, who was pinned to the ground, was stunned. How could Kerrigan know the identity of the Baron? How much do the Zerg know about Hydra? Baron Strucker said to Kendon Me beside him, Commander Kendon Me, the Zerg must have attacked us. You immediately lead the troops to fight back. I want to take the experimental subjects away. Kendon Me nodded and immediately ordered his troops to prepare to meet the enemy. Baron Strucker grabbed a scepter and hurried toward the helicopter with some researchers, preparing to run away. Several soldiers followed him, pushing a man and a woman. The man and the woman both wore a kind of collar around their necks. They lowered their heads and followed Baron Strucker step by step. Kerrigan's expression changed slightly, and she immediately used the psychic network to communicate with the Zerg lurking underground preparing to attack, asking them not to let anyone go. Especially the man and the woman, you can't kill them. Rumble. The ground near the snake nest shook violently. Don't panic, prepare to meet the enemy. Kendon shouted, and the Hydra soldiers raised their weapons and stood ready. The armored vehicles and tanks hidden in the snake nest also came out. Day! Everyone heard a low roar. Then, the ground beneath their feet suddenly cracked. Kendon reacted very quickly and jumped out quickly to avoid the broken earth. But others are not so lucky. 2 pairs of giant sickle blades rise from the ground. Next, there is the extremely huge amounts of the head of the thunder beast. Fire! The soldiers screamed and began to attack, but these bullets were not even a tickle for the ultralisk. The thunder beasts finally showed up. The moment it appeared, it instantly dispersed the waiting line. Ah! Help! It's that giant monster! Many Hydra soldiers screamed and were carried to a height of 40 meters by the thunder beast, and then fell heavily and turned into a puddle of flesh. With the appearance of the thunder beast, a group of Hydra's defense ministers rushed into Hydra's defense line from the big hole opened by it. Several tanks tried to block the ultralisk and buy Baron Strucker time to escape, but the ultralisk shook their heads, and the tanks flew backwards like building blocks. Quick, keep attacking! Kendon, who ran extremely fast, organized the remaining soldiers and prepared to continue fighting. They used various weapons and equipment to bloom flowers one after another on the huge amounts of the Thunder Beast's body. The Thunder Beast was unmoved, but these little bugs annoyed it. The dark eyes of the Thunder Beast burst out with extremely ferocious and bloodthirsty light, and its protruding mouth suddenly opened, and directed at the remaining soldiers in front, it let out a roar like rolling thunder. In an instant, it seemed as if the earth was shaking. Such power makes people change their color. Kill! Kendon was unmoved and shouted loudly. He raised the howitzer in his hand and fired desperately at the Chinese army. As long as we can delay it for a while. Over at the airport, Baron Strucker's face became increasingly gloomy. When he and the researchers got on the helicopter, the flight crew took off immediately. Looking at the insect nest under his feet that was defeated by the Zerg attack, Struck's face became tense. Humph, one day I will take revenge. He glanced at the man and woman sitting quietly opposite, and felt reassured. Excuse me, you may not have this chance. A voice suddenly sounded in Straker's heart. Who? Baron Strucker turned his head suddenly, only to find that at some point, several flapping monsters appeared on both sides of the helicopter. Let me introduce myself. I am Galakrond, Lord of the Alien Dragon. I am here to grant you destruction by order of Blade Queen Kerrigan. The voice was very calm, as if he was saying, have you eaten today? Straker's expression changed drastically. He immediately grabbed the weapon from the other person's hand and wanted to attack Galakrond. Boom! The helicopter tilted sharply. How could Galakrond give this guy a chance to fight back? An alien dragon directly hit the helicopter, and then another alien dragon hit the helicopter hard. The alien dragons used their bodies to clamp the helicopter tightly. The Queen's order was to ensure that the man and woman on the plane would not die, so Galakrond simply used this simple and crude method. There was chaos in the cabin. Take them for a spin. Galakrond ordered calmly. The 2 alien dragons were scurrying around in the air with the helicopter between them, climbing at high speed for a while, and then falling rapidly again. After going back and forth several times, everyone on the helicopter fainted due to the extremely high G-force. Take them back, the Queen will live. Galakrond glanced at the ground. The Zerg army had basically annihilated Hydra's resistance forces and was attacking the resistors who had just entered the snake's nest and wanted to put up a stubborn resistance. The alien dragons flew away directly with the helicopter between them. Galakrond stayed behind, and he also wanted to ensure that the snake nest was completely destroyed and the loot was disposed of. Kerrigan, who was far away in Washington Shield, was in a good mood. Galakrond did a good job in ensuring that the 2 people were alive, and the other snake nests were completely destroyed by the Zerg attack. Except for the Dongzhong snake nest, the other snake nest Zerg clan did not leave any prisoners. She lowered her head and glanced at Pierce. Director Pierce, your snake nest doesn't look very good. I've torn off all your heads. Do you want to show me how to grow them again? Pierce made no attempt to answer Kerrigan. He trembled, fear seizing his body. Kerrigan waved her hand and retracted the light curtain. Agent Hill, after the performance is over, you can take him back. Hill agent nodded and walked away. Kendon, who hid in the snake's nest, gasped for air. The adjutant came over and said, Sir, we definitely can't escape. Let's just release those guys. Even if they die, we have to drag the Zerg 130 back. Kendon gritted his teeth. Okay, open the seal. The two ordered the remaining troops to guard the gate, and then ran towards a remote area. After entering his own code, Kendon looked at the words on the screen to see if the restriction was unlocked, and hesitated again. Do we really want to break the seal? The adjutant pushed him away with a slap. An indecisive fellow. The lieutenant pressed the button to unlock the restrictions. There was a blood-red light in his eyes, and he looked at the overwhelmed Kendon and said, "It's really useless. I'm planning to find you a good job after the master comes, but now it seems that you don't have the qualifications." Kendon was stunned. Who are you? Ha 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 ha. The adjutant held his head in his hands and murmured in an inhuman voice, Who am I? I am my master's loyal servant. I am the messenger of hell. This world will become a new territory of hell and a new pearl in the hands of its master. The adjutant opened his arms, and inside the Hydra snake nest, in a blocked area, the space began to vibrate. Cracks gradually formed in the oscillating space. Then, red blood rushed out from the crack. Buzz. A disgusting feeling suddenly arose in the hearts of all creatures on the battlefield. Gulakron felt this feeling too. It seemed like something extremely disgusting had been released. The smell of blood permeated the entire battlefield at some unknown time. Gulakron immediately ordered all Zerg to leave the snake nest and retreat. Queen, something abnormal happened in the east central snake nest. It urgently notified Kerrigan. Kerrigan was stunned for a moment, but saw an orange portal appearing behind Gulakron through the psychic network. It's the Ancient One magician. After Ancient One walked out of the portal, he only nodded slightly to Gulakron, and then said, I feel the breath of hell. Please inform Her Majesty the Queen immediately that someone has come uninvited. After saying that, she stared at the snake nest. Chapter 87. As soon as Jane arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D. rooftop, she saw Kerrigan retracting the light curtain. She curled her lips, but still didn't catch up. But Kerrigan's eyebrows raised. Foster, Natasha Romanoff, I leave this to you, Jane. The alien dragons will bring back some prisoners. The man and the woman with the collars around their necks will take good care of them. The others can do whatever they want. Take care of it, I'm going to Dongzhong. The three of them were startled, and before they had time to ask, Kerrigan flashed and flew high into the sky. What happened? I don't know, but it feels like it's not a good thing. Natasha Romanoff looked a little serious. There was something wrong with His Majesty's look just now. Take care of the matters at hand first. The three of them worked together and started busy. Kerrigan flew directly to Awaken, who was staying in the college entrance examination, took Awaken and quickly headed to East Central, and ordered Gulakron to retreat to a safe location, as far away as possible. What exactly is hell? What is inside? No one can tell. Kerrigan knew very little about this enemy. East Central Snake Nest. The Ancient One magician looked at the snake nest at his feet with a stern expression. The smell of lava is getting stronger and stronger. She could also feel that a hole had opened in a space underground, and the plasma was eroding the snake's nest. The hole is getting bigger and bigger. Finally, the entire snake nest was swallowed up by plasma. Immediately, there was a loud noise. A strange stone door appeared on the ground. It is nearly 30 meters high, and at the top of both sides of the stone gate are two huge amounts of ferocious monsters, hugging the top of the stone gate. Endless blood is flowing on the stone door, endless. Door of hell. Ancient One whispered. Kerrigan flew to her side. What's going on? Your Majesty, you are here. Ancient One nodded slightly as a tribute. It is recorded in ancient books that the gate of hell is a two-way portal from the human world to hell. I didn't expect that there is a gate of hell sealed in the snake nest. However, I have never heard of a bloody gate of hell. In the records, they are mostly dominated by magma. Suddenly, Ancient One's expression changed, his fingers drew a seal, and two figures suddenly appeared in front of her. One person's pupils were filled with red light, and the other person fainted. The man with red eyes roared, Let me go, you lowly magician, my lord's army is about to arrive, and you will all become our slaves. Snort. Kerrigan sneered and was about to take action when he saw the Ancient One shaking his head. Did you open the seal? Yes, this world will belong to the great blood god Vidian. The man shouted wildly. Blood god Vidian. Ancient One frowned and waved his hand to drive the two of them directly into the plasma. As soon as the two of them merged into the plasma, they let out loud screams and turned into blood. Your Majesty, as far as I know, the forces in hell should be 3 Mephistos and 4 demon kings. This blood god Vidian came out of nowhere. Ancient One frowned. Kerrigan's face looked a little unusual. She seemed to really know the name. What's the situation? In the hell of the Marvel world, is Diablo used? But now the situation is unknown, and it is difficult for her to make a decision. If it were really those Diablos, it would be a bit difficult to fight. Because those Mephistos use projection to do evil in real life, so do the demons under their command. If you want to kill them completely, you can only enter hell and kill their bodies, otherwise they will be constantly resurrected. Looking at the expanding plasma, Ancient One said solemnly, Your Majesty, we must find a way to seal this plasma, otherwise they may cover the entire world. Kerrigan nodded, thinking. Psychic energy builds a dam to block the spreading plasma. The Ancient One also kept waving his hands, intercepting the plasma with magic circles. As if sensing the two men's movements, the blood plasma stopped spreading. Then, the blood boiled as if it was boiled by something. Suddenly, under the influence of an invisible force, the plasma rushed towards the huge amounts of shimon. Shimon actually began to absorb plasma. Kerrigan was shocked. Magician, that door is absorbing the power of plasma. It looks like this. When the gate to hell was opened before, magma poured out first and then was absorbed into it. Ancient One sighed slightly. When the gate of hell completely absorbs enough power, it will open a passage connecting reality and hell. At that time, countless demon armies will rush out of the gate of hell. Kerrigan nodded. In terms of numbers, the Zerg will not lose to the demons of hell. No, Your Majesty, the most terrifying thing about the demon army is that they cannot be completely killed in reality. Ancient One shook his head. The last guardian, magician, left a note. The demons in hell will be resurrected in hell after they die in reality. If you want to kill them completely, you can only go deep into Fit. 19. Kerrigan whispered, It's hard to predict the situation in hell, isn't it? Yes, even the power of Asgardian magician can only be connected with reality on the periphery of hell. The deeper into hell, the weaker the connection. What's more dangerous is it affects the hearts of creatures when going deep into hell. Ancient One glanced at the hell gate. According to records, once the hell gate begins to absorb power, it will not be interrupted. When the power is enough, the hell gate will open. She closed her eyes and paused for a moment. I can sense that in about 90 days, the power of the gate will be full. Kerrigan pondered for a moment, then waved a ball of spiritual energy and struck it towards the gate of hell. The psychic energy actually passed through the door. It's useless. Although that door is in front of us now, it is actually in another dimension. Only when enough power is accumulated can it materialize in reality. Ancient One sighed, Your Majesty, we need to prepare for war immediately. We must mobilize as many troops as possible to prepare for the demon army. I understand that the Zerg will be ready. Kerrigan said calmly. 90 days to go. I'm going to contact some special people, I believe they will help with this war. Ancient One waved his hand to form a portal. It should be said that our luck is not bad. Currently, only one hell gate has been unsealed. If all 13 hell gates are unsealed, I am afraid there will be nothing we can do. Your Majesty, this time, I'll leave it to you. The Ancient One's figure disappeared into the portal. Kerrigan looked at Shimon, who was constantly absorbing plasma, and disappeared in a flash. Galakrond, you are stationed here. Any life that dares to approach the stone gate will be destroyed. As you command, Queen. Galakrond glanced at the stone gate in the distance, and then ordered the Zerg to lurk. Exit. Nick Fury's condition is much better. He is wearing casual clothes and drinking tea in a basement. He frowned after hearing Agent Hill's report. Yes, Queen Kerrigan personally went to East Central and found that the Hydra snake nest there had opened a gate to hell. She informed us and the military to prepare for war as soon as possible. In about 90 days, the Hell Army will invade the Earth. Hill Agent looked at the information in his hand and felt his scalp numb. We found some information about Hell and the gates of Hell in some ancient religious books, but they are all very unclear. I understand, I'm here to investigate this matter. Fury nodded, and the Hill Agent left immediately. Although S.H.I.E.L.D was disbanded, it actually went underground. The existence of S.H.I.E.L.D is still very necessary. The world is becoming increasingly unstable. As a cooperative unit of the Avengers, S.H.I.E.L.D will never completely disappear no matter what. He thought for a moment and dialed Ancient One's number. The news received was consistent with the news from Kerrigan. Fury was a little troubled, and after thinking about it, he decided to take out the thing. Enemies like hell were too dangerous, and he couldn't place all his hopes on the Zerg. Human beings will definitely not be able to stop the army of hell. Ancient One made it very clear that demons have the ability to confuse people, and it might turn into a civil war among humans. Rogers once again arrived at the Umbrella building. He's here to see Bucky. After Bucky was subdued by Jane, he first went to the hospital for treatment, and then was brought back to the Umbrella by Jane to regain his consciousness. According to Jane, he is in good condition now and will be able to fully regain consciousness in just half a month. Looking at Bucky, who was in the room looking at his life information, Rogers smiled slightly. "Would you like to go in and talk to him?" Jane said with a smile on the side. "Forget it, let's wait until he fully recovers." Rogers turned around and said, "Miss Jane, I'm going to convince Peggy to accept the Zerg plan." "Wise choice. After you convince her, bring her under the umbrella." Jane nodded and sent Rogers away. Li Qian's, in a secluded room in the umbrella, Kerrigan was looking at the trophies that the Zerg had taken from various snake nests in Hydra. Didn't quite satisfy her. Hydra is not an organization that focuses on gene development. They focus more on strange powers and technology, and there are very few genes that are useful to Kerrigan. Kerrigan sighed slightly. "It seems that we still have to rely on mutant." She has already conveyed the order to Dihaka in the universe, and launched the crazy troops to deal with the threat of hell. The number of primitive Zerg now reaches nearly 100,000, but Kerrigan knows that this is far from enough. Including the strength of the Zerg, Kerrigan's family members totaled 500,000, but no one could give her the answer to how many demons there were in hell. She could only go crazy. In Dongzhong, the Zerg have surrounded nearly 10,000 kilometers of Hell Gate defense territory, and are fully engaged in the production of various arms. As for the protests in the East and China, neither the official American or the Zerg birds care about them. They are weak and do not have the ability to negotiate terms. Whether it is a country or an individual. The upcoming war made America nervous. After many discussions, they sent a cooperation agreement to Kerrigan and paid a large amount of supplies. They only hoped that the Zerg could defeat the demons. There is no way. The Zerg have a good reputation and know the rules very well. They definitely have a much better reputation than those legendary guys who deceive human souls. Chapter 88. Kerrigan glanced at the Loki scepter lying aside, but didn't take it to heart. Although scepter left and returned, neither the American military nor the Ancient One asked Kerrigan to hand him over. The Ancient One doesn't want to take it. S.H.I.E.L.D is lurking, and the military knows it can't protect it. She strolled out of the room and went to the next door. There lived a blonde girl next door. The girl is leaning over the table and drawing. Kerrigan sat elegantly opposite the girl. Her purple eyes stared at the girl quietly. "Wanda, how are you doing today?" "Very good, Your Majesty." Wanda looked up. Her face is like a hibiscus, her eyebrows are like long willows, her eyes are as deep as dust and are alluring, and her snow-like skin is slightly pale and sickly, which makes her even more charming. Her blonde hair was casually draped over her shoulders. The white hairpins shone dazzlingly under the light, and her bright red lips pursed slightly, like a fallen fairy. Wanda raised the painting in her hand. "Your Majesty, look at my painting." Kerrigan took a closer look and saw a gorgeous picture inside. "Very nice." Kerrigan smiled and said, "Would you like to go for a walk?" "No, as soon as I went out, those people looked at me." Wanda shook her head. "I still have to watch my brother, he is always running around in the company." Kerrigan suddenly moved her right hand and grabbed a young man by his collar. "Pietro, your skin is itchy again." Pietro quickly raised his hands. "Your Majesty, I just want you to see how my ability is being developed, and I don't want to disturb you and my sister." Kerrigan smiled and said, "You are indeed very fast, but your psychic perception is enough for me to catch you." She let go of her hand. "Next time, don't grab other people's snacks." Jane said, "When she catches you, she will definitely give you a good look." Pietro scratched his head in embarrassment. 333 "Okay, Your Majesty, I'm going back to rest." After that, he disappeared instantly. Pietro clucked his tongue as he slipped back into the room. His speed reached the limit, but he was still easily caught by His Majesty. Yes, these siblings were one of the trophies Kerrigan got back from the snake nest. Scarlet Witch Wanda and Quicksilver Pietro. The siblings had just grown up, and then they were captured by Hydra for human experimentation. It's really sad. Both of their powers are very unstable, especially Wanda, who basically has no control over her abilities at all. Kerrigan liked the siblings very much. Not only did she provide them with delicious food and drinks, she also planned to teach Wanda psychic powers so that she could control her own power more easily. Definitely, it has nothing to do with Wanda's appearance. The siblings also reciprocated their love for Kerrigan. Not only did they cooperate with Abathur's experiments, Pietro also offered to be Kerrigan's bodyguard. Kerrigan smiled and declined. Quicksilver was fast enough, but his body was too weak. Let's get stronger. A person with speed ability was killed by a bullet. No matter what you say, it feels outrageous. However, from the siblings, Kerrigan did not get any information about mutant. They both believed that their father was Maximov and did not know anything about Magneto. Kerrigan didn't care either. She had already received information from Natasha Romanoff. There was indeed a person with claws on her hands who saved her back then. This is easy to handle, but I don't know where Wolverine is hiding now. Kerrigan talked to Wanda for a while, making the little girl blush before leaving with a smile. In Peggy Carter's nursing home, Rogers pushed Carter to the yard to bask in the Sunday. The Zerg have given me a plan. Rogers looked at Carter, who looked good, BDFH, and said, I think I'll be able to dance with you soon. Carter was stunned and looked slightly excited. What's the plan? The Zerg will cultivate a new body for you, and then transfer your soul to the new body. Carter's expression became a little serious. What's the price? As the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., although Carter wants to renew her relationship with Rogers, she will never agree if Rogers wants to betray the interests of mankind for this. Where did you go? Rogers could see Carter's thoughts at a glance. Normal transaction, I paid. Where did you get the money? Carter asked doubtfully. A kind-hearted person like Rogers could hardly keep any money on his body, so he spent it all doing good deeds. Otherwise, I wouldn't be living in the apartment arranged by SHIELD. Rogers' mouth twitched. I really have no money, so I have to work to pay off my debts. Working? For whom? Carter pressed. Zerg. I will be the spokesperson for Zerg products and help them continue to promote them. If necessary, I will fight for the Zerg wholeheartedly. Rogers stammered. Carter couldn't help rolling his eyes. How much? $5 billion, don't worry, this technology is very dangerous. His Majesty Kerrigan said, $5 billion is still the cost price. It will take a lot of effort to completely cultivate a body that perfectly matches yours, not to mention that she has to warm and nourish the body herself so that your soul will not reject the new body. Seeing that Carter was so angry that she almost lost her breath, Rogers quickly patted her back gently. $5 billion, you can't even pay it back even if you work for 10 lifetimes. Carter gasped. It doesn't matter, as long as you can recover, as long as I can dance with you, no matter how much money you have, it doesn't matter. Rogers whispered. Carter said no more. Rogers is equivalent to selling himself to the Zerg. Tears welled up in her eyes. Okay, tell me more about the plan. The Ancient One magician came to Kerrigan's office again. Kerrigan chuckled and said, Magician, why don't you like to walk through the door every time you come? It's more convenient this way. The Ancient One magician said calmly, I originally planned to invite the God King to come to Earth to help out, but because Bifrost was destroyed, there was turmoil in the 9 realms. They had just calmed down the turmoil and repaired Bifrost, so they were temporarily unable to come to Earth. Kerrigan nodded. What's the situation in Asgard now? It's nothing unusual. It's just that in 2 days the 9 realms will be connected. It will be a special beauty. If your Majesty has any ideas, you can go and see it. It will be helpful for your practice. Ancient One showed a smile. In Greenwich, you can freely go to any world in the 9 realms, but you can only stay there for 30 minutes. Forget it. Kerrigan shook her head. Hell is the biggest threat before us, and I don't have time to travel. The Ancient One agreed with her. The two just had a cup of tea, and Ancient One left. She still had a lot to do. After the Ancient One left, Kerrigan thought quietly. It seems that I somehow ruined the plot of Thor 2. Foster's relationship with Thor was cut off by herself, so she would not go to Greenwich to conduct experiments and then enter unknown space to obtain TIE particles. TIE particles are indeed a good thing, because of the name of the reality gem. It is very powerful to change the specific form of matter and create illusions. But TIE particles will corrode the host's life, and Kerrigan doesn't want to trade Foster's life for a gem. Let that piece of shit continue to sleep. Zerg, no need. It seems that Loki guy still has to squat in dungeon. The corners of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly, but Thor, you owe me another favor. After all, your mother's death was terminated early. TIE particles will not be born, and dark elves will not awaken. Very nice and harmonious. Kerrigan was very satisfied. There are enough troubles on the earth now, so she is too lazy to bother going to the Nine Realms to fight the dark elves. But the dark elf's black hole bomb is really something. Kerrigan feels a little pity, it would be great if she could get that technology. At this time, Jane walked in and said, "Queen, Rogers is here with Ms. Peggy Carter." Kerrigan nodded, stood up and walked towards the reception room. In the reception room, Carter looked calm, while Rogers looked a little flustered. He is afraid. "Steve, why are you panicking? Stay calm. It's just a minor surgery." Carter laughed. Rogers shook his head, "This is not a minor surgery." Carter took his hand, "It's okay, even if I fail, I'll be satisfied. At least I can see you before I die." Rogers was silent. But at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps. A woman walked out of the door. She was wearing a fitted black long dress, and her figure was swaying in a charming style. Behind the woman, there were 10 girls wearing a tight pink t-shirt and 11 pairs of midi pants. The girl has a lively temperament and a smiling face. She is none other than Mary Jane. "I'm very happy that Secretary Peggy Carter is here in person." Kerrigan chuckled and said, "It's really enviable to see that you and Rogers have such a good relationship." "Your Majesty is joking." Carter squeezed out a smile on his thin face, "I just hope that I can still be a doctor." Kerrigan sighed slightly, "I have heard the stories of the two of you. It is worth sighing. I will try my best to help you." "Then please, Your Majesty," Carter said seriously. "Well, Jane, send Secretary Carter to Abathur, it's ready." Jane then took Carter's wheelchair and left the village with Carter. Rogers looked at Carter's retreating back, his expression a little gloomy. "You feel like you're going to fail before you even start." Kerrigan smiled slightly, "Go back and wait for the news. Then it's up to you." Rogers bowed seriously. "Well, by the way, do you pay for Bucky's food and treatment expenses or does SHIELD pay for them?" Kerrigan changed the subject. Rogers was dumbfounded. That guy is now eating Zerg food, using Zerg food, and also receiving treatment from Zerg. "I charge a fee. Is there any problem?" Kerrigan raised an eyebrow. No problem, it's just. I really don't have any extra funds for the time being. The official funding from S.H.I.E.L.D is also low, so I'm afraid I won't be able to pay it." Rogers said awkwardly. "That's easy to handle, Bucky is just like you, working to redeem himself." Kerrigan said nothing and walked away. Rogers was about to burst into tears. His wife was going to regain her youth and beauty, and her gay friend was going to regain consciousness. These were two great things, so why couldn't he be happy? Chapter 89. Bucky woke up with a start. Just now, he dreamed that he fell from a train and fell into an abyss. He was sweating profusely and sat up for a long time to regain his composure. Turning around, he saw that the scenery around him was a bit strange. "Here it is." Bucky looked at the layout of the room in confusion, a little confused. He had a headache, and many memories came to his mind. Click. The door suddenly opened, and a handsome man walked in carrying food. Seeing that Bucky was awake, the man put the food aside and asked, "Bucky, do you remember who I am?" Bucky grinned, "Nonsense, Steve Rogers, UBD." Rogers laughed, "It seems you have fully recovered." "Yes, I did recover, and I remembered many things." Bucky stood up and hugged Rogers. "Sorry brother, I did a lot of bad things before. What's past is past." Rogers sighed slightly, "It's good that you can recover." The two grown men had tears in their eyes. The reunion of good gay friends after more than 70 years made them unable to control themselves. Ahem. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the warm atmosphere between the two. Jane and Natasha Romanoff stood at the door with strange faces, looking at the two people hugging each other. Bucky and Rogers quickly let go of each other, both looking a little embarrassed. Bucky bowed deeply to Jane. Thank you, Miss Jane. You're welcome. It's the Queen's order to treat you. Jane waved her hand carelessly. Natasha Romanoff said, Your Excellency, Bucky spent a total of $10 million on the Zerg during this period. Now that you have recovered, you need to pay the money. Cash, credit card, fixed assets, Zerg all accepted. Bucky's face twitched. Where did he get the money? Winter Soldier Bucky doesn't get a dime in Hydra, because he is a slave-like existence, and Hydra pays for all his food and clothing. And it's $10 million. Even with inflation now, $10 million is no longer the US dollars of his time, but it is still too outrageous. He quickly lay back on the bed. Please kill me. 10 million. Take which part of my body you think is worth the price. Rogers blinked. Man, what do you mean? I spent a long time begging the Zerg to help you restore your memory, but you just want to die? Natasha Romanoff and Jane saw this and shook their heads slightly. I knew you had no money. Jane handed over a contract. After seeing the contract, Rogers silently stayed away from Bucky. This is... Bucky was a little confused. Employment agreement. If you have no money, sell yourself to work for the Zerg until you pay back the debt. Bucky shook his head. Then you should kill me. I just walked out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's den. I won't do it. Jane and Natasha Romanoff smiled at each other. Oh? Mr. Bucky, don't forget, you killed Mr. and Mrs. Howard Stark. If you hadn't been at the Zerg station, the Tin Woodman would have come here long ago. Jane chuckled. At least under the protection of the Zerg, the Tin Woodman has to suppress his anger towards you. Bucky was furious. I was controlled at that time. But you did kill the Howards, didn't you? Natasha Romanoff crossed her arms. She didn't like Bucky at all. If it hadn't been for His Majesty's request, she would have secretly tricked Bucky to death. Bucky was speechless for a moment. He glanced at Rogers. Brother, help me. Don't look at me. My situation is worse than yours. I owe the Zerg 5 billion. Rogers said calmly. Isn't it just 5 billion? Isn't it just losing freedom? The debt is too much to bear. Under Peggy's explanation, Rogers has already understood it. As long as I accept my debt, I will be invincible. Open up. Changing the boss means that the previous boss was the country, and the current boss is just the Zerg. Bucky's eyes widened. 5 billion. What did you do to owe the Zerg so much money? Give Peggy a new body. Rogers shrugged. This is still cost price. Bucky opened his mouth, but gave up speaking. He gave Rogers a thumbs up. Great job, I'll wait for the wedding banquet then. That's definitely true, but remember to be a follower. Rogers said with a smile. Bucky's mouth twitched, thinking beautifully. Everyone is a debtor, but one is a millionaire and the other is a 5 billion debtor. If Rogers paid off his debt one day earlier, Bucky will be 1 point more noble than Rogers. Bring it. Bucky has a high-spirited temperament. He was originally worried about millions of dollars in debt, but when he heard that his good friend owed a debt 500 times more than him, he immediately felt refreshed. People are like this, they also encounter difficulties, but as long as they are a little better than another person's difficulties, they will be particularly proud. What the hell are these two doing? Jane and Natasha Romanoff exchanged words. Jane handed the contract to Bucky. Bucky flipped it over twice and quickly signed his name and fingerprinted it. Very good. From tomorrow on, you will be the Deputy Security Minister, Deputy Propaganda Minister, and Deputy Transport Minister of Umbrella Company. You must assist the Security Minister, Propaganda Minister, and Transport Minister in completing every task of the company. Put away the contract, Natasha Romanoff said softly. Hey? Holding 3 positions? I'm still a Deputy Minister. I didn't expect you to think highly of me. When can I meet the ministers of the 3 departments to communicate with each other? Bucky showed a hint of joy. Jane and Natasha Romanoff didn't speak. Cough. A magnetic bass sounded. Bucky, the Minister of Security, the Minister of Propaganda, and the Minister of Transportation all Army. Bucky was startled and looked at Rogers with wide eyes. Don't look at it. Isn't it a good thing that we can work together again? Rogers smiled and gave Bucky a slap. By the way, there's one more thing. Let's go find Tony Stark sometime. Upon hearing this, Bucky's face darkened. Although he couldn't help himself at the beginning, he killed the Howards and his wife and had no choice but to wash his hands. As a member of the Howling Commandos, Howard also took great care of Bucky. If there was any new gadget at that time, Rogers would be the first to use it, and Bucky would be the second. Many times, Howard's inventions saved Bucky's life. Therefore, Bucky and Howard are also very good friends. Bucky couldn't erase the stain of killing his friend with his own hands. Rogers looked at his look and sighed slightly. Bucky, everything is over, we have to face it. Bucky remained silent, he had not yet decided how to face the son of his old friend. Natasha Romanoff and Jane looked at the silent two people, shook their heads, closed the door and left. This kind of thing still needs to be handled by themselves. At the moment, inside Stark Tower, Tony Stark was fighting furiously with the sandbag. He is very irritable and in a bad mood now. Rogers wasn't going to tell Tony about his parents' death, but Carter asked him to. Hatred, the more it is covered up, the more it will grow. So when the threat of Hydra was removed, Rogers went to Tony to explain everything. At that time, Tony wanted to rush into the umbrella immediately and cut Bucky into pieces. It was only after Ethan and Potts tried to persuade each other that they stopped him. If there is any grudge, at least it can only be made clear after Bucky leaves the umbrella. Potts looked at Tony who was beating the sandbag desperately and sighed. She looked at Ethan beside her. Ethan, Tony has been suppressing his anger. I'm afraid that when Mr. Bucky recovers, he will kill Bucky immediately. Ethan frowned. We can't stop this kind of thing. I'm scared that Tony will lose his mind because of hatred, although if I were him, I would definitely kill Bucky. Potts rubbed his eyebrows. We must find a way to solve this problem. Yeah, but you have to find someone Tony trusts the most to persuade him. Ethan nodded. We still have to ask your majesty to come and make peace. Zero in Umbrella's secret laboratory, Peggy Carter is receiving psychic guidance from Kerrigan. This is to allow her soul to escape more harmoniously at the moment of transfer, instead of dissipating immediately. In a petri dish not far away, there was a baby's body soaking in it. This is the new body Kerrigan prepared for her. It will only take about 20 days for the baby to fully grow into what Peggy will be when she is 20. To be honest, cloning technology is the most boring technology for the Zerg. Abathur figured it out in 5 minutes. It's so simple, no difficulty at all. Abathur is also taking the existing cloning technology to the next level, which can not only carry out in vitro embryo breeding, but also accelerate growth. Kerrigan slowly retracted her hand. Carter opened his eyes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Nothing, just a transaction. Kerrigan stood up and said, Your soul is very stable. I believe you performed well during the surgery. Then let me borrow Your Majesty's good words. Carter, who was slightly tired, was pushed to rest by Foster. Jane came over in a hurry. Queen, Miss Potts would like to see you. Hey? What's the matter? Kerrigan was confused. Miss Potts didn't say anything explicitly. She just said it was very important. Is that so? Okay, I'll go take a look. Kerrigan strolled out of the laboratory and came to the living room. Seeing Kerrigan's arrival, Potts immediately stood up and saluted. Welcome Your Majesty. It's hard for Miss Potts to come to my place. Tell me, what's the matter? Kerrigan chuckled and sat down. Ever since she started taking maids, Tony looked at Pepper as if she were a treasure, fearing that Pepper would run away with Kerrigan. Pepper sat down, pondered for a moment and said, Your Majesty, Tony already knows the wrong things Bucky, the Winter Soldier, did before. He has been suppressing his anger now. I'm afraid that he... Kerrigan understood. You're afraid that he won't be able to suppress himself and will fight Bucky to the death, right? Yes. Little Pepper sighed. Everything in the world is unpredictable. Bucky owes a debt to me and has agreed to work for Umbrella. It's impossible for Tony to take his life. Kerrigan said calmly, but Tony is a friend of the Zerg, and I will give him an explanation. Pepper is overjoyed. As long as Carrie is willing to come forward, the matter will definitely be solved. Chapter 90. After going to the Smithsonian Museum with Rogers, Bucky settled down to work at the Umbrella and work as a PRSTU to pay off his debts. I have to say this guy did a good job. Very attentive, much better than some bad Captain America. Captain America, who has a lot of debts and no worries, is a good guy. Jerry saw that he was very unhappy. He spent all day in the laboratory talking to his wife and didn't care about anything else. Leaving all the work to Bucky, he really grasped the core of being a leader. But Kerrigan doesn't care, since Rogers is now living under the Zerg. She didn't care. While he is busy mobilizing resources to launch a large-scale assault, he must collect as much information about demons as possible to face the threats at the gate of hell. I also have to find time to chat with Wanda about my love life so that I can add people to the harem. American officials and the military are also considering placing some girls around the great Zerg Queen, and there are quite a few who recommend themselves as pillow seats. But Kerrigan didn't bother to talk to them. Bucky was on vacation today. He was just about to leave the dormitory for a walk when he received an order from Kerrigan. It's embarrassing to say that Bucky is living in the Umbrella staff dormitory temporarily because he is broke. Sometimes he really thinks that he is lucky. He is very satisfied with his current job, which is easy and includes food and accommodation. His Majesty. Bucky saluted very seriously. The 143 Umbrella treated him very well, and he was very grateful. Bucky, you've been working here for a little over half a month. Now it's time to solve some problems. Kerrigan looked at the respectful Winter Soldier and was very satisfied. You should know what I'm talking about. Bucky was stunned for a moment, then looked embarrassed. I said. Very good, don't worry, Tony won't kill you as long as I'm here. Kerrigan stood up and walked towards the door. However, you will inevitably have to suffer a little. It should be, even if he wants to kill me, it should be. Bucky said silently, then followed Kerrigan. Natasha Romanoff has been waiting outside the building for a long time. Everyone got in the car and headed towards the Stark building. Rogers, who was fishing in troubled waters, looked at the luxury car going away and sighed slightly. Minister Steve Rogers, it's working time now, please don't wander around, it will have a great impact on the company's image. Jerry's roar came from the headphones. Rogers' mouth twitched, come here, come here. With that said, he quickly rushed into the building and continued working. Working as a worker, working as a soul. In the distant universe, Dhaka is appearing on Mars. Leviathan's flight among the stars is not very fast. He has only explored Mars so far. He has not visited planets farther away yet. It is not worth it. The climate of Mars is similar to that of Earth, and it is also a very important part of Kerrigan's interstellar plan. Although the Zerg have strong tolerance to the environment, who would refuse a planet with a more comfortable climate? The moon has basically been hollowed out by the Zerg, and it is full of Zerg buildings. However, there is still little improvement in the production of primitive Zerg. The moon is all sand and there is no biomass. The production of the new primitive Zerg is a bit difficult. Dhaka had to apply to Kerrigan for materials to transform the interior of the moon, at least create an ecosystem or something so that the children could eat and drink. You'll get tired of chewing on fungus blankets every day. At this time, Dhaka regretted it. Very regretful. Why did you want to destroy Adelan in the first place? Such a good ecosystem. The Zerg now exist in real terms, and are not something that can be produced with just a click in the game. The more powerful the Zerg are, the higher their requirements for biomass are, and they need resources to eat and drink. Especially Thunder Beast, everyone is a big loser. Kerrigan actually plans to finish things on Earth and lead an expedition into the universe herself. The Earth is too poor and cannot support too many Zerg. During this time, Kerrigan only had a few 100,000 troops, and then she couldn't do it anymore. There is no need to consider logistics in the game, but not in reality. Looking at the busy Zerg, Dhaka was going to find a cave to lie down and sleep for a while. Suddenly, an insect mother hurriedly approached and whispered something. Dal. After hearing this, Dhaka immediately screamed. All the busy Zerg put down their work and started to take action quickly. The worker bees and larvae got into the building, and the fighting bugs began to assemble one after another, preparing to face the enemy. Plasma bugs, prepare to attack. Dhaka shouted angrily, and the plasma bugs immediately began to charge. Just now, several Leviathans hovering in the orbit of Mars discovered an unidentified flight object approaching Mars. The Leviathans quickly passed the information to the Queen of Worms, who then conveyed it to Dhaka. Dhaka doesn't know where these flight objects come from, but they are definitely not here for tourism. The original alien dragon goes out to tear down any intruders. The primitive alien dragons immediately took off, preparing to enter space to fight. A Leviathan landed, and Dhaka immediately walked into the Leviathan. On the other side, in the main control room of the spacecraft lined up, Proxima Midnight was holding a golden magic gun in his hand, quietly looking at the galaxy in the distance. I never expected that there is such a planet in this star field. Proxima Midnight whispered. Yes, it is really a miracle that life can be born in such a primitive star field. The maid of Proxima Midnight whispered, "Sir, it is really unimaginable that two intelligent races were born in this primitive star field. She is both the maid of Proxima Midnight and the captain of this fleet. Do they really have enough resources? And they didn't go to war." Proxima Midnight is also a little confused. The universe is so big, and many intelligent races have been born. But I have never heard of two intelligent races being born in the same star field. Even if they were born, they would definitely be beaten to death due to resource issues. But on Earth, there seems to be no war between humans and Zerg. There is a planet ahead. Let's go there and take a rest. After flying for so long, it's time for everyone to take a rest. Proxima Midnight ordered. Yes. The fleet immediately approached the orbit of Mars and prepared to land. However, as soon as they started to land, the alarm system on the spacecraft suddenly screamed. Unidentified remote strike detected. Unidentified remote strike detected. What? The radar soldier shouted, "The attack is coming from the planet below us. Don't panic, everyone is ready to fight, and the energy of the protective shield is maximized." Just as the maid had time to shout, she was knocked to the ground by a violent vibration. How can this be? The shield has been penetrated. "Sir, the spacecraft's protective cover is seriously damaged," a soldier shouted urgently. "Damn it, what kind of technology is this that can actually penetrate the protective shield?" The maid got up and shouted sternly, "The escort fleet is ready to meet the enemy, the fleet is dispersed to meet the enemy. Charge the shield now." Yes. The soldiers took the order and left. This time when we came to Earth, Proxima Midnight directly brought a fleet over. Knowing that the number of enemies is extremely large and still coming alone is a fool. Report, we have scanned a large number of biological signals on the periphery of this planet, the radar man shouted. Enlarge the picture. The maid ordered in a deep voice. Seeing the scene in the picture, everyone's expressions changed drastically. How is this possible? Creatures are flying in the universe without any protection. We are surrounded. On the planet below the fleet, a group of weird creatures were flapping their wings and soaring in the universe. Alongside those weird creatures, there are huge amounts of spindle-shaped flight creatures. Those are... The maid murmured to herself. Zerg. Proxima Midnight's face darkened. She had seen some Zerg information from Thanos. She had seen Chitauri's failure. Those Zerg rushed into the gate of the universe and attacked the Chitauri mothership. They were extremely brave. But Proxima Midnight didn't take it seriously. The Kerrigas were trash, otherwise they wouldn't have lost their home planet. She originally thought that the Zerg were just an intelligent race emerging from the border star field, and this mission would not be difficult. But now it seems that everyone underestimates the Zerg. Because she forgot that although the clan went directly into the universe to fight, these ghosts can ignore the harsh environment of the universe and carry out large-scale operations. Prepare cluster artillery fire, cover the airspace ahead, and destroy them. The maid ordered loudly. No matter how these creatures manage to fly in the universe, just kill them all. Proxima Midnight is the most brutal of Thanos' generals. And her mates and troops are also extremely cruel. Kill. Following the order, the frigate revealed the densely packed floating guns on its hull. At this moment, the plasma bug's second round of plasma attack came again. The flagship is too big to escape. Dozens of frigates immediately rushed forward to face the plasma cannonballs. As long as one landed on the flagship, the self-repairing shield of the flagship would explode. There is no sound in the universe. But at the moment no sound is better than sound. In just an instant, the dozens of frigates melted and disintegrated under the attack of plasma cannonballs, turning into a gorgeous cosmic firework. Damn it, what kind of attack was that? The maid fiercely slapped the fighting platform in front of her. The protective shield is no different from a piece of paper under this kind of attack. Proxima Midnight said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about this for now, those guys are getting closer." The primitive alien dragons have arrived at the front of the frigate. On a Leviathan, Dihaka was watching the fleet ahead. The Queen has the foresight to arrange for me to come to the solar system to produce soldiers in advance. If a war starts on Earth, it's really hard to predict. Dihaka looked at the fleet in the distance and showed a cruel smile. If you dare to invade the Zerg's territory, then you will be spared. He turned to look at an insect queen. The Mutallosaurus Legion fights freely with the original Mutallosaurus and holds back the enemy's frigate. The Queen of Insects immediately began to use the psychic network to send orders to the alien dragons mixed in with the original alien dragons. Dihaka looked at another insect queen. Where is the corruptor? They have received the order and are rushing to the battlefield in about 10 minutes. Very good, order the corruptors to speed up. We will try our best to destroy these guys in the air. Dihaka stared at the fleet and sneered. Chapter 91. In the silent outer space of Mars, countless battleships and countless Zerg species are like silent fish schools in the deep sea, gliding across the colorful starry sky. If it weren't for the brilliant fireworks cannon light, the destructive fluctuations of light and shadow, no one would believe that this is a battlefield where life is harvested crazily. Being in such a battlefield, all you can feel is endless shock. The battleships that cover the sky and the sun are endlessly passing by overhead, beside you, and under your feet. On the huge bodies of these giant steel sharks, the ferocious main guns and rapidly rotating secondary guns flickered on and off at different speeds, spraying streams of death in all directions. The flying and circling space fighters were like endless waves of locusts. They emerged from the frigates in groups and pounced on the alien Dragon Legion. And the alien Legion shuttled among the fighter jets with a dazzling flight trajectory. They attack the target again and again until the target disintegrates, breaks and tumbles away in all directions, turning into pieces of debris, large or small. In this starry sky, wherever the light shines brighter, the battle becomes more intense. In the flickering of energy cannons and energy shields, the flickering high-speed fighter planes, the flying alien dragons, and the numerous scars on the battleships swimming in the starry sky formed scenes of cruel scenes. This sudden encounter has been going on for nearly 20 minutes. Almost all the troops on Proxima Midnight's frigate were mobilized. They used all their strength. No matter how tragic it is, no matter how great the loss is, we can only hold on. Dihaka 13 is watching this scene quietly. He was observing the weak points of the enemy fleet. The Zerg are good at more than just insect sea tactics. Concentrate superior forces to attack the opponent's weakest position. Use points to lead the way, and use breakthroughs to form advantages. It is also a good trick to use your advantages to form a winning momentum and use your winning momentum to cover up the overall situation. The focus of the battle was on the frontal battlefield where the frigate collided with the alien Dragon Legion. Whoever fails to hold on first will face complete defeat. But the Zerg's anti-air units are not limited to mutalisks. Hundreds of alien dragons quickly passed by a small frigate, swaying left and right amid the dense energy fire. The last roll rolled to the belly of the frigate, breaking away from the tracking fire of the rotating turret. This frigate is the outermost one in this group of frigate warships. The strange tail of the alien dragon spewed inexplicable gas, and the strangely shaped alien dragons drew a spiral trajectory in space. They quickly rushed into the formation of the escort fleet. A beautiful circling turn, like fallen leaves in the wind, got into the frontal formation of the fleet. Countless blade insects were launched by the alien dragon and stuck to the escort battleship, causing a strong explosion. Although the frigate also has a protective cover, under such a violent attack, the presence or absence of the protective cover makes no difference. Report, the escort fleet can't hold on any longer. Damn it, it's that plasma attack again, and the protective shield is seriously damaged again. The constant bad news made the maid grit her teeth. The main gun is ready to charge. Destroy this planet together with the Zerg. As the flagship of the fleet, the flagship has an extremely dangerous weapon. Antimatter particle cannon. The function is very simple, burn the entire planet into glass. But basically it can only fire one shot. After firing the second shot, the flagship will not have any energy to move again. As the muzzle of the main gun began to condense with a pale white light, Dihaka was keenly aware that the enemy was about to increase his attack. The wait is now. Corruptor, full. As the order was conveyed, the hidden corruptors were dispatched. Although Dihaka was farming in the universe, Kerrigan still arranged for some corruptors to come over so that if there were any enemies, Dihaka would not be able to use his power. Fighting in the interstellar space with the Mutalosaurus Legion alone is still too strenuous. What are those? Ignore them, attack. The appearance of the new Zerg attracted the maid's attention, but she didn't take it to heart. Nearly half of the frigate is dead, she has lost her patience. At this moment, the corruptors spit out a large amount of unknown liquid, which was covered by the frigates that could not escape in time. The hit frigate stopped abruptly. The alien dragons ignored the frigates hit by the corruptors and turned towards other frigates. What happened? The frigate Shonlien, why did it stop moving? Frigate Bitterbow, what happened? Inside the flagship, the messengers called frantically to the frigates, but received no response. But I saw those frigates slowly turning their heads, and the muzzles of their guns lit up. What's the situation? Damn, they're attacking us! The messenger shouted eagerly. The maid's eyes widened as she discovered that the frigates were attacking the flagship and other frigates. Quick, stop charging the main gun immediately. We must move immediately. The maid made a quick decision. While the main gun was charging, she was a living target. If she didn't move, she would definitely be torn to pieces by these defecting frigates and those bugs. Seeing the light at the muzzle of the main gun dim, the controlled frigates seemed to have gone crazy and directly hit the flagship. Several more plasma cannonballs struck, instantly shattering the flagship's protective cover. Boom! The flagship was ripped open in the abdomen by a plasma cannon. Dhaka in the distance felt a little pity. He heard that there is a proverb on the earth that says to open the eyes with a knife, but the eyes of this ship were opened in the abdomen, and the position was wrong. Many soldiers on the flagship were unable to even scream, and were sucked into the universe by the hurricane caused by the large hole, and gradually became frozen and died. The universe is very cold, there is no air, and there are no protective measures that can adapt to the universe. You will basically die in a few seconds. Sir, please evacuate immediately. The maid shouted urgently. Now that this is the case, Proxima Midnight should evacuate immediately. It was considered their luck that the command room at the head of the flagship was not hit by a plasma cannon. However, the next round of Zerg plasma attacks will definitely completely destroy this flagship. Proxima Midnight had a gloomy face, and hurried to the escape cabin with his maid, and slipped away in the escape spaceship. However, as soon as the escape spaceship left the flagship, it discovered that there was a huge amount of spindle-shaped flight object blocking the way ahead. Ignore them, start you immediately. The maid ordered urgently. Need to store energy, 3 minutes. The operator was sweating profusely. What used to be a short 3 minutes now seemed so long. Want to run? Dhaka laughed ferociously, and 2 long tentacles stretched out from both sides of Leviathan, reaching towards the jump ship. Then, densely packed spine crawlers crawled out of the tentacles and began to cover the escape craft. The outer wall of the spacecraft is under attack. Upon seeing this, the maid gritted her teeth, put on protective clothing, and prepared to get out of the spacecraft to fight. Even if you die, you must buy time for the adults to escape. However, a hand blocked her. Let me. Proxima Midnight had a gloomy face, and the anger in her heart was very strong. His powerful fleet would be completely lost in the hands of an unknown intelligent race. These guys still want to capture themselves alive. Just in time, before leaving, kill some more Chinese people. The spaceship hatch opened, and the spine reptiles immediately crawled toward the hatch. But in an instant, these reptiles were immediately smashed into powder by some force. Proxima Midnight held the magic gun and looked at Leviathan tied up with the spaceship. She raised the magic gun and was about to stab Leviathan. Suddenly, a grey light flashed, and Proxima Midnight was startled and immediately retreated. Just now, something attacked me. Only then did she notice pain in her abdomen. She raised her head, only to find that at some point, a ferocious monster appeared in front of her. The monster seems to have 2 pairs of forelimbs, one big and one small, but one of the big and small forelimbs is broken. Its forelimbs are very sharp and have 2 drops of its own blood on them. The monster showed its good teeth, and a somewhat old voice sounded in the heart of Proxima Midnight. You've come, why leave? Proxima Midnight is a surprise. Spiritual communication? She is not timid either. Who are you? As a prisoner, you don't need to know my name. Proxima Midnight was furious. She was the most valued general under Thanos, and to be underestimated by this monster really made her fire surge. Death. Proxima Midnight swung the magic gun in his hand and stabbed Dhaka fiercely. The sharp spearhead shook repeatedly, and Dhaka swung his body several times to avoid the spear tip. 943 missed. Proxima Midnight was not discouraged. The enemy was extremely fast, but as a famous fighting master in the universe, she did not give in. Okay, indeed there are some points in our group. A strange color flashed in Dhaka's eyes, and the huge amounts of sickle blades were overwhelming, attacking the approaching cultivator Proxima Midnight, without any regard for the sharp golden spear. There is no sound in the universe. But the moment the sickle blade and the sharp spear met, sparks flew everywhere. Dhaka's sickle blade and the magic gun were stuck together. From a distance, a monster as tall as a mountain and a small black figure were locked in a stalemate in the universe. This really seemed a bit exaggerated and disparate. Then Proxima Midnight rose into the sky, holding a magic gun in both hands, and unexpectedly, ugly, slowly picked up Dheka. Hey, Dheka's expression turned cold, and his figure became erratic again. In just an instant, he came behind Proxima Midnight and stabbed her in the vest. Proxima Midnight reacted extremely quickly. She quickly turned around and avoided this fatal attack. Seeing the faint white light on the escape ship, Proxima Midnight no longer hesitated and immediately threw out the magic gun. The magic gun split into 3 black rays in the air, heading towards Dheka. Dheka was shocked. He felt the breath of destruction in this ray. He retreated dozens of steps, only to see that the rays returned to Proxima Midnight's hands and turned into spears, while Proxima Midnight rushed into the spacecraft. I am the general under the command of the cosmic titan Thanos, Proxima Midnight, the strongman of the Zerg race. I look forward to fighting you next time. Withdrawing the spear, Proxima Midnight looked at Hawker coldly. Dheka also saw the white light on the spacecraft getting stronger and stronger. Kerrigan had said before that this situation was because the traversal system was about to start and there was no way to pursue it. A trace of pity flashed in Dheka's eyes. I am the original Zerg Lord under the command of the Zerg Blade Queen Kerrigan. Dheka, next time, you will die. I am waiting. Proxima Midnight dropped these words and disappeared into the stars with dazzling white light. Original technology. Dheka narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 92. Earth, a training room in the Stark building. Tony Stark was grabbing Bucky and punching and kicking him wildly. Bucky didn't resist, letting Tony vent his anger. He is a punching bag now. Outside the training room, Kerrigan, Natasha Romanoff, Potts, and Ethan were watching this scene. Potts looked unbearable. Tony's beating was too much. This is simply a beating to death. Ethan and Natasha Romanoff were silent. Potts said hesitantly, Your Majesty, would you like to persuade Tony? Kerrigan shook her head, no need, Tony has sense. He didn't even use his psychic powers. Sure enough, after a while, Tony seemed to be tired from the beating and left Bucky panting. Kerrigan stepped into the training room. It seems you have figured it out. Yes. Tony gasped and said, back then, he was just an unconscious executor. It's Hydra's fault. Kerrigan nodded slightly. He could pick it up and put it down. Tony had truly grown up. Struck is in my hands now. That guy Zora hid his consciousness in the S.H.I.E.L.D. supercomputer in the New Jersey department, but in order to kill Rogers and Phil Coulson, he attracted the missile launched by Pierce. It's a pity. Yes, he failed, and he is now completely dead. Kerrigan said calmly, revenge must come to an end. You can go to protect Umbrella later and kill Straker yourself. Kerrigan originally ordered everyone to be killed except for Wanda and her sister, but in the end she asked Abathur to keep Strucker. It would be best for Tony to do it himself. Thank you, Her Majesty the Queen. Tony stood up and bowed respectfully. Then, he reached out to Bucky who was lying on the ground. Bucky was stunned. Although Steve Rogers is an old man, I know that his friend is not a bad person. Tony smiled. Bucky grabbed Tony's hand, you're right, that guy is just an old stubborn guy and doesn't know how to adapt at all. He followed Tony's hand and climbed up. This hatred is over. After all, Winter Soldier is now Kerrigan's subordinate, and Kerrigan has given Tony enough face. He is not that stupid to really kill Winter Soldier. If that happens, it will cause a complete falling out with Rogers. The relationship with Tony will also drop to freezing point. Tony can still distinguish between priorities. After the matter was settled, Kerrigan took Tony, Bucky, and Natasha Romanoff back to the Umbrella. Natasha Romanoff took Bucky for treatment, while Tony was guided to a cell by Jane. Inside was the tortured, inhuman form of Straker. Although Straker was retained, Kerrigan would not feed this BD with good food and drink. Wanda and her sister also hated this BD, so they came to teach him a lesson. Looking at Straker, Tony suddenly sighed. Forget it, Your Majesty, please give him a good time. Have you given up completely? Well, this guy is completely useless. Killing him will stain the reputation of our Stark family. Tony whispered. Good. Kerrigan's eyes narrowed, and the dying Strucker's heart stopped. It's so easy for this guy to die so easily. Tony muttered something and then looked at Kerrigan, Your Majesty, I have some new ideas about the Rubik's Cube. Tell me. Kerrigan became interested. I'm thinking about using a Rubik's Cube to develop a small teleportation gate. Although it's impossible to open the teleportation gate between the outer star field and the Earth like Loki, it should be no problem to complete short-distance teleportation between planets in the solar system. I would like to apply to you to create a short-distance teleportation gate between the Earth and the Moon. Tony showed a smile. I believe there will be results soon. Is that so? Then I'll wait and see. Kerrigan nodded. You have to pay attention to one thing. The Zerg will leave the Earth, and the Earth will still need the Avengers to protect it in the future. Kerrigan has been keenly aware that America and other countries want to build the Zerg as a shield for the Earth to deal with threats from outside the universe. The joint officials have sent requests to Kerrigan again and again, asking Kerrigan to give a speech to the joint officials, and some cooperation has been achieved. Kerrigan has no interest in talking to those guys. The Zerg are her Zerg, not the Asgardians of Earth. And in the eyes of many people, the Zerg is a double-edged sword. If there is a chance to cheat the Zerg, they will definitely not mind. Tony nodded slightly. Indeed, he was busy dealing with family matters during this period and almost forgot the fact that the Zerg would leave the Earth. The protective umbrella of the Zerg is very big and generous, but after all, it is not human. I know, I will set aside some time to recruit new Avengers. As soon as Kerrigan sent Tony away, she received a report from Dhaka on Mars. They encountered a fleet of alien invaders. Although the entire fleet was wiped out, their leader managed to escape. The Zerg's mutalisks and the newly produced primitive mutalisks have suffered considerable losses, and now they are in urgent need of some resources to replenish their supply of troops. A fleet of alien invaders? Kerrigan was slightly startled. This was another enemy that appeared out of nowhere. Now that the plot has been completely ruined by her, Kerrigan really doesn't know how it will develop in the future. However, after seeing the record of Dhaka's battle with the leader of the fleet, Kerrigan immediately recognized who the enemy leader was. Thanos' most brutal general, Proxima Midnight. It seems that Thanos has noticed the Zerg. But this is inevitable. After all, the Zerg almost tore Chitauri's mothership to pieces. Kerrigan looked at the battle report sent back and thought to herself. The Zerg's fighting power in the universe is still slightly insufficient. It's no wonder that in the game, the Zerg mostly fights on the planet, but rarely fights in the universe. Plasma bugs are too bulky, and it is impossible for Leviathan to transform into a gunboat to attack targets in the interstellar space. Kerrigan sighed slightly. The Zerg's strength was still not enough. Especially the ability to fight in the Star Sea is seriously lacking. In this kind of surprise encounter, nearly 20,000 of the Allosaurus Legion on Mars died. And according to Dhaka's subsequent analysis of enemy warships, they possess a powerful weapon that can burn the entire planet into glass. The Zerg's victory can only be said to be a fluke. The enemy was very careless and flew directly to Mars to rest without scanning the situation on Mars. Then Dhaka was caught off guard. If the two parties really set up a battle formation in the Sea of Stars, it would be difficult to predict whether they would win or lose. We must step up the development of Star Wars Zerg. But how? Kerrigan shook his head slightly. There was hell in front of him and alien invaders behind him. The situation could be said to be very unfavorable. The enemy is taking a technological route, and there are no special genes for the Zerg to evolve. Abathur is sleeping in the laboratory now, just to develop more Zerg, and now it is a bit difficult to ask him to create Star Wars-like Zerg. Even Dhaka said that the blood samples collected from the enemy leaders would be sent back to Earth, but Kerrigan didn't pay much attention to it. She is in a hurry now and must find a new route to allow the Zerg to fly across the Star Sea. At this time, she received a meeting request from Banner. What's the matter, Banner? Kerrigan put down the document in her hand and looked at Banner, who walked in with a solemn expression. Your Majesty, you sent Loki's scepter to me 2 days ago, and I discovered some abnormalities. Banner took out his laptop from his arms. According to the information we obtained, I judge that Hydra may have been secretly developing artificial intelligence before. As he spoke, he showed Kerrigan the information on the computer. At the same time, I also asked Wanda and her sister, and they said that at the Hydra base in the east, Straker was indeed conducting some experiments on steel machines. Kerrigan thought for a moment and quickly figured out what this was. Ultron. The birth of Ultron can only be said to be a scientific experiment conducted by Tony, a scientist. Scientific experiments inevitably have successes and failures. However, this failure has very serious consequences. Now that the wolves are watching, Kai Rui has no interest in getting a large library of robots. Ultron, let him never be born. And he couldn't let Vision be born. Dare you compete with this queen for a woman? I understand, don't study it now, Scepter, just leave it there. Kerrigan nodded slightly. As for artificial intelligence, don't worry about it for now. Dr. Banner, you have worked hard during this period, and it's time for you to go home and rest. Banner smiled and said, it is my honor to serve you. After a busy day, Kerrigan decided to stop by Wanda's place. The little girl was very shy, and she clearly understood Kerrigan's thoughts. However, I won't refuse. Kerrigan saved her siblings, provided them with food and drink, and taught them new abilities. Wanda was very grateful to Kerrigan. Coupled with Kerrigan's fatal attraction, the little girl could not see Kerrigan for a day, as if it had been 3 autumns. Your Majesty, I want to go work for Avengers in a few days. Wanda smiled shyly, and she was now being held in Kerrigan's arms. Kerrigan raised her eyebrows and said, why, you don't like being around me? That's not the case. Sisters Natasha Romanoff and Jane both made famous for the Zerg in Avengers. I appreciate His Majesty's great kindness, but I must also do something for the Zerg. Wanda said softly. Her expression suddenly trembled, because her hands were not flexible enough and skillful. Kerrigan smiled and said, I am very satisfied that you have this intention, but if you want to go out and make a name for the Zerg, you must at least fully master your ability. I'm not a kid anymore, I definitely know. Wanda's face turned slightly red and she breathed out the fragrance. She bent over and felt her legs were numb, so she adjusted her body. It's a good thing to give birth to, but it's a pity that I don't know how to do it. Kerrigan secretly felt that her arms were a little moist. It's good to know. If Pietro also wants to exercise with Avengers, my requirements are the same. Kerrigan held Wanda in her arms, even more tenderly, as if admiring the most perfect silk. Both of you, brother and sister, cannot die. Wanda's delicate body trembled, her waist tightened, her starry eyes were watery and her breath was fragrant. Within a few breaths, he suddenly lay on Kerrigan's shoulder, trembling and replying in a nasal voice. Well. Chapter 93. Calm down and steady your will. Kerrigan looked at Peggy Carter lying on the bed. It will hurt, more than you imagine, but you must endure it, otherwise, you will die. Carter took a deep breath. It's okay, Your Majesty, let's get started. Good. Kerrigan's hands condensed fluorescence, and Carter immediately fell asleep. There is a survival capsule next to Carter, and there is a good body in the capsule. There was also a quiet female doctor standing next to the life support cabin. Your Majesty, the life support system is ready. The female doctor nodded slightly. The female doctor is none other than the Asian female scientist Helen Zhao who appeared in the plot of Avengers, Age of Ultron. But Helen Zhao was miserable, being controlled by Ultron. But Kerrigan will not allow Ultron to appear now. Helen Zhao is good-looking and has strong scientific research skills. Kerrigan later specially recruited her into the Umbrella. Whether she can join the Maid Corps or not is another matter. Today is the time for Carter to officially perform the soul consciousness transfer operation. The body has been constructed and is waiting for the infusion of the soul. Outside the laboratory, Rogers was looking at everything in the laboratory through the glass. Bucky patted him on the shoulder. Trust Your Majesty and Carter. Rogers shook his head slightly. I'm worried. In the laboratory, Kerrigan concentrated slightly, and a large amount of spiritual energy spurted out, completely covering Carter's aging body. Then, she raised her hand, and a blue shadow was slowly pulled out from Carter's body. Although the blue shadow was a bit blurry, Rogers recognized it at a glance. That is Carter's soul. Everyone outside the laboratory looked at this scene in stunned silence. It was so terrifying. No wonder His Majesty said this technology is very dangerous. Suddenly, Rogers covered Bucky's eyes and said, Damn it, UBD is still watching. Damn, I didn't see anything. Bucky muttered. 960 but he wasn't angry either. He only saw Carter's neck and was blindfolded by Rogers. It seemed that people were naked in their soul state. Carter's soul seemed to be experiencing unimaginable pain. Her blue body flickered and shivered, but she still gritted her teeth and resisted the pain. Hold on to. Kerrigan said calmly. She continued to pull out Carter's soul. Carter kept trembling, and Mr. Yuan's body began to emit a peculiar smell. This was because without the soul's control over the body, her original body was already on the verge of collapse. Kerrigan didn't care at all about the smell, but continued concentrating. In the end, she successfully removed Carter's soul from his aging body. Call. Kerrigan took a breath and regained her composure. It was not difficult to take out the soul, but maintaining the stability of Carter's soul still made her sweat slightly on her forehead. Push your body over. Helen Zhao immediately pushed the aging body away and pushed Carter's new body in front of Kerrigan. Kerrigan maintained the psychic energy around Carter's soul with one hand, and concentrated the psychic energy around the body with the other. Then, she put Carter's soul into a new body. The new body kept trembling, but Helen Zhao stabilized the trembling of the body and immediately began to supply blood to the new body. Finally, Carter's soul completely integrated into his new body. Zhao Helen said nothing and started busy. She wants to monitor various indicators of the new body to prevent Carter from dying due to the mismatch between soul and body. The heartbeat is normal. The heart has started to supply blood, and there are no abnormalities. She's waking up. A new body brought Carter new life. Under the warmth of spiritual energy, she finally regained consciousness and woke up. Feel the vitality in your body, and feel refreshed when stuck. Am I really recovered? Kerrigan smiled slightly, but you still need to conduct long-term observation. After all, there are too many secrets between the human body and the soul. I cannot guarantee that you will not have problems in the future. I know, thank you, Your Majesty. Carter smiled slightly, showing off his elegance, then frowned slightly and felt a little dizzy. Carter was indeed beautiful and dashing when he was young. Kerrigan smiled. Zhao, take Miss Carter to rest. Her soul has experienced the pain of being out of body, and she is very tired now. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhao Helen pushed the life-saving capsule and prepared to leave. But at this moment, the door of the laboratory was kicked open. Rogers rushed in with joy and came to the life support module. Peggy, you succeeded. Peggy Carter steeled herself and was about to say something to Rogers, but she found the BD looking at her, his eyes widening. Only then did Carter realize that he was still naked now. Don't look! Snapped. Without saying a word, Carter covered his vital parts and then slapped Rogers. Wow! The melon eaters at the entrance of the laboratory were shocked. Rogers was stunned and didn't react for a long time. Carter quickly begged Helen Zhao to get some clothes. Zhao Helen chuckled and turned on the shielding system of the survival cabin. Then, he pushed the life-saving capsule and drove away. Kerrigan looked at the confused Rogers, smiled, shook her head and left. Bucky rushed in and grabbed his good brother. Steve, what did you see just now? Why did you get slapped? So big, so white. Rogers muttered. Damn, UBD, you're so lucky. Bucky twitched his mouth and gave Rogers a kick. Queen, Leviathan returned from Mars and sent blood samples from those invaders. Kerrigan came to the insect nest under the umbrella, and an insect queen presented several bottles of blood samples. I know, send it to the throne, I'll wait and see. Kerrigan didn't pay attention and whispered, BDDE. As commanded. The insect queen retreated, and Kerrigan came to Abathur's laboratory. Abathur, what's going on with the development of the Star Wars Zerg? Abathur, who was busy, turned around and said hesitantly, Queen, it's a bit difficult. Mainly in our development history, we rarely have the experience of fighting in the interstellar world, and our enemies rarely fight against us in the interstellar world. Everyone fights on the planet. Kerrigan sighed slightly, why don't I know, but you have also seen the intelligence sent by Dhaka. Our enemy has a large number of interstellar fleets. If the Zerg can only fight on the planet and the interstellar combat is weak, they will inevitably be defeated. They are shot through like targets. One fleet can have weapons that can burn down the entire planet. I can't imagine how we can resist them when other fleets fire. Abathur was helpless, but now we have too little information at hand. It is really difficult to develop a large fleet that can operate in the interstellar space, and the resource problem is also very serious. Kerrigan was silent for a moment. Let's continue researching first. Yes, Queen. Kerrigan was in a bad mood. She sat back on the throne, with the alien serums next to her. She clicked on it. Discover special race genes, increase integration by 0.2%. Discovered heterogeneous special race genes, integration increased by 0.3%. Congratulations to the host, for discovering the alien special race gene. The system will reward you with a mysterious special gene. Kerrigan frowned, is it this special gene again? It's nothing more than a Hive Lord or something like that, but for the current Zerg race, having more Hive Lords won't have the same effect. But before, the Zerg developed a new Zerg and were rewarded with special genes. Why, this time, they were directly given the genes because of the discovery of alien race genes. Kerrigan thought deeply and opened the Zerg heart. Sarah Louise Kerrigan occupation, Blade Queen, integration 58%, unlocked professional skills, parasitism, kinetic blast, chain reaction, host improvement, and healing. You currently have 2 additional skill points. Speed, Strength, Wisdom. Psychic power level, 6, more levels will be unlocked with the number of dependents. Psychic abilities unlocked, Psychic Communication, Psychic Flight, Psychic Storm, Psychic Shield, Psychic Blade, Psychic Transformation, Psychic Ripple. Current Familia, Zerg, number 651243, Ability, Dominate Charm, Gene Analysis, Gene Sublimation. Unlocked buildings, Hatchery, Lair, Split Pool, Evolution Room, Hydralisk Cave, Cockroach Pool, Tunnel Network, Flying Dragon Tower, Thunder Beast Lair. Special Hero Units unlocked, Leviathan, Original Zerg Dhaka, Zerg Engineer Abathur. Special Unit unlocked, Corruptor. Kerrigan used the system to materialize the mysterious gene, and then began to touch it. Congratulations to the host, for unlocking the Tyranids Sky Witch gene fragment and unlocking the Zerg branch, the Tyranids. The system is about to evolve, please host to check it within 24 hours. Tyranids. Kerrigan was startled, but the broken system only said that it was going to evolve, and then there was no movement. The Tyranid Zerg are the Zerg that can truly control the stars. Jiang was a game fanatic in his previous life, so Kerrigan also knew a lot about the Tyranids. These guys are the Zerg in the Warhammer 40k world, known as space locusts, devouring large tracts of vibrant planets one after another. Cruelty, cruelty, truly nothing will be left behind. But now, although the heart of the swarm has unexpectedly unlocked a branch of the Tyranids, doesn't that mean that the Zerg will soon have a new race that is more powerful than now? There are too many classifications of Tyranids, which are more detailed than those of StarCraft Zerg. The Sky Witch is a large air force unit of the Tyranid Zerg, and it is very powerful. Kerrigan looked happy, but felt that time passed too slowly. She couldn't wait to see what would happen after the heart of the clan evolved. Chapter 94. The system has evolved, please check the new panel yourself. Kerrigan finally waited for this announcement. She clicked on the heart of the Zerg and started to check it out. Among the spawn options in the heart of the Zerg, the Tyranid Zerg option appears. Click on the option, which is densely packed with Tyranids units. Like the Interstellar Zerg, Kerrigan can directly use resources to produce Tyranids, but only the Celestial Witch and the lowest sporangia, spore drop capsules, mucosal spores, capillary towers and spore smoke capsules, split spores and hatching nests are lit. Is a buildable unit. It is estimated that the Zerg-like building he built was given away for free, and the Sky Witch has acquired the gene, so that is why it is like this. Kerrigan, after checking the introduction of these units, I was shocked. The Tyranids are indeed the race that has caused so much evil in the Warhammer 40k world. Their hatching nests alone are more terrifying than those of the Interstellar Zerg. The hive is a biological structure that provides rapid reinforcements to the Tyranids. On the surface, the appearance of the hatching nest is just a bunch of deep lotus holes, but underground is a complex of palace-shaped caves, and Tyranids are growing at terrifying speeds in this warm and safe environment. Developing. Therefore, in just a few days, the hatching nest can give birth to a nest full of monsters. Unlike the Interstellar Zerg, the Tyranids do not have a growth cycle from childhood to adolescence and then to adulthood. They are always fully mature at birth. The larvae in the Interstellar Zerg require resource injection and a certain amount of growth time from birth to being fully mutable, but the Tyranid Zerg can be used directly out of the factory. Best of all, fully grown Tyranids can remain dormant for months before Kerrigan needs them. After being summoned, they will wake up, tear a path with their claws, burst out of the hole, and then fall into the battlefield covered in amniotic skin and mucus. Kerrigan thought for a moment, then took Awaken directly to Dongzhong. Galakrond, who was stationed here, immediately came over to salute. Kerrigan just waved him to continue patrolling, while he came to the Gate of Hell. At the moment, the base of the Gate of Hell has turned red. It is estimated that when the entire door turns blood red, that is when the monsters rush out of the gate. The difference from the Interstellar Zerg hatching is that the Tyranid Zerg hatching nest hatches various creatures according to their file size, and the file size of the hatching nest is defined based on the resources they absorb. Generally speaking, there are small, medium, and giant. Even if there are hatching nests of the same file size, the creatures hatched may not be the same, and even the number they can produce may not be the same. However, after the corresponding insect nest is unlocked, Kerrigan can directly use resources to build these units. The tyranids in the original hatching nest are basically given away. A bit like opening a blind box. Kerrigan tapped her fingers, and pieces of hatching nests condensed in the void, directly surrounding the gate of hell and the surrounding blood pool. Hell is indeed a threat, but it is also a good training ground for the Zerg. Kerrigan raised the corners of her mouth slightly. It's not bad to open the blind box. 15 hatching nests then appeared in place. Kerrigan looked at these hatching nests and nodded slightly. 7 gun insect nests, 3 knife insect nests, 2 lacarts, 2 bombardment beasts, and 1 holy slave insect nest, which is a bit interesting. It's not that she doesn't want to continue opening the blind box, but after the appearance of these 15 hatching nests, she can clearly feel that something precious in the earth has been absorbed by the hatching nests. If we continue to open blind boxes, this land will completely die. No wonder the tyranids need to devour planet after planet like crazy, to eat them all in a true sense. Kerrigan murmured to herself that this development path would never stop until it consumed the entire universe. The tyranids will be a good knife, but they must also be careful. It is not Kerrigan's intention to eat the earth dry. My mates are all human beings, and the girls will be unhappy if they eat up the earth. Moreover, the relationship with the Avengers will directly turn into hostility, which is unnecessary. It seems that it is appropriate for the tyranids to breed outside the earth. Kerrigan thought for a moment and was about to leave for the universe when a portal opened next to her. Your Majesty, what have you done? I feel the wailing of this land. The Ancient One hurried out of the portal and stared at Kerrigan. Your sensitivity is really amazing. Kerrigan smiled slightly. I'm just doing a small experiment. Don't worry, I know these Zergs are doing a lot of harm to the planet, so I'm going to the universe to breed them. Ancient One frowned. This is not impossible. But Your Majesty, how are you going to transport these Zerg? Tony Stark is conducting an experiment to try to open a portal between the Earth and a nearby planet. I am going to use the portal for transportation. Kerrigan said calmly. Is that so? I understand. Ancient One nodded slightly. As long as it didn't threaten the Earth, it was easy to say anything. The only ones that can be counted on to deal with the threat of hell now are the Zerg, and the Ancient One will not fall out with Kerrigan on this matter. Odin can't count on him now, and Nagisa is dying to wipe his for Jukui. The two chatted for a while, and Ancient One left directly. She still had many things to do. Kerrigan directly transferred to her Leviathan and headed to the universe. Tony Stark is not slow, and he quickly comes up with something. When Kerrigan returned from Mars, he immediately came to Umbrella to report on his work and asked Kerrigan to inspect it. I saw Bucky on the road and was actually interested in saying hello to him. This guy is really good. If Howard Stark hadn't died too early, Kerrigan would definitely be willing to help his father survive. When the instrument was activated, the Tesseract glowed with a faint blue light, and then emitted a ray, forming a small portal. Tony looked complacent. Your Majesty, as long as the Rubik's Cube is still there, the portal can be maintained, and with the amount of energy injected, the file size of the opened portal and the distance it can be transported can also be controlled. Amazing! Kerrigan praised Tony as worthy of her praise. It's my honor to serve you and the Zerg, and I don't want to face hell. Tony shrugged. He also knew some information about hell and would never want to go there to fight the devil. Demons can pollute the soul. Who knows if you will still be yourself after fighting with the demons? If Iron Man, my dignified protector of mankind, turns into a monster, who can I talk to? But for the time being, the portal can only be used for teleportation within the solar system. Going further will require investing more resources in research, which is not worth it. Tony smacked his lips and said, I'm going to start selecting and training some new Avengers. Ken Kerrigan nodded slightly. Wanda and Pietro will join the Avengers to assist you. Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver? The two siblings are very famous these days. Tony smiled. Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver are very famous these days and have helped many people. You will still need to take care of them when the time comes. These siblings are too young and still need to be tempered. Kerrigan said calmly. Wanda and her sister have grown up well recently, so Kerrigan agreed to their request to go out. It's normal for young people to want to be famous. Not long after, Kerrigan received the news. Avengers clocked in again. She also sent the fellow victims, Natasha Romanoff and Jane, who had sold themselves to pay off their debts, to help out. Bucky was led astray by Rogers, and he took advantage of it so well that Jerry was so angry that he went crazy. Kerrigan simply kicked these two people out to work, since Avengers paid wages anyway. Dr. Banner, who had temporarily completed his Rubik's Cube research, also followed Tony, although he was very reluctant to leave at the time. Generally speaking, nothing much happens these days. Kerrigan doesn't know how many plots she's ruined. The Civil War is definitely gone, but Ant-Man is still famous and entered the Avengers through Falcon's relationship. Spider-Man Peter Parker was beyond Kerrigan's expectation, and he was found and joined by Tony again. After all, he is a former hero. Although he has not yet started, Peter, who has encountered great changes in his life, has recovered from his sinking. According to what Jane said when she came back, Peter didn't even dare to look at her. The female Spider-Man's name was now much more famous than Spider-Man's. Kerrigan didn't pay attention. It was a good thing that the boy clocked in and went to work peacefully. But something still made Kerrigan stunned for a moment. A surgeon named Stephen Strange came to Umbrella to ask the Zerg for help in treating his hand. Outside the Gate of Hell, Kerrigan and the Ancient One were quietly looking at the Gate of Hell that had absorbed the blood pool. Time will always pass very fast inadvertently. According to Ancient One's judgment, the Gate to Hell will open in half a day at most. At Kerrigan's feet, the armies of the Interstellar Zerg and Tyranid Zerg have surrounded the Gate of Hell, waiting to give the demon army a head-on blow. The two were talking in the sky. "Your Majesty, that's strange, can you hand him over to me?" Ancient One thought for a moment and then spoke slowly. "Oh? How could the Ancient One magician be interested in a little surgeon?" Kerrigan raised an eyebrow. Ancient One resisted the urge to roll his eyes. "It's not like you can't predict the future, you know clearly that that guy is your destined heir to the mantle." "I am old and need a suitable heir." Kerrigan smiled and said, "I see, yes, the Zerg will not restrict Strange's whereabouts, but it's up to him where he goes." Ancient One nodded, as long as the Zerg released him. At this moment, the Gate of Hell began to tremble. The sky also became very gloomy, as if something extremely terrifying was about to be born. "Coming," Kerrigan said calmly. A strong wind swept through the sky, blowing her clothes. "Indeed." Ancient One sighed softly, and then used all his strength to condense a protective shield door. Chapter 95. The most feared thing about demons is not their power, but their ability to pollute the will and soul of living creatures. Even the resolute guardian magician once fell due to the power of the devil. What Ancient One needs to do now is to cover this space to prevent the demon's aura from being exposed, lest any living thing be infected by it. With a soft sound, the Gate of Hell began to collapse. Large tracts of falling rocks turned into nothingness, and then, a crimson portal condensed out. "That is. The portal is open, Zerg, prepare to fight!" Kerrigan shouted loudly. She frowned suddenly. Suddenly, a feeling of being spied on came to her mind, and she remained calm, still staring at the portal in the air. And the extremely powerful spiritual energy was quietly released, trying to find the snooper. Suddenly, a roaring sound came from the portal. Just hearing these sounds made Kerrigan feel uneasy and extremely sick. A group of figures wearing rag cloaks slowly walked out of the portal. These figures did not panic at all when they saw the Zerg army around them, but bowed politely. "Ah, with such powerful creatures, you will definitely become His Majesty Blood God's most powerful army. Now, join me, 003, and become 10 members of Blood God." Kerrigan in the sky sneered, "What's wrong with these demons?" She waved her hand and a stream of spiritual energy struck those cloaked men. Boom! Several cloaked men instantly exploded into blood mist. However, the cloaked man behind them was not afraid at all and was still repeating the words for the Zerg to join hell. "Kill these talkative guys!" Kerrigan ordered loudly. "It's really a group of people who are madly annoying dead man." The swarm of insects moved upon hearing the wind and quickly rushed towards the Gate of Hell. Boom! A huge amount of arms extends directly from the gates of hell, followed by a body and a head. Feeling the power of that hand, Kerrigan frowned. When the huge creature completely walked out of the Gate of Hell, even the Ancient One who maintained the protective shield frowned. The creature was nearly 30 meters tall, about the same height as the portal. It was huge, especially its huge amounts of belly, which attracted special attention. After the giant came out, he muttered a few words. Although they didn't understand, both Kerrigan and the Ancient One understood what he meant. "The despicable race will be wiped out by the Blood God's army." Snort! Kerrigan snorted coldly, and turned her spiritual energy into a giant hammer to directly hammer the huge demon back to the gate of hell. Zerg, attack! After saying that, she rushed into the gate of hell first. And countless Zerg followed her and rushed into the gate of hell. This is also the countermeasure agreed upon by Kerrigan and the Ancient One. The battle should start in hell as much as possible. It is useless to kill demons on earth, and the power of demons is too dangerous. Kerrigan suddenly appeared in a blood-red space. Kerrigan looked at this space curiously. The environment in hell could only be described as passable, but there was still a blood sun in the sky. It was really a strange world. The huge demon that had just been smashed away by her psychic hammer turned into 2 pieces, but there were more huge demons waiting. And in the sky not far away, a figure of huge amounts stared at Kerrigan. "You are so brave, you dare to go to hell." The figure showed a ferocious smile. "Who are you?" "I." Kerrigan smiled coldly, "The one who gives you death." "Bold." "I am Saruk, the general under Vadian's command." "You overestimate your ability, I will kill you." The huge voice roared and appeared behind Kerrigan in an instant, wielding its giant claws to attack. Whoosh! In just an instant, Kerrigan appeared at the back of his head, a stream of spiritual energy condensed in his hand. The aura of destruction made Saruk's body stiffen. Boom! Saruk's head was instantly blown to pieces. Seeing the commander being killed, the demon army below showed no signs of panic. More than a dozen demons even flew into the sky to knock Kerrigan down. Roll! Kerrigan's eyes narrowed, and demon plasma burst out in hell in an instant. The large army of Zerg also arrived. The brutal war began immediately. Countless hell armies, werewolves, fallen demons, and hell demons all came out and started fighting with the insect army, immediately staining the space with blood. The alien dragons and hell demons fought together, roaring at each other. Knife bugs and gun bugs cooperated with springtails and cockroaches to fight fiercely with werewolves and fallen demons. The holy slave insects and the thunder beasts acted together, trampling all the demons, blocking the road into pulp. Kerrigan stood quietly like this, watching the hell army sweep out to fight against the insect army. She is waiting. Definitely, not idle either. This is hell, it doesn't matter how messed up you are. So Kerrigan directly started opening blind boxes on a large scale. Wherever she passed, the life force in the hell land was absorbed crazily, and then one tyrannid crawled out of the hatching nest. When it comes to human sea tactics, the Jin clan has never been afraid. As the life force in the hell earth was sucked away, some people couldn't help it anymore. Suddenly, the body of a mighty saint-slave insect shook, and a blood shadow crawled out from its forehead. The saint-slave insect's body trembled slightly and fell down directly. Kerrigan frowned and stared at the bloody shadow. "Intruder, you will pay for your crimes." The blood shadow looked at Kerrigan and roared. Kerrigan laughed. "Demons in hell call others intruders?" As the blood shadow appeared, the demon army that was retreating steadily became shocked. "That blood shadow is the most valued general under Vidian, and the hothouse has arrived." Soon, a large number of flight demons flew out from behind the blood shadow. They joined the battlefield and began to attack the Zerg crazily. And the blood shadow also launched an attack on Kerrigan. While the hell army and the insect army were fighting, they both stared at the sky. However, to the devil's surprise, the blood shadow was instantly killed by Kerrigan in just an instant. "Too weak. With your speed, you dare to barge at me." Kerrigan smiled coldly. The demons were frightened. However, before they could react from the shock of the blood shadow being instantly killed, the originally calm sky of hell suddenly changed dramatically. Countless clouds swept in from all directions, covering the entire sky with great force. The flight-type demon was frightened and retreated in horror. A majestic pressure permeated the entire space and gradually extended into the void. Kerrigan narrowed her eyes slightly, and then ordered the Zerg aerial troops to return to the ground to prevent them from being wiped out in one wave. Countless clouds gathered together abnormally, thickly condensing together like an upside-down sea of waves. Although the sea of clouds is still calm at this moment, behind the calmness, there is a kind of extremely heart-stopping pressure, as if the next moment, the sky will collapse and the earth will fall apart, and the world will end. At this moment, an extremely powerful thought suddenly penetrated the heavy clouds and shot into the center of the battlefield instantly. The accompanying energy fluctuations filled the entire space in an instant, permeating the heaven and earth. This idea, with an irresistible will, exploded in an instant, causing all the strong men in the demon army to turn pale with horror and exclaim. The familiar aura contained in the thought made all the demons who felt this power kneel down and surrender. Every demon can feel the terrifying power of this power. The majesty contained in this power is not like what the human world can possess. It is full of superiority and endlessness that only Mephisto can master. Vidian. Kerrigan narrowed her eyes slightly. This power seemed to be that of Vidian, one of the Mephistos in hell. Although the demonic power this time was only majestic, it did not have the rage that could oppress people to death, nor did it have the disgusting smell of ordinary demons, but even Kerrigan, who had always been indifferent, was exposed to this power. In an instant, I felt a surge of admiration from my soul. It's not fear, but some kind of personal opposition. Enemy. Kerrigan secretly gathered momentum. The demon army that was roaring just now is now surrendering to the ground with a look of awe, trembling and chanting. Not just here. Even the other hidden demons in this space looked shocked. These demons did not attack the Zerg, but instead watched the battlefield quietly. In hell, betrayal is as easy and common as eating and drinking. Everyone is full of bad intentions. Don't you expect everyone to love and respect each other? Even though this space already belongs to the great blood god Vidian, there is no big demon under Vidian who wants to overthrow Mephisto from his seat. The opening of the gate of hell this time is a good thing, but only Vidian's direct troops are qualified to kill in the human world, so many demons are very dissatisfied. Unexpectedly, what is on the other side of the portal is not a beautiful world, but a group of even more terrifying races. These bug-like ghosts are more cruel than demons and love killing more. These guys went straight to hell. At least the demons are not interested in eating humans and fighting at the same time. We are all civilized demons, and we must understand etiquette when eating. But these Zerg are different. Wherever they go, the demons will not leave even a drop of blood. And being able to push back the demon army is really incredibly powerful. This startled the hidden demons, and they all called them good luck. Definitely, there are demons inciting us to cooperate with outsiders. I am blood god Vidian. A ferocious face condensed in the sky. Mortal, how dare you lead your men to invade my world? Kerrigan raised her eyebrows. It turned out to be a silver-forged spearhead. She sneered, don't accept it. Come out and fight. Wei Dian said calmly, you will pay the price of love and pain for your arrogance. The blood god's army will engulf you. Humph, I'll wait. Kerrigan crossed her arms, trying to see what Vidian was about to fart. Unexpectedly, Vidian's illusion disappeared immediately. Cut. Kerrigan smiled disdainfully, that's it. Chapter 96. The unparalleled pressure of God in the sky gradually faded away, and the clouds that were as thick as substance gradually dissipated. The bright blood sun once again exuded blood-colored brilliance, illuminating the land that was lost in thought. The demon army was abandoned by Vidian. Kerrigan immediately ordered the Zerg to start cleaning up the battlefield and establish forward positions. Vidian is Mephisto after all. He is probably gathering troops at the moment. It is not an exaggeration to say that he can bend and stretch. But Kerrigan never thought that being able to bend and stretch was a good character. Rulers can be cruel and bloodthirsty, but they must never bow their heads. She suddenly stared into space. Get out! A dozen demons of different sizes were directly exposed by her slight drink, and Gulakron immediately thought of these demons. However, these demons were very wise and immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed crazily, muttering demonic language in their mouths. Upon seeing this, Kerrigan asked Bianlakran to bring these guys over. When these demons saw Kerrigan, they kowtowed frantically without saying a word. They didn't care at all that their heads were covered in blood. Tell me, who are you? Kerrigan said calmly. If you don't say it, you will die. A demon that looked obviously older than the other demons quickly raised its head and asked Kerrigan to tell her story. I see. After listening to what the old demon said, Kerrigan nodded slightly. Interestingly, it turns out that this is the nature of hell. But calling it an abyss is more appropriate. No one knows how many layers there are in the abyss. The news exposed so far is that the known abyss is 300 levels. Every level of abyss is a destroyed world. According to the demons, there were originally 7 Mephistos in hell, and the blood god Dian was a new Mephisto who was born after Mephisto Mephitis was severely injured and fell into sleep. I don't know how this new Mephisto convinced the other Mephistos to hold all the abyss in Mephitis' hands. Fido's original subordinates were purged. And these demons were the ones who luckily escaped the Great Purge. But no one knows where the real Mephistos are, there are only their duplications in the abyss. It's no wonder that the duplication of Vidian in this abyss simply slipped away. It was probably because he had no chance of taking down Kerrigan, so he simply gave in and waited to accumulate strength to give the Zerg a hard blow. Kerrigan pondered for a moment. Your information is very valuable. Tell me, what can you do for the Zerg? Several demons looked at each other, then smiled. Your Majesty, you see, although your army is very adapted to hell, it is not a native creature of hell after all. You will also return to reality in the future. We can lead the way for your army. As long as you can overthrow Vidian's brutal rule, all the demons in the 77th floor of hell will be loyal to you. What do you think? Kerrigan was slightly startled. What does it mean? Leading the way, sir, these way? The speed at which you guys sell your teammates is far beyond my imagination. However, this is not a bad thing. Hell is not a good place, really. Especially in this 77th floor of the abyss, there are few minerals and very few lives. The only thing left is the blood pool, which is sand and gravel. I really don't know how such a ghost place exists. Kerrigan has no intention of breaking through the 300 abyss, so she has nothing to do. Since there is a leading party, let's use it first. Moreover, these guys know more about hell and will do no harm to the Zerg. At least there are many resource points. Only they know that the Zerg can save a lot of things. Thinking of this, Kerrigan nodded slightly. Okay, from now on, you are the demon collaborators certified by the Zerg. As long as you help the Zerg obtain the resources for development, after the Vidian duplication is solved, the world will belong to you. Several demons were overjoyed. This was the official certification of the Zerg army. After kowtowing and thanking each other, the demons said goodbye and left, preparing to contact people to work for the Zerg. Galakrond hesitated. Queen, can you really believe what these demons say? It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Kerrigan held up her hands and said, wouldn't it be nice if someone wanted to be a dog? Just leave the dirty work to them. Clear. Galakrond understood immediately. Kerrigan silently used telepathic communication to inform the Ancient One of what was happening in Hell. After receiving the news, the Ancient One came to Hell with a small protective shield to prevent his spirit from being polluted. Your Majesty, what are you going to do? Simple, kill the Vidian duplication in this level of Hell and keep an eye on this level at all times. Kerrigan chuckled and said, it is difficult to guard against domestic thieves day and night. We cannot guarantee that if the Zerg leaves the earth, the gates of hell will not be completely opened by the evil spirits. You also know that there are many lunatics among humans. Ancient One nodded slightly. Why didn't she know? No one can tell which level of hell the other hell gates lead to. But as long as one layer of hell is in hand, the earth will have much more time to respond, and it can even send troops to fight deep into hell. Humans cannot survive in hell for long, but machines can. At worst, get some artificial intelligence to kill in hell. It's definitely better than humans facing hell. Kerrigan looked at Ancient One. I still need to sit in hell, please return to Earth to protect it. No problem. Ancient One smiled slightly. Thanks to your Majesty, I can know the knowledge of hell, which is really eye-opening for me. After joking for a while, Ancient One opened the portal and left. And Kerrigan began to produce Zerg on a large scale. Sea of Blood. I don't know when this name appeared. Even the oldest devil only remembers that it flowed when he was born. However, according to some old demons, the Blood Sea was only born after Vidian was crowned and took control of several hell worlds. The magma in the original hell was transformed into a sea of blood, emitting a pungent fishy smell. Anyone who touches the sea of blood will turn into a puddle of pus, no matter what kind of demon it is. And deep in the sea of blood, a figure was soaking in it. Suddenly, the figure suddenly opened his eyes. How dare you go deep into hell? Not bad, I hope she can defeat those duplications of mine. The figure showed a smile and fell asleep again. And in the upper reaches of the Blood Sea, a huge city is standing here. Therefore, cities appeared naturally. This huge city is called the City of Vidian, and 3,000 years ago, it was called the City of Mephitis. There are cities, and naturally there are residents. Contrary to what Kerrigan and the others thought, there was civilization among the demons. Although everyone is not a good person, blind chaos is not conducive to the rule of Mephisto, so almost all Mephisto have built their own cities and started trading with other abyssal planes in exchange for living supplies. Although the devils do all kinds of evil, they still have to eat properly. The most eaten food in hell is a kind of food called maggots. Their production efficiency is very high and they are rich in protein, but the taste and appearance are a bit disgusting. But if there is something more delicious, the demons will never eat these damn things. In a demon canteen in the city, several demons were shouting. Have you heard that foreigners have invaded the 7th and 7th levels of hell? As if no one knew, His Majesty the Blood God showed up in person to warn the intruders, and began to gather troops on a large scale, preparing to kill the intruders in one fell swoop. Is there fresh flesh and blood again? It has nothing to do with us little soldiers, those wolf cubs won't even leave us a bone. The demons were chattering. The owner of this canteen is a chubby fallen demon, who smiles and serves empty wine to the demons. Everyone, you are wrong to think so. Intruders are a bad thing, but they are also a good thing. If the intruders are strong enough, we have a chance to defeat. SHH. A sickle demon immediately whispered, don't talk nonsense, we are sincerely concerned about your majesty. Come on, you've been keeping accounts with me for almost half a year, and the boss hasn't even given you a single gold coin. The boss curled his lips, besides, it's getting harder and harder to survive these days. I just can't hold on any longer. The sickle demon smiled bitterly, there is nothing we can do about it, there are no gold coins issued. The demons laughed bitterly one after another. Although demons do all sorts of evil, they still need food and clothing. Apart from anything else, can the demon commander just cover himself with a crotchcloth and go to work like a soldier? Shameful. No, throw the devil. Since the development of the abyss, it has already become almost the same as in the real world. Although it is not the same world, nor is it the same race. But no matter what race, as long as they survive, they need resources. This is why going to the gates of hell is considered a good thing by all demons. Firstly, you can stop misbehaving in reality, and secondly, the souls of harvested creatures can be exchanged for hell gold coins, which will benefit you. The world is bustling, all for the benefit of others. Whether it's a human or a demon, it's all the same. I don't know what that person is doing. A crazy demon ate all the maggots in the stone plate and licked Shi Ying clean. It feels like all the gold coins in this hell have been taken away by him. I guess you want to take it a step further. The sickle demon hesitated. Hey, then he must at least take away all the gold coins in the 300th floor of hell. Although the blood-stained gold coins contain the power of the soul, they are too few. The boss chuckled, whatever, I'm going back to the countryside anyway. At least the tribe can afford food. In the city, I can only eat maggots. I have been doing business for half my life and made a hammer. There is also cultivated land in hell, but very little. Who wants to eat maggots? The boss of the sinking demon used the remaining maggots to rent 4 slave demons pulling carts, and planned to return to the countryside to retire in the tribe. Open up. Looking at the gradually disappearing gate of Vidian City, the boss felt a little depressed. I've been working for most of my life and haven't gained anything. It's better to go back to the countryside, where at least there will be some farmland. As soon as he returned to the tribe's territory, his expression was shocked. Then, he wanted to escape. But an invisible force pulled him back. Tell me, I want to know what's going on in the city of Vidian. The owner of the voice appeared to be a human woman. Although she was smiling, the boss only felt chilled all over. Chapter 97. It's not like the boss has never seen humans before. It exists in hell, and there are still humans living in the city of Vidian. They were all slaves that the demons had plundered. Human souls are very valuable and can be sold for good prices in all levels of hell, so sometimes demons will bring some humans back to breed when they invade reality. The water flows slowly. Old man, kneel down and kowtow, this is Her Majesty Queen Kerrigan. A fallen demon elder kicked the boss in the leg, and he immediately knelt down. Meet His Majesty. Well, tell me the information you know. Kerrigan said calmly. Waving the boss to get out, Kerrigan glanced at the most luxurious chair in the sinking demon tribe and felt so sick that she wanted to vomit. Let all the fallen devils go away, Kerrigan began to think about how to control hell. Is hell a good place? No, and it poses a great threat to reality. Or, Kerrigan leads the Zerg to fight hell and kill the last demon. Or, find a way to control them so that they don't cause chaos. It has been 3 days since I arrived in hell, and there has been no movement from Vidian. Therefore, Kerrigan decided to go to the sunken demon camp closest to the city of Vidian, led by a fallen demon who had taken refuge, to conduct a detailed investigation. Hell is not Earth, and Kerrigan does not intend to let the Zerg dig the ground on a large scale here. Vidian is cunning and cunning. Kerrigan would be wasting his military experience if he raided the Zerg's underground forces. The information provided by the boss of the sinking demon is very good, at least Kerrigan thinks so. The demons have their own civilization, and they need food, drink, and clothing, so the Zerg have the ability to control their economy to control the demons. This is much more useful than keeping troops stationed all the time, and Kerrigan doesn't know whether the breath of hell will affect the Zerg. Not now, but what about 10 or 100 years from now? Defeating Vidian is a priority, but finding a way to control hell is also a priority. The boss also provided some information. The location 300 kilometers northwest of the city of Vidian is called a forbidden area, and any demon who dares to enter will be executed. This piqued Kerrigan's interest. She immediately came to the so-called forbidden area. Shockingly, this is actually a forest. This forest is not big and looks leafy. Kerrigan picked up a leaf, a little confused. In hell, there are still pine trees surviving. What is the situation here? When Kerrigan entered, he felt a sense of infiltration. Many places inside that should have been filled with large trees turned out to be open spaces for some unknown reason. Some traces of the rotten tree stumps could still be found, as if it had suffered some terrible damage. And in the open space, a large number of pale bones appeared. Some of them could be clearly seen as human, while some of the bones were huge and abnormal, as if they were some kind of large regional beast. Next to these bones, there were scattered items that looked like rusty weapons that were not completely buried in the sand. Many of them were broken, and some were even inserted into the big bones. Could it be that this was once an ancient battlefield? Kerrigan thought silently, but her eyes suddenly focused on a very strange-shaped weapon. Strictly speaking, this should be a knife, a weapon that is not very common on Earth or Hell, and on top of the foot-long hilt is a statue that looks like a wolf. Huge amounts of the blade seemed to have experienced an incomparable impact. At the moment, it was twisted like a twist and inserted into a skeletal body. However, despite this, the blade still shone with a heart-stopping light. It exudes an extremely strong murderous aura, and there is also a vague burning aura. It seems that the years of wind and rain have not corroded the blade of this special material. Looking at the weird wolf head on the handle of the knife, Kerrigan couldn't help but feel something in her heart. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she wanted to use her spiritual power to pull it out. The long knife was gradually drawn out, turning into a breeze and floating in front of Kerrigan. Interesting, I wonder whose weapon it is. Kerrigan glanced at it and didn't pay much attention. She doesn't like using weapons, and there's no need to. Psychic powers can do more terrifying things than weapons. Just give it to Tony to play with later. Kerrigan continued walking forward. The forest gradually disappeared. Kerrigan was a little confused. What about the forbidden area? But after exploring for a long time, she could no longer find any useful information, so she could only turn around and leave. Shortly after Kerrigan left, the forest turned into blood. The figure under the bloody water trembled slightly. What a powerful soul power! As long as I eat her, I can recover and I can be promoted. Returning to the station of the sinking demon, Kerrigan thought for a moment and asked the boss of the sinking demon to take her into the city of Vidian to have a look. Don't worry, your benefits are indispensable. Kerrigan raised his eyebrows, and several springtails appeared in front of him carrying some living supplies on the earth. Since you are a businessman, let's talk like a businessman. After another day, the boss of the sinking demon triumphantly returned to the city of Vidian with the dream demon carriage. Kerrigan sat in the carriage and looked at the city with her psychic powers. The tall city wall was at least 5 meters away, and it was made entirely of black boulders. It looked solemn but also revealed an inexplicable weirdness. What surprised Kerrigan the most was the size of this rectangular city. The length was at least 50 miles and the width was at least 20 miles. It looked very huge. The scale of this kind of city was nothing on Earth. But in Hell, it really amazed her. Most of the demons' buildings are in a mess, and some are just shabby sheds. But this giant city is already amazing. Moreover, the location of this city was chosen very cleverly. It was built surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, as if it was originally a huge mountain, but was split from one side by life. The entire city actually only has one gate on the south side. The other 3 directions are all peaks with a height of nearly 1,000 meters. Although this construction method also has many disadvantages, the advantages are also extremely obvious. It is definitely a good place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. And more importantly, since there is only one gate in the entire city, it is very simple to defend. It's hard for people outside to get in without saying a word, and it's even more difficult for people inside to get out. Seeing the appearance of this city, Kerrigan finally understood why the elder of the fallen demon described the capital of Vidian as a dead city with no way in or out. With such a strong defensive ability, and the fact that there are real core personnel of the Hell Force in other places in the city of Vidian, it is simply a joke to leave the city of Vidian without the ability to reach the sky. Definitely, for Kerrigan, it doesn't exist. Entering the city, you will still see the same black color as the city wall. It is as thick as ink and is spacious enough for 4 or 5 carriages to drive side by side. On the streets, there are only a few sparse demons walking back and forth. Occasionally, there is a slight breeze blowing, but it does not feel comfortable at all. Instead, you can feel the cold and stench from your bones. Being clean has nothing to do with the devil. The boss introduced the city to Kerrigan while driving. Because the city is too large, it is roughly divided into 5 areas, the first to the 5th, and the third area in the center is called the City of Gods. Only the Blood God sect, that is, Vidian personally passed down the only qualified education administrators can enter. Others cannot easily set foot without permission, otherwise they will die. The most frightening thing is that most of the members of the Blood God sect are humans. They are all good losers chosen from humans bred by demons. The first, second, fourth, and fifth areas are under the jurisdiction of the third area, but the Blood God cult rarely issues any orders, so everyone is in charge of their own affairs. No matter which one of these 4 areas you go to, you can only walk along the main road in the main city. Naturally, you will inevitably pass by the third area, which is regarded as the core. You can definitely go around it, no. Can be approached. After walking for a while, the carriage arrived at the boundary of the third area. There didn't seem to be much out of the ordinary here. There were just a few very tall buildings, and one of them suddenly attracted Kerrigan's attention. Sight. This is a round, tall building with a height of at least tens of meters. It is divided into 4 floors. Each of the bottom 3 floors is composed of dozens of arched door-shaped buildings. It looks like very weird. This building is very unique among the angular buildings around it. What makes Kerrigan strange is that this strange round building has a somewhat familiar feeling, as if he has seen it there before. When passing by here, I saw a solemn expression on the boss's face, and he saluted to the building in a serious manner. Kerrigan's heart moved, and she used her spiritual energy to see what was going on in the building. It turned out to be a dual ground. Do demons still do this kind of thing? Kerrigan was amazed. What she saw along the way completely broke her traditional understanding of demons. It's a worthwhile trip. Especially after she collected a large amount of demon serum, the integration reached 6,500%. The large number of Zerg directly pushed Kerrigan's psychic level to level 7. Kerrigan now can probably pin Odin to the ground with a blaster. So the so-called Mephisto, I wonder if he can take a charge of focused blast? The corners of Kerrigan's mouth raised slightly. The Zerg had found out where Vidian's large army was gathering. She planned to go around the city and then kill Vidian. This city belongs to the Chinese people. Chapter 98. Kerrigan held a strange-looking gold coin in her hand, looking incomprehensible. This is the currency of hell, called hell gold, and it was obtained from a fool. This guy didn't know how to live or die, so he swaggered into the shop of the sinking demon boss to collect protection money, and was easily killed. Kerrigan felt some strange power from his body, so she asked her boss to search the body and found the gold coin. This is the currency of hell. Seeing the boss's fiery eyes staring at the gold coins, Kerrigan asked lightly. Yes, Your Majesty, this is a genuine hell gold coin. The boss wiped the corner of his mouth. I haven't seen him in 30 years. Oh. Kerrigan narrowed her eyes. Since it is currency in circulation, why do you only see it once in 30 years? The boss smiled bitterly and said, Your Majesty, you don't know. The most important thing about hell's gold coin is not its material, but because it contains the soul of an intelligent creature. Kerrigan picked up the gold coin and silently used her psychic powers to perceive it. Sure enough, she felt that the gold coin contained a spirit body. The spirit body was flying aimlessly inside the gold coin, as if it had already lost its mind. Interesting, they can actually extract souls and stuff them into gold coins. Demons are indeed experts at playing with souls. Continue. Kerrigan nodded. For the demon clan, flesh and blood can enhance physical strength, while the soul can enhance magic power. Therefore, hell gold coins are the only existing method for demons who use magic power to quickly increase their strength. The most important thing is that using hell gold coins will not be affected by the resentment of the soul owner like directly swallowing the soul. The boss smacked his lips. It's a pity that starting from 30 years ago, blood god. Well, Vidian ordered the recycling of gold coins. The number of gold coins on the market has been greatly reduced, so that every gold coin has become a demon. A family heirloom. The term spellcaster is extremely highly regarded in any race. Strength can be acquired through exercise, but extraordinary strength cannot be obtained by exercising and eating and drinking every day. I see. Kerrigan nodded slightly. Suddenly, she was startled. After holding the gold coin in my hand for less than a minute, I actually felt that my spiritual energy had increased somewhat. Although this growth is just a drop of water in the ocean, it is still growth. This hell gold coin can actually enhance spiritual power. Speaking of which, psychic energy is a power that originates from the user's mind. Mind and consciousness, consciousness and soul, can be said to complement each other. There seems to be nothing wrong with saying that psychic energy is the power of the soul. Kerrigan attempts to use her psychic powers to contact the spirit within the gold coin. The spirit body inside the gold coin suddenly screamed and then turned into ashes. The entire hell gold coin also became a little bleak. Seeing the gold coin darkening, the sinking demon boss was secretly shocked. His Majesty, had he absorbed a hell gold coin in an instant? The method of making gold coins of hell was developed by the former Grand Master Mephistopheles. A standard gold coin is enough for a demon who uses magic to absorb it for half a year. This is why hell gold coins have become heirlooms in the families of those demons who cast spells, hard currency. Thinking of this, he looked even more humble and respectful. Following the strong is also the law of the devil. Since hell gold coins are so precious, how come they appear on such a small character? Kerrigan said coldly. Your Majesty, you don't know. This guy is one of the thugs of the Molten Fire family. His main task is to collect protection fees from merchants in the area. This gold coin was given to him by the Molten Fire family because he has served the family for nearly 20 years. The boss bent down and saluted with great effort. The Molten family is the most powerful D-caster family in the first district. I can afford it for just one gold coin. I see. Kerrigan nodded with satisfaction and waved him away. Kerrigan was overjoyed to discover that there was a way to enhance psychic abilities in hell. Her psychic powers come from the heart of the swarm, from the population of the Zerg. The greater the number of Zerg, the stronger her strength. But on the other hand, will the reduction in the number of Zergs weaken her psychic abilities? Kerrigan didn't want to confirm this suspicion. But there is no doubt that this is a thorn in her heart. Now, she finally has a way to remove this thorn. Hell, I want it. Not just this floor, but 300 floors, I want them all. Kerrigan changed her mind. She originally planned to control this layer of hell, kill Vidian, kill all the demons in this abyss who did not obey the Zerg rule, and establish a base to prevent the demons from causing trouble. But now it seems that some adjustments need to be made to the plan. Find out how to make hell gold coins and suck blood from the 300th floor of the abyss. The 300 levels of the abyss are not just populated by demons. According to the information obtained from the sinking demon camp, in the 300 layers of the abyss, there are not only demons, but also fallen angels, vampires, and many other races. These are all sources of high-quality hell gold coins. Hell gold coins are valuable on the 77th level, but not necessarily on other levels. That is to say, Vidian, a brainless person, would collect the gold coins and use them for himself. Wouldn't it be nice to use it for trade to get more gold coins from other abyss? Sure enough, after living for a long time, my brain becomes rusty. Kerrigan made a prompt decision, crushing the 77th layer of resistance and eating it. She immediately used the psychic network to ask Ragnaros, the new Tyrannid Saint Slave Lord, who was leading the troops to search for the demon army, to speed up and destroy anyone who dared to resist the Zerg. After giving the order, Kerrigan turned to look at the tall blood god church in the city, showed a cruel smile, and disappeared in a flash. The 77th floor of hell has been very uneasy recently. The enemy from reality killed the troops gathered by Vidian and fled in panic. The battle line was pushed forward again and again. The distance to the city of Vidian was only 500 kilometers. The commanders of the demon army repeatedly requested the blood god to punish these invaders. It is a pity that the omnipotent Vidian ignored the believers' pleading, and he seemed to disappear. He did disappear. The duplication of Verdine, who was sitting in the city of Verdine, was torn to pieces by Kerrigan's psychic powers. But Kerrigan was in no hurry to show up, and it was unclear where Vidian's main body was, and no one knew how many duplications he had. She is waiting. Wait until Vidian can no longer hold back the panic in his heart, and wait for him to jump out on his own. Kerrigan analyzed Vidian's performance after ascending to the top. This is just a lucky guy with extremely good luck. No one knows how Vidian gained his power, but he definitely did not defeat Mephitis and become a god. This guy is a pseudo-Mephisto. This is not what Kerrigan thinks, but the unified understanding of the entire 300 layers of the abyss. Mephitis was beaten by 6 other Mephistos and fell into an endless sleep. But he didn't die. Mephisto is immortal. Their souls have long been bound to their original abyss. If you want to kill them, you can only destroy the entire abyss, so you must either seal them or put them into sleep. The 77th level of hell is the abyss of Tos's origin. As long as the 77th floor is still there, Mephitis is still alive. The Vidian who came after him was considered by Kerrigan to be a pseudo-Mephisto for this reason. His soul was not bound to the abyss, so you are nothing but a Mephisto. Therefore, among the 300 layers of the abyss, only the 77th level is famous. In other levels, the demons are dismissive of it, especially the Mephistos, who never take Vidian seriously. If Vidian wants to be officially promoted to Mephisto, he must either find a way to bind his soul in another ownerless abyss, or destroy the 77th level of the abyss and wait for the abyss to repair itself before binding. It's a pity that the first road doesn't work. There are masters in all 300 levels of the abyss. However, this guy Wei Dian couldn't bear to destroy his foundation and start over, so he could only collect the hell gold coins to seek promotion. Compared with other Mephistos who were promoted from fighting, Vidian is as childish as a child. Finally, when the battle line advanced to less than 100 kilometers away from the city of Vidian, the duplications of Vidian could no longer bear it. 18 tall figures descended on the battlefield and started massacring the Zerg troops. The scattered demons were overjoyed and cheered loudly. However, as soon as they cheered, they roared with rage. A figure appeared next to the duplications. It was very fast. She waved her palm and the duplications fell apart in pieces. In just one moment, Kerrigan crushed 18 duplications to death like insects. Vidian, get out of here. The blood-red sky began to darken. Then Kerrigan turned back sharply. She felt that somewhere, an extremely evil existence had awakened. At some point in the sky, a spherical object flowing with blood appeared. As Kerrigan's expression changed, the blood ball suspended in the sky in the distance began to tremble quietly, and the surface of the blood ball squirmed, as if something was about to break out of the ball. Kerrigan's eyes turned cold, she clenched her fingers, and immediately blasted out a palm. A majestic spiritual light wave swept out, and then hit the blood ball hard. Bang! A low sound came out, as if blood was splattered out, but the blood ball did not move at all. Instead, it beat faster and faster. In the end, there was even a crack that spread quietly. Kerrigan's pupils shrank sharply. Boom! The blood cells squirmed crazily, and with a popping sound, an arm covered with blood-red scales suddenly penetrated from it. The arm did not look like a humanoid, and the fingertips were sharp, like the claws of a beast. A kind of an indescribable smell of killing emanated. Both demons and Zerg feel this extremely bloody power. The arm stretched out, and then directly tore the blood ball open, blood flowers spread out, and a blood-red figure slowly walked out of it. All the sights in the sky were focused on at the moment. The demons screamed in fear at first, and then in excitement. The Zerg held their breath and stared at the sky. In the sky, a huge body 50 meters high was floating. He had no legs, and his whole body looked like an inverted triangle. His face was ferocious, and there were countless black flames surrounding the body. If you look closely, you can see that those are all wailing souls. Outsider, you've p'd me off. Chapter 99. At the moment, Vidian's momentum is overwhelming. Roar! Vidian looked up to the sky and roared. The roar was so sharp and harsh that it cracked the ground with a radius of hundreds of kilometers. The surrounding air was shaken, and the sonic boom visible to the naked eye spread into the distance, which was extremely spectacular. Both the demons and the Zerg were frightened away by its momentum. The Zerg could not see their expressions, but the demons were all trembling with fear and shrinking crazily towards the city of Vidian. I will eat your delicious soul and become my supreme Mephisto. The roar fell, and Vidian's red eyes locked on Kerrigan in the distance. An extremely cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his scarlet tongue licked his lips, which looked particularly terrifying. Kerrigan's eyes were flat. Eat me? You can try it. After saying that, the majestic spiritual energy rippled around him, and the surrounding space was faintly distorted. Kill! Vidian was furious. As soon as his voice fell, a ghostly roar sounded between heaven and earth, and the ghosts wrapped around him formed a wind that destroyed the world and struck towards Kerrigan. There was a harsh whistling sound in the dark wind, and wherever it passed, countless demon corpses disappeared, and the Zerg quickly shrank underground. Kerrigan sneered, "That's it." As she spoke, she condensed giant spiritual energy with her hands and struck towards the sinister wind. The evil wind was instantly wiped out by the detonated spiritual energy. Just when Kerrigan wanted to continue attacking, Vidian laughed evilly. "If you think Mephisto only has this ability, you are totally wrong." The shattered wind condensed again and formed dark clouds, completely covering half of the sky. Rumble black lightning struck down from the dark clouds, making the place where the wind passed by become even more sinister and gloomy. Finally, heavy rain fell. There is a curtain of water between the sky and the earth, dark clouds and pouring rain, which looks so evil. A hole seemed to be ripped open in the sky. The heavy rain was pouring down, and the heaven was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. The city of Vidian under the rain curtain was like a ghost town in hell. Thick black lightning tore through the void, falling continuously from the sky, and the deafening sound was like a ghost town. It was a fierce ghost roaring. This was an extremely terrifying scene. The originally pitch-black sky gradually turned into pure black. The ghostly energy lingered, and the color of the lightning turned into a miserable blood red. The miserable red color was particularly dazzling, and the tumbling demonic clouds continuously tore down streaks of terrifying blood. It was as if there were rushing and roaring rivers of blood rushing from the sky to the ground, setting off this dark world. A place of darkness and horror. At this time, the smell of blood suddenly reached the noses of the shivering demons hiding in the city. Some demons exclaimed, "Blood, is blood water?" In the dark sky, the miserable and dazzling lightning danced wildly. You could clearly see it in the electric light. The overwhelming raindrops turned bright red. The smell of blood was astounding. There was actually a layer of blood hanging between the sky and the earth. The rain turned into blood. This was so terrifying and frightening that all the intelligent creatures present took a breath. Even the devil felt his scalp numb, his back chilling, the hairs all over his body standing on end, and a shiver coming from his soul. The ancient city with a city wall that is more than 100 meters high not only exudes the atmosphere of ancient vicissitudes, but also looks extremely sinister after being bathed in the blood rain. It is like a huge ferocious beast that came from the sky in ancient times, and its ferocious aura is breathtaking. Kerrigan was holding a psychic shield, and the blood rain could not get close to her. She was thinking, what exactly does Vidian want to do? Will a rain of blood be useful in the battle between the two of them? The city of Vidian behind him suddenly shook. Kerrigan's expression changed, and she turned around to find that the city was moving. In other words, it came to life. If you look carefully, the blood rain in the sky is actually gathering in one place. The city of Vidian. As the earth shook and the mountains shook, the city of Vidian rose up from the ground. Then the city walls became arms, the various districts in the city turned into bodies, and the first district where the blood god cult was located turned into heads. The city of Vidian was transformed into a giant. Kerrigan watched helplessly as the nearly 500-meter-tall giant stood on the ground and waved its huge amounts of slaps at her. Kerrigan dodged in an instant and dodged the blow. But the violent airflow brought by the giant's swing caused her expression to change slightly. Seeing that the blow missed, the giant's huge foot stamped on the ground violently, and the ground cracked and turned into a canyon. Although the giant is big, its movements don't feel slow at all. Kerrigan tried to attack the giant's legs several times, but was forced back by the huge rocks thrown by him. The giant hands grabbed her together, Kerrigan snorted coldly, and continued to change places. Her body seemed to be on fire. A gorgeous light bloomed out, like a leaping divine flame, leaving a trail in the sky. An afterimage, avoiding the giant's attack. Want to run? Vidian teleported to the top of the giant's head, feeling proud. The giant's hands shone brightly, and Kerrigan felt that her movement speed had become slower. This slowness was immediately seized upon by the giant. The two giant hands swept through all obstacles and finally covered Kerrigan in front, leaving her with no way to retreat. Boom! The huge amounts of stone palms were overwhelming and unable to be avoided. Kerrigan could only raise the psychic shield to the limit and took the palm bravely. The light on the giant palm was bright and dazzling, and it struck the psychic shield with a bang. The light screen blocking Kerrigan lasted for 10 seconds and then shattered. Kerrigan took advantage of these 10 seconds to instantly jump out of the attack range. Boom! A big foot stepped on Kerrigan's side. If she hadn't moved fast enough, she might have been trampled to pieces. Kerrigan quickly leaped into the air, and a burst of bright light erupted from her body. Kill you! However, the giant is not just tall. This giant has been absorbing energy from the earth at all. Although Kerrigan's psychic powers were invincible, the giant's body recovered after staying for a while. Every time the two sides exchanged blows, brilliant rays of light erupted. Kerrigan felt as if he had hit a huge mountain. The powerful collision force made Kerrigan's face turn cold. Even though she has powerful psychic powers, it is still difficult to fight with an enemy of this size, and this giant moves extremely fast. But she still found an opportunity. Taking advantage of an opening, she jumped directly on top of the giant's head and punched Vidian, who was watching the show triumphantly. Vidian didn't check for a moment, and was instantly knocked away by a charged blast. As soon as Vidian left, the giant's movements immediately became sluggish. I see. Kerrigan sneered. Her body burst into brilliant light, and countless violent sounds came from her body. Die! The majestic power flows down directly on the giant's head. The destructive force instantly exploded the giant's head. F. Vidian screamed. This is his secret weapon to attack other abyss. He originally thought that it would be easy to defeat Kerrigan with the Titan's ability, but he didn't expect that Kerrigan would be able to unleash such terrifying power after being hit one after another, destroying the Titan in one blow. It's not over yet. Kerrigan sneered, ignored the collapsing giant, and attacked Vidian. I'm going to chop you up. Vidian roared angrily, waved his right hand to condense the bleeding magic, and faced Kerrigan. Without looking, Kerrigan's fingers bloomed like lotuses, and a psychic spear condensed in her hand, instantly piercing the magic wave and piercing Vidian's heart. Vidian stepped back continuously and punched through again. Swallow. The strong magic light on the fingers gathered into flames, and they were nailed together against the spear that was thrust straight at them. Vidian looked away, while Kerrigan raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Click! The spear actually penetrated the flames and hit Vidian's chest straight. The huge force made this Mephisto unable to move, and his whole body was in a state of extreme tension. He cast various magics with his hands, blooming like firework, in an attempt to blast the spear away, but this spear was like a 1,000-layered sacred mountain. Not affected in any way. In desperation, Vidian suddenly tore half of his body apart to escape from the spear attack. Without even looking, Kerrigan turned her psychic energy into thousands of sword blades and continued to attack Vidian, who was running wildly. Vidian's expression changed drastically. You have such a powerful power and can be called a god in hell. Why do you want to fight for those humble creatures in reality? He screamed endlessly as thousands of swords tore him apart. Kerrigan looked at this scene indifferently, her eyes unwavering. You are wrong, I never fight for anyone. I'm going to kill you just because you blocked my way. Vidian gritted his teeth and rushed out of the sword formation, frantically releasing Kuang Fa in an attempt to drown Kerrigan. But they were all blocked by the sword array. Are you really a real person? Impossible, how can a mortal have such a powerful power? Vidian was horrified. Kerrigan did not speak, but pushed out another palm. The power of the two palms condensed together and turned into a wall of air, which pressed overwhelmingly. The wall of air rolled like a mountain, causing Vidian to retreat continuously, and his whole body was photographed on the ground. Puff! Vidian finally spurted out a mouthful of blood. He lay on the ground panting and looked at Kerrigan. Who are you? Why are you asking so many questions? Kerrigan said calmly, walking up to him step by step with her hands behind her back, giving people an extremely tyrannical pressure. You just need to know that this world belongs to me. As she said that, her hands were filled with light, obviously she wanted to kill Vidian completely. Wait! There was infinite fear in Vidian's eyes. His body shrank, turned into a human form, and fell to his knees. Don't kill me, I have something to say. I'm useful. Chapter 100. Jiang looked at this scene and his expression froze. Kerrigan saw Vidian's movements and stopped attacking, her eyes filled with confusion. Vidian looked up at the sky, his voice trembling. My lord, I am willing to give everything I have. His body was constantly squirming. Wait! Jiang suddenly shouted stop. I have something else to ask you. What? Vidian asked in surprise. 357 My name is Jiang, I am an alchemist, and a master of alchemy. I was once lucky enough to get an alchemy crystal, which was the biggest dream in my life, but now it has turned into a nightmare. And my soul also fell into deep sleep. Liu Jiang's words surprised both Kerrigan and Vidian, because neither of them understood alchemy, so they didn't understand alchemy at all. However, from Vidian's eyes, they could also see that he seems to be very afraid of alchemy. It can even be said that this person is afraid of alchemy. Kerrigan's expression was a little strange. She seemed a little amused. Do you want to learn alchemy? Kerrigan looked at Liu Jiang and asked lightly. Liu Jiang nodded without hesitation. He was looking forward to the scene when he became an alchemist. Are you sure you can learn it? Kerrigan's tone was full of sarcasm. Liu Jiang couldn't help being stunned. Many scenes flashed through his mind, but every scene was in black and white. The alchemy of this world is defective. Liu Jiang said. Upon hearing his words, Kerrigan and Vidian looked at each other. That's right. The alchemy of this world is defective. Kerrigan nodded, but I know where they are. Do you know? Liu Jiang asked in surprise. I was imprisoned in an ancient castle in this world. At that time, this world was a family of alchemists. All alchemists were honored to obtain high-level alchemy. They believed that this alchemy could help them realize their dreams. But later, the research of alchemy became more and more difficult, the inheritance of alchemy gradually disappeared, and the art of alchemy was gradually lost. The study of alchemy is defective, and only alchemists can carry it forward. That's why there are fewer and fewer alchemists. In the subsequent war, all the alchemists perished, leaving only the alchemist clan, and the alchemists gradually declined. But now, another alchemist appears here and possesses alchemy. Kerrigan said, turning looking at Liu Jiang, so, this is your purpose? Liu Jiang's eyes were wide open, looking like he couldn't believe it. That's right. That's the purpose. Kerrigan nodded. Why are you looking for me? If I can really learn alchemy, your mission will be accomplished. Liu Jiang said. Kerrigan shook her head and smiled, my mission is only to help Vidian resurrect, and it does not include you. Resurrection? Liu Jiang said in shock, how to resurrect? It's very simple, you just need to do one thing. Kerrigan said, I need you to use magic to revive Vidian, then bring him back to the family and hand him over to my father for disposal. This is easy. Liu Jiang nodded. Then here's your chance to show off your alchemy skills. Kerrigan said, I hope you will not disappoint my expectations. Don't worry, I will definitely do it. Liu Jiang said confidently, then turned and left. Wei Dian stood aside with a confused look in his eyes. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.